Hello and welcome to the Hawk's Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I'm still myself, as I'm sure many of you are, in the afterglow. Yes, one of the greatest games in Seattle Seahawks history, one of the greatest comebacks in Seahawks history. The stakes could not have been higher for what you're hoping to both accomplish. I mean, you put all of these aspects together, and I still just find myself shaking my head in that you really couldn't, as a lot of people like to write about, NFL's scripted, NFL's rigged, NFL's it. Like, you couldn't have almost written a better script for the stakes at play in this past game this last Thursday night for the Seattle Seahawks to go get that win, to set themselves in the stage to go get this potential number one bye, and knowing how big that factors in, the fact that Rams and Niners have really had your number. I mean, when you look at the Rams here since McVay has come aboard, it was problematic from the jump with him on trying to find a solution. It did not get better here since Stafford's been here. Of course, 6 straight losses to Matt Stafford since he's come to the Los Angeles Rams. They're only able to really beat them when they've got guys like Wolford out there at quarterback a couple of years ago, or Garoppolo last year at the end of the year. And so this was really one where it just seemed like at times you could have a lot of solutions for the rest of the league, but you sometimes still didn't yet have a solution here for the Rams team. And for a little bit of a lesser degree on that, I would say the 49ers. We'll learn that one in a couple of weeks, but you were able to take down the monster who has haunted your nightmares so very often here in recent years. There's a lot with this game, of course, that we're hearing. A lot of Ram fans who are in their emotions and trying to blame officials and do all of that stuff. And let's cover a little bit of this if we can off the rip of this, because I think it's kind of silly. Number one, when we come to the Rams, and I talked about this in my wrap-up video, a team that has been, in my opinion, in watching their games through the last few years, and specifically since they've gone to Los Angeles, coincidentally, that they've been on the benefit of the back of a lot of calls moving in their favor game in and game out. And I don't think I've ever seen a game I could walk away from with the Rams here recently where I'm walking going, oh, well, the officiating was so badly turned in their direction, or, it was against them. They'll tend to try to find like 1 or 2 calls, a little bit like what you're hearing from them in this game. They don't have a menagerie of calls. They don't have a discrepancy really between the penalty yardage. So they glom on to these one little items that they can glom on to and then blow them up much bigger than the presence of the other factors that were in play in this football game. And so it all becomes down to there's 2 plays. It comes down to really the 2-point conversion, which they're just in a complete kerfuffle about. And then it comes down to, of course, the play where the offensive lineman is gone past the 1 yard to be in the end zone. And I think a big part of that has to do with the telecast at the time saying that that he was pushed. And so that they're really big on this. Well, he was past a yard, but he was pushed. I went back and watched the replay again here this morning. I don't care what the guy said on the telecast. Looked at the yardage. Looked where he's at. Jaron Reed doesn't actually push him past until he's gone a yard deep into the end zone. And then Jaron Reed activates his swim move at that point. So it's a clean call. And they get caught up on this 2-point conversion. And I've never seen anything like that. Well, how often have we ever seen a 2-point conversion where there's a fumble on a backwards pass that then goes forward by the momentum of the play? Well, if you ask the Ram fan that, they'd say, well, never. Do you think maybe some of that comes down to just it's a fluky one-off weird play that comes in rather than the whole game's rigged up against you somehow and the officials are trying to do you dirty? That maybe that this is one play where it just happens to be, hey, weird stuff happens, right? Let me give you an example, for instance. Yesterday, we had the very kind of similar situation where you've got, I'm sure, a Detroit Lions team that's still sitting there afterwards going, wait, huh? They scored a touchdown. The game ended on a penalty. And then that's that, right? Like they score the touchdown, but then there's an offensive penalty. So if the defense has to then, theoretically speaking, in that situation, they go, well, we have to, take the penalty there. So we have to allow that offense then to have another play. That's the way you'd think with that situation. But when you get into the rule book and what the rule book actually says, not just what we think it says, and there's a lot of rules that have intricacy involved with them, that when you get into the rules of that, as we saw with the Lions and Steelers game yesterday, that right down to it, if it's an offensive penalty with 0 time remaining, don't have to do another play. It's sort of just, sitting there a little bit in that way. So, I think, I just got some news here. I think that's a little bit of something that's got to be considered as a part of this process a little bit with this. And I don't think the Rams are going to. I'm going to be getting in, I'm sure, some heated debates this Tuesday on the NFC West roundtable in regards to both these two aspects of things. But I think the Rams are being a little bit silly with this. I think that there's a lot of other reasons as to why you guys lost the game. And you can cherry pick out, and this is the thing that drives me crazy, and I'm consistent about this, and cherry picking out one or two plays in a game when there's all the rest of these other plays that you're going to decide to ignore and be like, well, all those rest of those plays came down to 50-50. It was just these two plays that were the differentiating factor. That's such a silly concept. How about your lack of ability to find success in the red zone, especially in that first half? Settling for that. Does that come into play? How about a lot of your receivers developing dick finger-itis in this game? Did any of that maybe factor into, why you let your offense kind of starting to fall off the cliff in the second half and not have as many answers? Our defense dialing up the pressure. These are the contributing factors that got this game to a win, and why your Seattle Seahawks indeed went out there and took it. And indeed, and on top of all of this, Sam Darnold, just one more place of confluence of great things building up, right? The trying to get the number one seed, trying to overcome the big monster. And then, can Sam conquer this ghost narrative? Can Sam conquer that the Rams have his number completely, that he just goes into a shell into playing them, and to drive down, no room for error, a touchdown drive there to go get that score at the end of the game, and then put the 2-point conversion on top of it. And that he shrinks in big moments, that Darnold is not a guy that's going to step up big when you need him to step up big, has been disproven this year. I would say it's been disproven overall, but there's these people that just hold on to the last vestiges of their kind of hate for Darnold, and that they don't want to, that they never really wanted to, buy into him. I quite frankly, when it comes to a lot of the Darnold anti-sentiment that exists out there, seems to really be born from those same people that right at the moment that you added him on here didn't like it, and that they've really not taken any of the data into account as to what he has done here this year, having one of the better years at the quarterback position, in my opinion, in Seattle Seahawks history. Number one. Number two, when it comes to shrinking in the big moment, you've got him bringing you down to that Niners game in the first game of the year, his first game with your Seattle Seahawks, bringing him down the field. Bosa is rushing. He's trying to look off of Bosa, so it's not necessarily a blindside play that's coming around his back. It's to the front side, but his head's turning over there to the read that he's trying to get it to, read that looks like it's open. And as he's in the act of throwing the ball, gets knocked out because Lucas gives up the quick pressure. And look, you don't knock Lucas. It's going to happen with a guy like Bosa. That's what makes Bosa a great player. But Sam was driving you down in that football game, the Tampa Bay game, driving you down right around the midfield-ish stripe, right around where you were when he throws a ball that goes off of a helmet, pretty random. Hard. And in this kind of offense, as I've said, when you're going to have those short, precise passing attack and get the ball out the guy's hand, and that's where the prevalence, a lot of the throws are going to be, you're going to get some tip balls. You're going to get some balls batted off the helmet. That is a reality of that, just in the way that it's going to go. And so, again, he was driving you down. Got you back in the Cardinal game and went back and got the score, in on that one. He's had you driven down a couple of different other times this year, and including this game. He's stepping up big in these moments, and he's proving to me that he can do that in addition to all the other stuff that he's proven so far this year. And it really comes down to that unshakiness that I mentioned resiliency here in my title, but appreciate, if you were, when you look around the sport, sometimes watching the quarterback reactions. And this is a highly emotional position at times, and it's hard to keep yourself steady. It's hard to just flush a bad play and keep going on. It's one of the things that made Russell so great. Russell was amazing about this. This is why Russell could have a 5-interception game in the conference championship game, still come back and make the game-winning throw at the end of it, because he had that sense of unflappableness. And this is where we come back to, again, of Sam sees ghost. Sam crawls into a shell. This narrative thing that still sits out there for so many people when you have this other points of data that actually point to it not being that at all. In fact, kind of completely the opposite of that. That maybe, if anything, he's a little too loose and free in those moments sometimes. Right? Or is it just, I'm gonna let it rip. I'm gonna let it rip and get after it. And he does so. And having that in the quarterback position on top of the skill that he brings into play, but having that sense of fortitude, of spirit a bit, is going to come in very handy for us, not just this year, but down the line, and why he is the future at the position here for your Seattle Seahawks. He's a complete quarterback. He's a guy that can bring you from behind. He can bring you behind late. There was no room for error in that drive. You had to go down and get it. Still didn't have much of a running game in that drive to work off, though the running game did come forward in this game a bit. It was really on the back of those 2 big runs by Kenneth Walker, right? It wasn't really on the back of you grinding out solid runs, kind of like the Rams were doing on the other side of it. And Sam brought you back in there and added another victory here onto this season and put you in position like he has throughout this year to go and get that number 1 bye. And in a game, by the way, too, where you're going on, taking down this big monster, and as well as your defense kind of selling on you on the day overall. The defense not exactly doing a great job, especially when it comes to limiting the passing yardage on that side of it. Just to kind of put this in perspective, to show you guys a couple wrap-up points on this, the win probability in this football game had Seattle at 1.4% at one point or another here. So you're at 1.4%. 98.6% there, right there, as you can see into the fourth quarter, just before the fourth quarter. And then, boy, look at that sucker drop off there, huh? Fell off a freaking cliff at that point. Also interesting in this game to show you how insane this comeback is, and to give Sam Darnold credit on this, along with special teams unit, of course, helping to bring this along too in this moment. The Seattle Seahawks, prior to this game and getting this win, were 0-172 all time when trailing by 15 or more points in the fourth quarter. 0-172. So the improbable, impossible, fantastical, whatever you want to call it, as far as your application and description of this game, it does apply. And it is why I'm celebrating this so much off the kickoff of the show, and why you guys should have, through this weekend, been smiling so large. Why you should be nodding your head and going, that was incredible. That's not going to happen a lot of times in my Hawk fandom. I'm not going to get to see that kind of thing. Very cool that we were able to do so. Another small little part of this game that's worth noting as well was the defense did come back into form in the second half there in the game, especially as we got in the fourth quarter. Third quarter still a little bit dicey, and even though they were able to get the Puka score and the overtime and all that, one of the reasons that you were able to kind of get back into this game just comes back to some of the reasons why this game shifted beyond just 2 particular plays from the officials that you don't like the calls on, Ram fans, is that the pressure rate went up into that fourth quarter. You can see through the first and third quarter here, off the next generation stats, you were only getting a 26.9% pressure rate. You had 7 quarterback pressures through those 3 quarters, and you were blitzing at a very high rate, 38.5%. You came back in the fourth quarter, you dialed back down the blitz rate to 16%, so you halved it. You got 10 quarterback pressures in that fourth quarter alone, and you got the pressure rate up to 40%. So an adjustment off of a lack of blitzing, your front 4 getting home with some consistency in that fourth quarter when it counted, when you needed them to get home. And that was also a big, big draw as to why you were able to go get this victory. One thing I think is notable as well here is that the officials blew the call so badly that the Rams had to fire their special teams coach. Isn't that wild? And wild how it's like it's all the officials' fault for why the Rams lost the game, and yet the Rams immediately fired their special teams coach right after that. It's almost kind of like McVay's sort of showing you that there might have been some other factors at play other than just blaming the refs here, huh? Maybe just a little bit? Just a little bit? Maybe? There's a couple other things that came into this a little bit. How bad is the bitching and moaning gotten from the Rams fans? Well, we even got Matthew Stafford's wife over here complaining about the leg kick from the official. That's where we've reached to on their level of cope on this one. They're literally going to this stage of things. Really? Really? The leg kick of an official's now going to set you over the top? Okay. Sure. Being a little ridiculous, the Rams fans on this one, but I guess it's got to hurt because you now know that you don't really have a pathway to go and get that number 1 bye. You know you're going to have to go out on the road, and you know how damn hard that is, don't you? Don't you just a little bit? One of the, and by the way here, just want to show this as well. Here's a screenshot. This is, as you can see, Jaron Reed there, 67, just starting his swim move here. So just starting the move Reed's just starting this move, which is the push move, which is what the telecast was talking about at the certain time when they got the guy on going, I don't know if that's a flag or not. He pushed him. He's not to the push stage till right here where he's a yard in the end zone. And the ball was a yard away from the end zone prior to the play. You only get to go 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. You're 2 yards past the line of scrimmage here. I don't think this one's going to put it to rest, but it probably should. One other little item that came up from this game that's worth discussing a little bit is we did get a weird suspension coming on this game. Derek Hall got suspended. And I should have probably got the play put up, but I don't know if you can really tell a lot on the play. This is not Ndamukong Konsu right there on clear technical or stomping on a guy's arm. There is Derek Hall is on a bull rush. He bull rushes this guy back. The other guy, Dotson, gets pushed into his legs. As Dotson falls down, it goes under one foot of Derek Hall, and it looks like he's trying to pull his foot up and step at the same time. And it's kind of like in that moment where you're trying to step and not step on something when you're just going to step awkwardly. And the officiate, they're determining that he stepped on the guy purposefully there, which I've watched it probably 30 times. I can't see the indicator that that's really what he was trying to do. Like, let me hurt him that way. But he's going to be suspended. Of course, this is going to hurt us pretty tough as far as coming in this game. Luckily, you do have your other 3 edges for this game. Mike Morris has been fitting in there a little bit more as far as working off the edge in addition to that. But for a game you need here for the next 2 weeks, and this week here against Carolina too, could hurt a little bit. The loss of not having Derek Hall out there and having to roll with just the 3 guys you got, having them have to take those extra snaps, as you'd really like to keep the guys' snap counts down and low with being so late into the season. But unfortunately, the NFL decided to hold that one up. They decided to let that one stand, and so be it to that. You know what I mean? So be it to that. I guess we're going to be down for the next game with that. I felt like that was kind of a little bit unfair, but what are you going to do? All right, let's get over here and start looking at some of our segments today. And let's kick it off with the PFF grades of the week. Alrighty. Now let's look at our offensive grades here first. Some nice little grades to pick through in this game. And Kenneth Walker. As you can see in my title here, the Walker Way is part of the title and part of what we're going to discuss today. In a second here is going to be a little bit about Walker being looked at as the guy who should be, as we go through the rest of this year, eating up the touches. This should be a 3/4 go to Kenneth Walker, 1/4 touches go to Charbonnet situation. The balance and the evenness stuff has worked throughout this year. It's done well, I think, to keep Kenneth Walker healthy throughout the course of this season and allow him to still be rip-roaring his best here as we wind down this thing. At the same point in time, we're to the last point of the season. We're to the point of this year where two more games and potentially 3 and you're Super Bowl. You got a Super Bowl. So it really could come down to like 5 games here. Is it now the time to maybe just kind of lean on him a little bit fully? Is this the time to maybe be open to running the 20 carries in a particular football game for Kenneth Walker? And my belief on this is yes. This is we need the all hands on deck, go for it approach. I completely understand and get why you walked into this with 2 second-round picks saying we need to make this the onus of where we're at, because like I said, we're keeping Kenneth Walker healthy and Charbonnet's a good back and he can do his things as well. Kenneth Walker's got 190 carries, 879 yards for a 4.6 yard per carry average. Now, Zach Charbonnet is also a short yardage back, so some of this is going to be limited down by him, especially at the goal line on his yard per carry. But he's got 149 carries, 546 yards, 3.7 yard per carry average. So you almost this deep into a season have a yard difference in yard per carry average between 2 running backs, and you have a rushing attack that's not consistent. You have a rushing attack that's not finding holes with both of these 2 guys going at the same time in the way that they're doing it. And so when you get to that much of a discrepancy, say nothing of as well when you can look below here, Walker, 25 carries, 25 catches on 30 targets for 240 yards. Charbonnet, 15 receptions on 18 targets for 109 yards. So he gets you a couple more yards on the touches when it comes to catching the ball in the backfield in addition to that. I think there's room to have Charbonnet still be a back that's your 3rd down back and finds some utilization here down the home stretch of the season. But we got to go with our big dogs here, in my opinion. You gotta ride with your best and brightest. On top of the fact that Walker's a free agent after this year, who you might very well let walk. This isn't even about like long-term hold them up health-wise. This is about, use him while you got him, especially if part of the plan here is not going to be to have him back on an extension or you can't afford to put him on an extension. So you see it back to this when it comes to the PFF grade here. Walker, 83.5. To put this in perspective a little bit as well, because I want to just show one last thing here with this. It's not doing what I want it to do here. All right. Sorry, one sec. This is the PFF ranks. Take it for what you will. I know some people don't like PFF. Some people do, well, a little bit, but there's a value to it to a degree. I'm not making this my sole case as to why Walker did. I'll show you the yard per carry. I'll show you what he's done as a pass catcher. He is the number one highest rated running back in the entire sport by PFF. Number one. Over Jahmyr Gibbs, over Devon Achane, over Josh Jacobs, over Bijan Robinson, over James Cook. You can see a guy like Bijan Robinson, dynamic as he is, significantly over the top of a guy like Bijan Robinson, significantly over the top of a James Cook and a Kyron Williams. There's a lot of data at this point in time of this year to me to say, let him run free, lean on him, and let's go. I was open to letting the balance happen, and if I think their yard per carry is a little closer, that would be one thing. I'm not knocking Charbonnet that he doesn't have some usefulness as a running back, and quite frankly, Charbonnet is your ninth highest. If you look at this same list here, Charbonnet is your ninth highest running back. He's just below Breece Hall and above Cam Scatabo as the ninth highest rated running back in the sport. So it's not that he's necessarily been, bad. It's just as much that Walker's been that good. So let's go with him. 4.6 yards per carry when he hasn't had consistent run blocking throughout the course of this year, by and large. Let's go with him. Let's rock with what we got. Let's get this running game to the place where it's as possibly deadly, as possibly productive as we possibly can, with its efficiency especially. But an 83.3 grade, all around well graded as well. Did good in pass protection, which is good to see because that can be a little bit of a struggle for him. Jackson Smith and Jigba right there, no shocker there. And then Josh Jones, 75.9. You want to know who my underrated hero of the week is going to be this week? Josh Jones. The job he did and going out there and handling business like he did with Jared Verse, and look, there was some chip block and help in there a little bit, but not all the time. Not 24/7. AJ Barner had a really good game. Aided and boosted by that nice touchdown catch that he had. Charbonnet was also solidly graded. Abraham Lucas was really good for you. Hit that clean kick block there for the Walker run for 55 yards. Lucas really, really hammered home a nice block there. Got the edge widened out of the gap nicely in order for Walker to get up in there and go. And so a great day for Lucas, who continues to put together a very, very solid season. Sam Darnold, despite 2 picks, 63 grades, not too shabby there considering those 2 picks. And Robbie Utes had a nice block on a playing fullback, came back there active in this game, which was good to see. On the bottom side of things, Anthony Bradford, a little bit of a struggle bus going up in there. I think you have a lot of Poona Ford attacking you there. Poona Ford is really, really good, and that's a tough matchup for Bradford being a bigger guy because Poona can get up under those pads and make life really difficult as far as from the leverage aspect of things. Cody White, just 6 snaps. Gray Zabel also had a really kind of struggle game. This matched up on the All-22. There were some lost blocks. There were some moments in pass protection, run blocking struggles. Center position remains a struggle as well. Olatimi Sundell can't seem to get much out of that one. Again, Poona Ford kind of caused some of the issues here. We had the one rep where Poona walked Sundell right into the backfield on a play. So not a great day there from Sundell as far as how he was rated. And the 2 receivers weren't given a lot of love here by PFF in their outlook of things. Defensively speaking, DeMarcus Lawrence led the way. 65 total snaps this year for DeMarcus Lawrence. 71 total snaps for Byron Murphy. We got to get these guys some rest somehow or another, and maybe this makes a little bit more sense why we're seeing a little bit of Riley Mills worked back into the rotation here, and maybe he gets an up in the ante on snaps. Mills, after the bad tape last week where you're like, why is this guy even out here on the football field? Actually flashed on a couple of plays. He got in the backfield on a couple of plays, did Mills. So maybe that'll help them out here down the stretch and getting a few of those snaps off the back of guys like Murphy, because that's a hard 71 snaps. That's a lot of 71 snaps you taking on the double team at the point of attack. Not a lot of fun. Jaron Reed also had a really solid game, which is good to see with the man with the club on his hand. Josh Jobe, interesting to see his score up that high. Good to have Julian Love back in the mix, especially now with Kobe Bryant going down to the other side of that. Reek Woolen was solid until the knee injury with him. Going down to the bottom side of this, Mafe just hasn't come forward for Mafe. It hasn't. And you look at this where he's got 24 snaps in this game. Derek Hall with 42 snaps, Uchenna Nwosu with 52 snaps, and DeMarcus Lawrence with 65 snaps. The team is indicating here a little bit of that they've seen a lack of progression here from Boye. And I don't know if he's maybe just has his confidence shaken here a little bit, but the guy that had set a Seahawks record for most consecutive sacks in a game but 2 years ago and looked like he was on his rise to at the very least being a competent, capable pass rusher that could kick you 8 to 10 sacks a year and play really good run defense. The run defense is kind of dialed back a bit in the last couple of years, and the pass rush has gone quiet. It's very strange to see a player just not only not take that next step forward in his game, but also seemingly go backwards in his game. And maybe just a change of scenery, maybe just a new environment, maybe just a team having that faith back in. Boy, will help him, but tough to see. Ty Akata struggled a little bit coming out there, filling in for Kobe Bryant. When he walked out there, Ernest Jones was also not well graded on his 92 snaps, though I think Ernest did pretty good against the run. He got attacked a little bit as far as coverage goes. You can see there with the 34.1 grade. Rams did a good job going after him there. Special teams wise, leading the gate, Tyrese Knight has had some really good games special teams wise. You got to love this kid who's put on the bench, but he's come out there and actually given you legitimate impact out there as a special teamer. Connor O'Toole, Cody White, Derek Young, Cam Akers all did solidly on that side. Rashid Shaheed, of course, with an incredible grade. And Dixon with an undergraded day as far as how he punted. Also don't know why Myers is always kind of lowly rated, but Myers I thought had a pretty good game as well. Wasn't asked to do a lot of the field goal kicking, but did a good job on the kickoffs, which was cool to see. And those are your grades of the week. Let's pop on over to the next spot and take a look at our
biggest hit of the week.
So, biggest hit of the week is going to be a penalized hit, unfortunately. I like that, but it was a nice hit nonetheless, so we got to give it props. And there wasn't a lot of really big hits in this particular football game, so got to give the love where we can here. Boom, 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 boom. And this is going to come from Ty Akata. Akata's played some really good football for you this year. Again, wasn't highly rated in this football game necessarily, but you got to give Okada some props here and his ability to get out over here to the side and get over there and bam, see ya. Beautiful play by him. So coming from the left-hand side of your screen here, what you do like about this is just the coverage area. This is a hard get because he's coming from the far hash all the way back over inside the near hash to go lay this hit. Kind of shows off some of the nice speed he has for the position to even just get here. And indeed, it is a head-to-head hit. There's no kind of getting around that where there certainly is a collision here. Probably not going to be able to quite get it, but there's your head-to-head. Doesn't take much. Any sort of head-to-head is going to cause it on that. So it does suck from that angle of things, but Ty with a nice little smack here. At least make them pay the price if they're going to get a big play, right? And this was the one catch Davis Allen decided to make in this football game as he was struggling with the dropsies. He was struggling just a little bit with the dropsies. Keep it moving here. Let's take a look at our underrated hero of... Here we go. And I do want to talk about Jamarcus Jones because he, again, just had such a great day. Again, just the PFF score, your third highest rated PFF guy. A guy that I remember scouting out of Houston a couple years ago and really liking his upside. I thought you got the benefit a little bit of him being a bit bigger out there guy than what you get in Cross. Probably a little bit of an improvement from Cross as far as run blocking, but able to hold the line as well in pass protection for what you would get with Cross out there. And that this is a game with Jared Verse and Byron Young. They can throw a couple of edges at you that can make life really difficult. Really could have gone after him, could have had him be a weak point in this game. Instead, it became a strength in this game. And that's a remarkable kind of switch from what we kind of were worried about walking into this, where we thought, man, Jared Verse is going to eat in this game. But let's take a look at a couple of his reps. I just want to show off of Jamarcus because so very impressed by what we saw from him. And right out the gate, this is just going to be a quick throw. But this is Jared Verse coming off the edge on your right. He's going to be your left tackle. Is going to be Jamarcus Jones. Comes right off. Takes the bull rush. Gets a little bit of help. It's a nice bull rush. Good help there by Zabel. It's not a fancy rep here by any measure. Just want to show you a few of these where that's his bread and butter with Jared Verse is going to be that bull rush. So it does get him walk back a little bit, but look at the recovery there. A little bit of recovery there on that side. Watch this. Boom. And then gets it back down. Zabel helps him out. Good job there by Zabel to get over and help him kind of re-solidify that. It's not the best rep from him in this game, but just that there's a lot of good ones. This grade that he got was definitely, in my opinion, well-earned and deserved by Jamarco. I thought that the tape matched up on this in every way. Here, you got a match down here with 94 off the edge here for the Rams. So he's going to go up against Jamarco. Look at watching and just neutralize him completely here. Just completely. And then look at him flat back him. He flat backs him at the end. Watch him flat back him. Boom. Look at that. I guess that's not him doing that, actually. Sorry, that's Zabel? Is Zabel flat backing? No, it's Sundell. How about Sundell with a flat back on Puna? Punish the leapers is what they call that. Puna's trying to jump up here to knock the ball down. And you punish the leapers is what they call that. Still, solid rep there by our man Jamarco Jones. Not a bad rep here. A little bit of help from Zabel, but they're running a twist here, are they? So you've got, it's kind of a bad twist run here. Just gets mucked up by the Rams between Verse and Kobe Turner, 91. Kobe tries to stifle it inside a little bit. He's kind of a hair late on that. He's sort of a little slow with it. But a good job of picking up. What a nice handoff by Zabel there to Jamarco. Jamarco picks him right up and then dirts him. Dirts Kobe Turner up. Turner's a good player. This is not an easy guy to do this to. He's going to make a lot of money this offseason when the Rams give him a contract extension. So not holding on for life on these reps, but some of these reps actually dominating the reps. Kind of surprising. Another one here against 94. Look at that. Completely able to neutralize it down, get the completion in there. Guy gets a little bit of walking him back, but it's a slow win rep from the standpoint of the defensive end there, 94. Hands in a good spot, right in the right place. Well done. Loses a little bit of the leverage war here, but just a little bit stronger than that guy, so able to kind of keep it locked in for just a little bit of time. Look at him dirt up Jared Verse again here. Look at the complete neutralization of Verse on this rep. Kind of takes the chair out from under him, right? I mean, tell me that's not a dominant win. Super fast throw by Darnold, obviously, but you like the rep from Jamarco. He knows it's a quick pass, so he steps out. Kind of a flash set, right? Where you step out and you kind of the edge is used to you backing up in pass pro, right? Kick, step, and back. It's this move, boom, boom, boom. So then when you sometimes take it out to them in pass prep, it's a way you can kind of counter them a little bit on that, where they're so used to doing that and they're angling on that in their set. And that's what he's done here is he's not expecting him to come out in the shock set there where he steps out to him. The edges are more used to the offensive lineman kind of absorbing the blow a little bit. Here, Jamarco takes it to him and it pays off really nicely. Beautiful rep there from Jamarco. Beautiful rep. Such a good day for him. So very impressive in this game. A couple more here I just wanted to show because I'm so impressed by him doing this in a game like this when you needed it. Here again, quick pass. Hard to lose this, but another rep where he just gets out on the guy quick. Doesn't let him come to him, jumps out there, shows a little bit of his own quickness for despite being a bigger left tackle. Able to get right out there and meet the edge, Verse. And in meeting edge, you can see again with Verse kind of catching him off guard. Maybe a little bit of why we've seen a solution to Verse this year is everybody last year was struggling so much with that bull rush coming off the edge at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Now you're seeing a lot of teams sort of chip him when he gets too wide, forcing him back in tighter on the bull rush so he can't get as much of the buildup speed, number one. But then maybe you're seeing some of these shock sets a little bit from pass protectors and as well as sort of get to him before he can get the buildup speed going on the bull rush. And because you're not going to get a rip, you're not going to get a swim move, you're not going to get a spin move, you're not going to get usually much of a counter step to the inside. You can kind of count on that bull rush just coming over and over and over again. And it's why Versus got to develop within his pass rush repertoire more of a bag, more different items he can call upon because this is team starting taking away what he does. This is why you get sophomore slumps. Teams in the year two are going to look at your tape and take away the things you want to do, not allow you to do the things that you do want to do. Another great rep though here by Jamarco, and that's again on our guy that's no easy day at the office. This is the guy that made Teron Armstead basically retire, talking about this offseason. So no easy day there at all on that side of it. Picking up blitzers too. Great job here. You've got a full stack house 3-4 look. Then they're going to bring Cameron Curl on the blitz. Completely neutralizes and picks it up smoothly. You can see here right off the jump. Watch how it's not always clear on this. I know it looks like a complete neutralized rep where he just got the win, so what? But look off the jump here where a lineman can be confused here a little bit where he's like, oh, my guy's going into disable. So I've got to now react, get back out to my guy. Neutralize it down. Sam just doesn't get a very good throw on this play. Play's wide open. It's there. He just doesn't get a good throw. But if you watch that rep early on here, kind of, whoop, okay, now I got to get out here. Watch it again. What? Oh, nope, got to get out here. Beautiful rep. Beautiful rep. One more here. One more, because why not? And we gotta get a dirty rep in here, right? We gotta get one of those just like, yeah. Give me one of those I'm chewing kneecaps kind of reps. Huh? Give me one of those. Watch him just punish poor old Braden Fisk. Already engaged here. Already engaged with Zabel and poor Fisk too, because he kind of gets it boom, boom, boom. Charbonnet gives him just a little bit to kind of set him right here coming through the hole. And then Jamarco clears his ass. I love nastiness in my linemen. I love the willingness to punish undersized defensive tackles who can't stop the run. It's one of my favorite things. Just completely just good night. Good night, Charlie, on that one. So a great day. An absolute awesome day from Jamarco Jones to put this out there when you needed it, all on the line. Where we've been at in recent years when we've had to trot out the left tackles out there, the Stone Forsythes, the Jason Peters, the Mike Jarrells, and how it's looked at the tackle position, and you're drowning the whole day. You can sense you're drowning the whole day. The chip blocks almost don't seem to make a difference. They're getting home over and over again. We've been in this position before when we've had to go to these backups. So for him to come in and do this is no small feat. To go and do it against this level of tough competition that can really get after you in that way. Very, very impressive. And boy, it does embolden a lot of confidence down the home stretch of the season and taking on the Carolina Panthers and the 49ers in the next 2 weeks and really feeling like you've got a great chance against these two teams because of the fact that they don't have the most dynamic and pass rushers right now while Cross is out and that he's going to be able to hold the line for you. I think he showed that to you in this particular game, which was so very, very, very cool. All right, let's take a look at our play call of the week this week. And I've actually got a couple of play calls. We're going to a little bit of the film study. You folks lock in today. We'll get you guys in the chat today, but I got a lot to talk about. Okay. I got some cut-ups from this game that I want to get into and kind of show you guys a few different things here with this. Back to just again, make the case here. Let's go to the play call I want to first go to today, which is actually going to be the very first play call of the game. And why am I going to this play call? Why is this the one that I want to feature here? My reason being is that this is what I want to see from Kubiak here through the rest of the year when it comes to Darnold. The first drive, you come out, you do this play action play on the very first play, a naked boot rolling to his left. And you can see on this that early on in the game, first down runs, especially for teams, they're going to be locked into Seattle running the ball. They're going to buy into the fact Seattle's going to run the ball. So what I want you to do is lock into number 3, who's on the upper left-hand side of the corner of your screen here. Number 3, you got safety down in the box. Going to have you as well take note of the fact that the Rams are in a 3-4 look. 3-4 look, got their 2 linebackers, 53 and 48 that you'd have in a 3-4 look. And then you're also adding in the safety. It's always a thing to consider with the Seahawks offense and the real stark difference between these two teams defensively and how they played it. And it's a part that I just feel like could potentially carry forward into the playoffs. The Rams have to play 3-4 to stop your run. They can't live in nickel like you can live in nickel defensively. You did not deviate much from nickel throughout the whole course of the game on the defensive side of the ball. And yet you did and were able to hold down their rushing attack by and large. They were able to get the consistent 2 and 3 yards at least, right? Sometimes a 6, 7 yard, but kind of in that territory. But they have to be in 3-4 to stop you. And not only do they have to be in 3-4, but you can watch here with Cam and Curl. Oop, that one little step there, right? Watch the one little step. Oop, right there. Watch that step. Boom, boom. That's just enough because you're going to Barner here. That's just enough to give Barner separation on the play. Not a big play, just an 8-yard gain. But this is the kind of play that should always kind of be there when you're playing these varying defenses week in and week out. They load the box up. They get hyperactively concentrating on the run. Take advantage of that with these quick little rollouts into space. And as well, rather than starting out a game where you have Sam dropping back trying to throw 25-yard dimes down the field or intermediate routes down the field, get him some short early win passes. Quarterbacks are like pitchers, man. They need to get into rhythm. You can't just have them walk cold into the game and be like, hey, make all these high-level throws right out the rip. Give him some of those easy throws in space. So you come back with this throw here on a rollout to the left. You come back with a screen pass that's an easy little throw for him as well. Give him some wins there. Give him some, okay, I'm feeling good. We're kind of rolling now. I'm kind of getting into the flow state of the game a little bit with that. So really love Kubiak doing that. He's done, it felt like more of this here through the back half of the schedule at times with Sam. Which I think is very helpful. But again, take advantage of the defense being so much loading up on the run. Get after that in that way. An 8-9 yard gain is a beautiful gain for us. And you can see here how much dedication that you get from these defenses into stopping it. The other play call I wanted to lock in on here was going to be the final play of the game. And I'm sure many of you guys have already kind of looked a little bit at this, but I really want to just one more time talk on a couple of different things. There's been some great breakdowns on this play that exist out there in the ether, as it were, which is good to see. But I also think there's a couple other things I want to just add on to this play that I think are very interesting about what Sam did and what the team did in this play. Because I think Sam is really playing this at a high level quarterbacking spot of things. There's been times with him, and I think where it does go wrong with him, where he can get laser locked in on a read. He decides prior to the snap, this is where I'm going to go. This is a quarterback problem. All QBs kind of have this to a general degree going through games, especially right now in this day and age where coverages change so much post-snap. So you're looking and you're like, I want to go to this guy. I get to post-snap. Coverages roll some weird-ass way. I want to really make sure the coverage is not rolling up against the place where I really want to go to the ball. So it drives that tendency to want to lock in on those targets in this day and age, I think even more so. So Sam going through multiple reads here on this play is great. That he's doing it with the game on the line, that he's trusting his offensive line, that he's understanding I can't just become hyper fixated on one guy here. And it'd be kind of easy to do. It'd be very easy to do, right? Because you could go, JSN's my money man. JSN just caught a touchdown pass. JSN is the guy that I with the game on the line, who do I want to go to? The guy that I most can count on. Well, if you look at JSN here, He's kind of getting his Calvin Johnson. This was referenced on I think I saw it on Reddit or whatever, but this is sort of he's kind of giving his Calvin Johnson moment here, isn't he? Because you have the 3 Rams players in there, and you see Barner going in motion prior to the snap back to the inside. But you sort of got a feeling here, don't you, almost of like those 2 guys to sort of take away JSN, and then you got the guy over the top to kind of read his over the top movement. So it almost has like a body language feel here of the Rams telling you, we're going to take JSN away on this play. And so from Sam's perspective, then pre-snap indicator wise, the first read here is going to be to the speed out to Cooper Kupp. He's going to run that speed out option there. They're going to take that thing away. He's going to come back to JSN. JSN's not there. I think he comes back to Barner, and then he comes back down to his 4th read. But what you like about what from the Rams perspective here, and I think which is actually smart on them defensively, is they're saying, look, there's going to be probably a very good chance here that this play is going to go to JSN or Barner. And you end up kind of getting subtle slides of double teams to those 2 guys on this particular play. So Sam going through the reads, recognizing those doubles on form, removing the speed out option there to Cooper Kupp, not just throwing that kind of in automatic mode, then to finally come back to Saubert on the little chip block inside. And let's run it once. You guys, of course, seen this play, I'm sure, millions of times, but we got this first sprint out option, not there. So let's take this on kind of a screenshot basis. Let's get here. So Sam's dropping back. You can see his head looking right into the Cooper Kupp JSN side of things. And so what we've got here is 14 kind of playing a 2-for-1. He sort of initially takes JSN there. Then he's going to eat up the sprint out option there to Cooper Kupp. We can see that there. Cooper's locked up here onto that side. JSN has basically the guy running the route for him. It's only really single coverage on JSN, but he's got basically the safety there high running the route for him because they're kind of going the opposite way that they just went. The prior play, they ran an in the back of the end zone there to the other side. So they're running essentially that same into the back of the end zone, but the safety's kind of standing there on that play. So he's taken out of the play. He gets back over to Barner. Love how fast he makes this determination too, because we can see with Sam, he makes this determination right there. Like JSN's covered, Cooper's covered. I got to come back now over to Barner. Comes back to Barner. See the head turned right to Barner. It's not turned to Saubert. He's looking at Barner. Oh, they're rolling a double team on into Barner. So then he comes back in, down now to Saubert. You can see even Charbonnet is basically covered on this play. The flat linebacker's driving to that flat. He's going to take that away. So Sam not only goes through the multiple reads here, but then does all the rest of the guys are covered. He goes to the one specific guy who gets open on this particular play. Sometimes you get the quarterbacks will have 3 different options they could have gone to. 3 different guys get open. This is one where 4 game, nobody else is open except for the guy who only is going to open up late. So the stones to hang in there in the pass pro in this game from Sam, to go through the reads there, to properly eliminate who is in, who's not open, and eliminate it quickly. Never gets out to Charbonnet smartly enough. Never doesn't linger in there and stare down Cooper Kupp and JSN. It's boom, boom, boom. He often says trust his feet. You can watch that on this play where you see him watch the footwork as well. Bump, 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 bump. It's a very subtle thing here. Just watch the foot. Feet out, feet back, feet third. So there's a 3-step process here. It's a very subtle one, but 1, 2, 3. Okay. When Sam tells you my eyes need to match my feet, the feet lead to the eyes in a lot of ways. Bump, bump, bump. Okay. Bump, bump, bump. Okay. Bump, bump, bump. And then there's times with Sam where the concentration can just happen on the bump, where he just gets stuck right here and he doesn't get down to the other part. His feet will move at times. Like the footwork is still locked in, but the head stays tracked into the spot where it shouldn't be. It doesn't continue through the progression reads. It's a wonderful job here, but it's the play call of the week in addition to this, because Kubiak gave Sam the thing that I've been begging him to give him, which is it gets late in a play. Sam's gone through his progression read. I've hammered this over and over again. Get him a security option. And in this case, you gave him both Charbonnet and Saubert. You gave him an opportunity to eliminate that. The coverage drives towards Charbonnet. You can see the double on Barner, which then opens up the middle of the field because one of Barner's defenders is essentially supposed to be picking up Saubert here. I know that it looks like the essentially Darian Kendrick here on this play, supposed to be the guy to get back into this. But I think Kendrick is the outside guy. Like, he's supposed to be up in that corner. If any route drives up into the back left-hand corner there in the end zone, I think that's where he's supposed to be. I think it's the guy to his left that's supposed to technically be picking up Saubert. He just decides to draw down on Barner. And again, you can't blame the Rams here for this, where Barner's got a touchdown catch in this game. He's a red zone threat for us, a guy that we target down there, and then JSNU hyper target. So they kind of just tried to play to our tendencies and remove who we want to try to lean towards there. And that is what opened up this play. But I love the fact that you gave him not just one, but two security outlets there for Darnold to go to with game on the line. And that was huge in this play. Big of Sam as well to recognize it, then go to the security outlets. He's been doing that so much better since the first Rams game. He's made it a point of emphasis in his game. Beautiful play call with game on the line. Beautifully executed. Wonderfully so there by Sam Darnold. The offensive line giving him the time he needs. This was so clutch in this game as well. I love that you've also got the chip there on Jared Verse, where you go, look, for game. We had the first game of the year with Bosa in a similar play like this. Wasn't like it was all on that particular play, but it was where plays are winding down. We're at the goal line. We're trying to get the score. And we didn't chip Bosa on that play. We let Abraham Lucas with Bosa rocking the same thing, where he's going to rock that wide 9 extra width to the edge. And then he's going to run like hell. And it's like very hard for a tackle when they've got those guys that wide and they're running that hard. And then by the time they hit them, they're fully up to speed. We see that we do a lot of this with the Derek Hall stuff, right? And DeMarcus Lawrence. So what you can do with that is you chip those guys inside and they remove some of that ability to get up to speed. And so you do so on this play saying, we remember Bosa there. We're going to chip this guy inside on that. He's not going to be the reason that this play goes defunct. We're not going to lose the final play of the game because we let their most dangerous pass rusher beat us. Another smart point of this play call and why I love it from so many different levels and how they did this in this particular game. But a great play call from Kubiak, beautifully executed here by Sam Darnold. Can't ask for a better execution on his side of it. And the Seattle Seahawks able to go get the victory and one of the biggest wins, in our history at this point. All right, let's get over to our final segment here of the day, and then we'll get over to you guys in the chat on this side of it. And, it's always good, even when you're beating on the rivals, even when you're already taking care of business within your division, with a year winding down, with this being the best division in all of football. You got to keep an eye. On the enemy. And we got ourselves a big game tonight. If I can get this right. Stop that. Sorry. There's always a little bit of live stuff. We'll do it live. Okay. So we've got a game tonight, which is a very important game at that for our Seattle Seahawks. And we want to be watching this game very closely, where you have the San Francisco 49ers going up against the Indianapolis Colts on the road into Indianapolis. Indianapolis has got to feel like they've got still a chance here with where they're standing at right now in the AFC. Desperate, as you can see, with 8-6 to go and get that into the playoffs, out of the division side of things, but at least maybe potentially get into the playoffs, which would be big for them. So that's a very big game tonight, and how that's going to factor in very large. You got the Cardinals up here first. They fell 26-19 to the Falcons, which we like to see from a couple different ways. Cardinals are going to get a little bit better pick. That's good for them. But of course, from our perspective, we want to see the Falcons win out if possible here to not make that first round pick for the Rams be so very high as it was looking like it would be throughout the year. Cardinals do look like they're on the stretch right now to probably let Gannon go when it's all said and done. They're going to be in a heavy turnover mode. They had Sweat go down to an injury in this game. Josh Sweat, we'll see where he's at. He was able to limp off the field. Their first round pick, Walter Nolan, got carted off the field in that particular game. So the injuries, I think they lost another cornerback in addition to that. Just Niners get a lot of the reputation for being the team that can't stay healthy in this division, but the Cardinals are maybe even worse as far as their injury situation has been this year. Continues to just be bad all the way around there for them as a season that has been tough, just gets tougher. Only 3 wins on the year here so far, and it looks like it's even going to be a tough closeout at the end of the season as they've got the Bengals and the Rams to finish it up. So probably going to end out with 3 wins when it's all said and done there. As said, the Niners are going to play excuse me, are going to play tonight. So we'll be watching that game very, very closely to walk you guys through a little bit of the situation here with the playoff machine and just to kind of play this out. If we do get the loss tonight for the Niners, and then let's say next week we get the Rams winning there. And let's see here. This is the one situation I wanted to run with you guys to show you on this one, if I can get it right here. So Seattle beats them. And then let's say the Niners beat the Bears. Okay. Most of the rest of these matchups I don't think are going to factor in or matter too much at that point. So this stuff generally happens, and then you come into the final game this year. So Bears would get one more loss, taking them to 11-5. Niners would be at 11-5 because they lost to the Colts tonight. So then we get into the final game of the year at that point. And what if we lost? Still the number one seed. So two factors have got to happen there. Let me see, make sure this with the Rams, actually. Make sure I got this right. No, Rams would be. I got that wrong. So not a pathway unless the Rams get a loss. That's what I was trying to get to. We need them either to lose the Falcons or lose the Cardinals, which is not likely to happen. This all does boil down to a base fact, bottom line here, that you're going to have to essentially win out to get the number one seed. But you can see that if you didn't win out to get the number one seed here, there's a potentiality where you're playing the Panthers in that first round of the playoffs at that point, which would be kind of interesting with that. But got to essentially go and get the victory there. Got a couple winnable games. Watching the Carolina game yesterday, I mean, like, they're playing pretty good football here, and there's going to be a lot we're going to talk about them with this team and what they're doing. But as tough as they are to play at home, and they've been a very good team at home this year, very winnable game. Niner game, definitely a very winnable game. It's going to be hard. Not saying it's going to be easy, but it could be tougher setup here down the home stretch of this season. 5-2, the Panthers at home, 3-5 away right now. So definitely a little bit stronger where they're at home. We're 6-2 at home, just for perspective on that. But it's right there right now, folks. It's all right there for the taking, all right there for the taking. Quick shout out, if I can, here to the sponsor of the show. And it's going to be Sleeper. Sleeper's been sponsoring this show throughout the course of this year. They've been so kindly to do so. And you can right now use my code, NEST, and then we'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. When you use my code NEST. I got my picks tonight here for the Niner Colts matchup. I got Jonathan Taylor going for more than 79.5 yards. You're going to at least get him 25, probably at least 23 carries on the ground. No doubt about that. McCaffrey getting an anytime touchdown, and Bourne with Ricky Pearsall out getting more than 22.5 yards. Please use my code today. Get that 100% match. They've also got the free $20 entry, no deposit needed. Just create a login. They'll throw $20 into your account. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. So that's love, love, love. You get a little bit of money in your pocket. Show some love back to the channel at the same time. There are terms and conditions that do apply. Please see their site for details. In the state of Washington, there are some limitations still at play, given the fact that they're still trying to figure out how to tax this thing down to the nth degree. But it has passed. It's supposed to be opening up anytime. And you can use the casino in full when you're in a casino on their particular network. All right, let's see how our people are doing today. We got a couple don't knows, and then let's see how everyone's feeling today right now, where the confidence level's at. Seth K. Aloha. Thank you for the $10 donation, Seth. Please be sure to bring up these points on the round table, because I can already hear Jake's crying. Rams and their fans acting like they haven't been the beneficiaries of bad calls in most of their games. I don't get it. I'm going to be bringing it up. I'm going to be bringing up the Detroit Lion touchdown catch from last week. That was the phantom touchdown catch. I'll be bringing up the Saints pass interference call that got you into a literal freaking Super Bowl. I'll be bringing up the multitude of times that we've played the Rams, and I've seen these calls work against us. The fact that they find themselves, for like one of the only times I've ever seen on this side of things, and they are losing their mind over it. I hope they keep doing it, quite frankly, Seth. I am going to bring it up to your point. I am letting them off the hook, and I'm not going to be sitting there allowing excuses to be just filtered out over and over again. Own the L. I own the L when we lost. I wasn't one of the people saying, well, we really won the game if not for Sam's 4 interceptions. Like, we lost the game. They beat us. I didn't sit there and bitch and moan about the officials. I could have. I could have pointed to Devin Witherspoon's stupid thing where he's coming to tackle and they tack on 15 yards in a play where it should have been done and over with. I can point to a couple other plays and I can point to the tugging on Cooper Kupp on the first interception of the game where it's obvious that he's running a comeback route and the guy pulls and rips on his jersey. Doesn't get called. Like, you know, you want to me, I get the officiating thing can be frustrating. I'll be one of those people at times. We were with this with the Colts game a couple weeks ago where there are those games where you're like, But even that Colts game, right, Seth? It wasn't me cherry picking particular games. It was a building up. It was us going, ooh, there was a play that didn't go against us. Ooh, there's a play that didn't go against us. Oh my God, there's another play that was egregiously against us that they got wrong. Oh, here's another play. And then you get into that late third quarter and you're like, oh my God, really? After the Joe PI, where you're going, like, now we're going to call it? That's the inconsistency thing that exists there. But in a game like this where there were 14 yards of difference in penalty yardage, and a game where they were letting the players play on both sides of the ball, I don't know really where you get at with the getting to the officials. And I just think it seems like sour grapes. It seems like coping. It seems like you don't want to own the things about your team for why you did lose. And I hope they do it as a team, quite frankly, Seth. I hope Puka sits there and bitches about it because the more than time that they spend complaining and getting caught up on these officials, the less time they'll be spending actually correcting the mistakes that caused the loss. And firing a special teams coach at this time of the year is desperate. That ain't fixing jack diddly dandy squat. But it shows that, you know, you're not kind of owning it if you're going to lean on these kind of excuses for why you lost. You lost. You had the opportunity. You're up by all those points in this game. Don't give up a touchdown on a punt return. You know, that's the other part of this factors in. Us having a much better special teams unit than you did factored into this game, as we thought it probably would, as it has through a lot of our games this year. But boy, I've seen them online and seeing the amount of just leaning on the officials as though the officials stole this whole game out from under them. And if just not for them, this would have been a blowout runaway by the way that they act and talk. It's been very strange to see. And I just don't think that they've got much of a leg to stand on this one, Seth. Not at all. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Appreciate you. Got double donos here. We did say if we had one less turnover, we would have won. Seattle proved that right. In addition to it, there you go. Another game where we got one less turnover with just a nothing. That was right, huh? We said, look, if Sam just throws one less interception in that game, you probably win it. And you had 3 turnovers in this game. If you had 4th, you would have lost it. So this game did continue to prove out true, something that had kind of carried over from the last game, right, Mumbles? And it's a very, very good point on your part. Very good point on your part. And there's another great spot too to point to on this game is that, you know, you guys had 3 turnovers. You had, you won the turnover war. So one more reason you should have gotten this game and won this game when it was all said and done. But because at times you settle for field goals and not touchdowns, because we were able to get touchdowns and not field goals, that's how that thing starts to get flipped up on its ear. It's hilarious to me too that in a game where there's over 70 points scored, they're caught up on a 2-point conversion. Over 70 points scored, you're getting caught up on a 2-point conversion. Maybe those other 68 points that you allowed might be a bit of a factor there. Maybe. Proved it right indeed, though, Mumbles. Thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate it. Mumbles another $5 too, as well. Thank you for that. To echo Seth K. Aloha's point, look at the Rams-Lions with that touchdown. Yeah, refs against you, for sure. Looks at the Saints versus Rams 2021 playoffs. Yeah, I might even have that one, by the way. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I gotta. Let me see if I got it. Because here we go. So yeah, I'm getting all this stuff for the round table. I'm gonna have the receipts on the round table this week because I'm already just anticipating the shenanigans that are gonna come and play. And I'm not having any of it, quite frankly. I'm not taking any of this BS skews. So you're talking about this? This was ruled a touchdown, folks. Hands on the back of the Rams player, knee down, well over a yard short of the end zone. But, yeah, that's a touchdown. Do the Rams acknowledge that? Like, you know, there are weeks that stuff works in your favor. There's weeks stuff doesn't work in your favor. You know, there's weeks where you might have a slight bit of the benefits of the call, and there's weeks that you're not. There's going to be a regression to the mean on this, right? Unless we're all thinking that the stuff is fixed and rigged. And somebody's going to have to explain to me in LA as to why the NFL would want it rigged in the Seattle Seahawks' favor against the Los Angeles Rams. Like why they wouldn't want rather the Los Angeles market to have another home field advantage and a clear pathway to going and getting the Super Bowl, which we know the NFL would want. Make that make sense to me in addition to all of it. All right. This is like a theory that just goes nowhere quick. But look at the knee. Is that knee down? Look kind of down to me. It's like he's got the catch. Knees down. Or how about this play, as I've been pointing out from a Seahawks game from a couple years ago? Driving down at the end of the game, last drive of the game on the line, blatant pass interference, ball's in the air, ball has not arrived. DJ Dallas getting interfered with. Was this called? No. Was that a wrap for us for the day? Does that mean that we didn't have it? Was this after this play? We had no more plays left and the Los Angeles Rams got the win? Yeah, you absolutely believe that did happen. Absolutely that did happen. So them moaning and complaining about this and all that, just crocodile tears to me, man. Crocodile tears. That's all I got to say to that. And then you got the Saints-Rams playoff, which you're absolutely right. There's another one where you just go, you know, blatant call. Blatant call. And it's funny how many of the blatant ones they get, and they get these ones that actually the letter of the law actually says that you have the officials get the call right? Like they look in retrospect and they still won't let that go. They'll still be trying to pump videos out where like the NFL still says, no, we got that play right. And they still are pushing out videos to be like, oh, no, we know better on this. We know better than the rules officials on this. It's a silly look for Rams fans. Let it go. Take the L and move on. You got a hell of a team. You still might go to the Super Bowl this year. You still might win the Super Bowl this year. But it's a silly look on you guys' part. It really is. No leg to stand on. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. Would we play Bryce Young like we do Kyler? I think in general terms you have to. Yeah. Looking at some of the initial data as far as how teams are playing the Carolina Panthers, they tend to get the ball out of their hands quick, but what Bryce is doing is when he's not getting a hand quick, he's knowing when he can then lean into improvisation. And so this has led teams to, I think, try to just run the front four at Bryce and not allow themselves to get ran out of a play and let him break the pocket. He does a better job than Kyler does in keeping the balance between that. Like he can play on time better than Kyler can. And so because of that, you can't just get caught up on the guys just waiting at all times to sort of pull the lever on going and sprinting around and running around and doing a bunch of wild stuff. If you get stuck on that with him, he'll pay the price on the on-time kind of things that he can do within that offense. But the mush rush side of things and trying to keep him contained in the pocket and maybe as much as anything, just making him live on playing on script all day and then taking away the off script stuff. I think from Mike's standpoint, that is how he's kind of played Kyler for the most part, is force him to hit the back foot and then let it rip. But I think that there's a slight modification with it because of that ability to play on time a bit, to where I think that there's going to be a little bit more of a willingness to, I don't know if even blitz a lot, but probably a little bit more on the stack boxes to him than we would typically run to hopefully create confusion with the young quarterback. But that's the part that makes it hard with Bryce, is that he has executed some stuff on time, and on time specifically getting the ball out of his hands, whereas with Kyler, he can be a hold on to the ball show. Like he just wants to hold on to it for a long time and really see it. You know, Bryce doesn't have to have that as much. He has progressed as a player. but somewhat similar. The mush rush stuff, maintaining your pass rush gap integrity, feed me rather than kind of running wild and free if you had a statue, or just like beat your man by any means necessary. With this is going to be more of the control your rush lane integrity stuff. You got to be a little bit more in that mode with this kind of guy. Underrated mobility with Bryce with what he does. He kind of bounces around there back. He's really got a smart pocket sense too of when to bounce and when to step up in the pocket a little bit. With a lot of those smaller guys don't always have as much. He does a little bit. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Eagle fans are insufferable, acting like they aren't scared to play the Hawks or Rams in the playoffs. Home or away, laughing out loud, they are stuck on last year's team. Eagle fans are known for being pretty insufferable, so that is a little bit of what you can sometimes get a lot of Eagle fans. That's their reputation out there. And on the team that's running high on the hog and the team that's gone to a couple Super Bowls recently and the Super Bowl winner, I mean, they've, I think, got every right, MJ, to feel like they should be confident and that, that they, you've got a Super Bowl at your back. You earn the right to be the big dogs on the block, basically. And at 10-5, they haven't had a bad year. It's been less than it was last year. They are nowhere near as strong as it looks like they were last year. But they do remain, I think, still a dangerous team in the playoffs. And I do think that I would be more scared of the Rams, to your point, in that the Rams are a tougher matchup, I think, when it's all said and done. We beat the Philadelphia Eagles even last year. So, we went up against that team. Was it last year or was it the year before? I can't remember. My brain's getting moldy. I think it was the year before that you won it. But it is an Eagles team that's well suited for the playoffs. Like, they can play football. They can play those kind of dirty style playoff games that you get where it just doesn't become about a lot of the offensive yardage, and it just becomes about making a couple plays over the course of the game and grinding it out on the run and protecting the ball, and Hurts using his legs. They're a team that knows how to win the playoffs, and they know what the formula is that you got to apply in the playoffs to go get the victory. So I do agree with you in the insufferability part of the Eagle fans, but they also have that reason to be confident for where they've been recently and how they played and own that division out there in the NFC East, and having a team that kind of is well suited to be able to get out there in the playoffs and be able to even go on the road and make some noise. I will say though that when they have gone, it feels like the playoffs last few years and the last few times, it has been where teams have had to go through Philadelphia to make that happen. So we'll see if that team is going to be able to be the same. Going out there, they're 5-2 at home, 5-3 away this year. We'll see if they're where that team is at and how they're playing in a down year than on the road. To your point, I think that's a tough task for them, and I certainly wouldn't put them as a favorite if they're going on the road with either the Rams or the Hawks. But they're going to give you a tough challenge, and even probably a tougher challenge than what you might get from a Chicago Bear team at 11-4, or a Green Bay Packer team at 9-5, or a Niner team at 10-4 in this own division. I think that they are still scarier than those particular teams, and definitely more so than still Carolina. But we can take them, Jordan. I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Seth K. Aloha, thank you for another $5 donation, Seth. He says, the Rams want to complain about the 2-point call still. It was confirmed by New York. It was the right call and explained why in detail. Exactly. It's the right call and how it's called. And they keep trying to reference back things like fumbles. It's not a fumble. It's a backwards pass that's a live ball. Like it's delineated. There's a difference between the two. And they go, well, the whistle, the whistle. Well, all plays are reviewed 2-point conversion wise. That's automatic. They when they come back from the NFL circle on this and they give you a very plausible answer as to why this is, and you come back to going again, like, because they keep going, this never happens. When does this ever happen? Well, when does this kind of play ever occur? When does it ever go off a guy's helmet on a backward pass, but it actually goes forward? If you get a ball that tips off a guy's hand or tips off a guy's helmet on a backwards pass, the ball's going to keep going backwards. That's how that typically will roll and go. So I just, that's the part to me where they're kind of not putting the 2 and 2 together on that. This was a really fluky kind of situation. It was a kind of, play that you might not ever see again in NFL history. And that when you put the different factors into play on it, being the 2-point conversion, the backward pass, not being a fumble, it not being progressed forward, but picked up where the ball landed at, it's the right call. right? And they explained it in great detail, which kind of, you have Ram fans now trying to do this thing of like, well, the players stop moving. So what if they start playing the what if game? This is where they're at on this, and this is what Jake's going to say to me watch this on Tuesday night. This is what he's going to say to me. He's going to play the what if game. What if one of the Rams players had hit Zach Charbonnet there in that moment? Then that would have been a penalty flag because they had ruled the play dead. What if? Did it happen? No. But what if that had happened? What if? Didn't happen, did it? And the other second part that they'll play to is that all of their guys stop moving and stop going for the ball, essentially. But if you watch the play, Charbonnet is the guy that's going to quite clearly go and get the ball. Like, even if those guys are trying to run a little bit extra hard, or part of the reason, in my opinion, they didn't go and try to go get the ball is that Charbonnet was right there to go pick it up. So just because even if they had gone 100 miles an hour and the whistle hadn't been blown, Charbonnet still probably picks the ball up. But boy, oh boy, and Twitter just has been alive for 48 hours with Ram fans putting videos together, trying to explain in every fashion and every way of how New York is getting the call wrong and how they're right on it, and how they've somehow got jobbed and like most egregious or something. They're talk about overstating your case just a little bit. But yeah, New York, I thought the explanation made a lot of sense. I can understand why they might be frustrated at it. And in all honesty, I would be frustrated too if I was in their case about that play happening. But I would also be in the same place I found myself yesterday when I looked at the Detroit Lion game and the Steeler game, a game I've got no dog in that fight. I don't care who wins that game. I could give a rat's ass. But watching and hearing the explanation and understanding how it's delineated in the rule book, they got it right and they got it correct, and they took the time to get it right and correct in both accounts. And if that's the case, then you just got to go, well, sometimes the most wildest things can happen to the game that are once off. You'll get just the craziest thing factored in that, just isn't going to happen any other time, any other place. And that's sometimes when they say like the ball sometimes doesn't bounce in your way. Like that's quite literally what it means, just for that kind of application of situation. But boy, oh boy, did they bitch and moan. Are they complaining? Oof. Thank you though, Seth. Appreciate your double donation, man. Jordan, thank you as well for a double donation. Appreciate the $10 donation drop. I agree, B. I just think their D has come back down to earth from last year's Super Bowl run. Still dangerous. Their fans have just been talking about Darnold, so I hate watching, laughing out loud. They're in quite the position, aren't they, to be complaining about quarterback play, right, Jordan? Sam Darnold makes Jalen Hurts. Sam looks like Tom Brady compared to Jalen Hurts as a passer. So like they're one to talk when it comes to like they've got the most ugliest of quarterback play in the sport as far as enjoyment to watch, right? Like he is literally a blacksmith at the position, just banging away at it. There's no artistry to what Hurts does. It's essentially just this like throw it deep, run for a couple of yards, or like throw it to my tight end on a little out route. Like that's pretty much the entirety of the Eagles offense. So, they are one to talk if they're going to start pointing at our quarterback, Jordan, to your point on that. And yeah, their defense has absolutely come back down to earth. 289 points allowed. It's still a strong defense, but that's also within that division too, where they've been able to beat up on Giants, Commanders, and Cowboys. You got 3 teams in that division with a losing record right now. We got 3 teams in our division with a winning record right now. And frankly, I think that probably the Arizona Cardinals this year are probably better than the Giants and the Commanders, quite frankly. Our 4th place team is better than their last 2 teams in that division. So yeah, I think that they've come down there. I think that their offense has certainly come back down to earth from where it had been. When we scored 443 points, their offense has put up 349. That's a bit of the part of this too. Barkley had a great year last year, had a lot of touches, had a lot of targets. Did that take a little bit of the rubber off his tires? Kind of feels like a little bit this year, doesn't it? He doesn't quite feel like, he had a breakout game last game finally there a little bit for him, but he doesn't feel as good either. It just feels like, yeah, they're a little bit lesser than what they were. They're still a strong team. They're still capable in the playoffs, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of parts on this team you can look at, and you come back to, again, remembering that this offseason, you lost Josh Sweat, and we can see the impact that he brought to the Arizona Cardinals, which was true. He's been by far their best edge rusher there and just a good all-around player who can play the run in addition to the pass. So you lose Josh Sweat. You lose Milton Williams, another very solid player for in that defensive line who I think went to the Patriots. And I think in addition to that, he's played pretty well for them too. I thought there was one other guy that they had lost too on the defensive line, I want to say. But their edge rush hasn't really come forward. That's why you had to make the trades with Phillips and bring back Brandon Graham like you have. So still a good team, man. Still a good team. But absolutely no Eagles fan needs to talk to any other teams about their quarterback position and nitpicking that thing, because Hurts plays the position. I mean, Hurts plays the position so roughly in how he executes what he does, yet he's still able to be effective, that you just have so many former quarterbacks and players that talk about that Eagles offense, and they're just like, it is the ugliest offense to watch because it is really simple, basic. It works. It can definitely work in the playoffs. Run, bring the safeties up, then we throw over the top. I mean, that works in all areas of all football for sure. I don't want to seem like I'm totally kicking them out from underneath there, Jordan, but the point stands, man. And that don't be talking to us when we actually execute a West Coast offense with some precision. Like, there's no part of the Eagles offense you look at and go, well, that was really precise. That was really just well scripted and timed up. It's kind of like sort of a make it up on the fly kind of offense is how it sometimes feels to me, Jordan. That's hilarious. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Marcus Mariota has more career yards than Hurts. I mean, that makes sense. You know, I mean, I think he's played quite a few years though, too. Checking right now. So he's been here since 2015. I think Hurts has only been here since like 2019 or so. So there's almost a 5-year difference there in how long they've played, you know. And with I'd even offer with Hurts, like, he can get you yards on the ground and he can be effective at that. It's more of just, he's got that other side of it that drives me crazy with Darnold at times, where Darnold won't decide to run and he'll be almost like, I don't want to run. And Gino was like this too, where it's like, I just want to throw. I don't want to run at all. And you could feel that from them tangibly in their spirit. And they sometimes turn down just those good, solid gains, the 3, the 4, the 5 yards. And the thing with the Eagles offense that they've embraced, and part of why it's so ugly, is the embracing of every play, just get the positive yards. I mean, it's what's got them to the place where they're at their most dangerous, which is probably the Philly tush push over the last few years. Get ourselves into 3rd and 2, because we'll have that into 4th and 1, and then we'll convert it. You know, just keep getting a couple yards every play. Get yourself into the 3rd and the 4th and makeables. Get us into situations where Jalen's not going to have to be pushing the ball down the field on high leverage throws on 3rd downs. You know, they find a way, but it isn't even much of him doing it sort of like with just pure legs. It's just that he's doing the timeliness of runs at the right time, chooses the right moments. He's a very smart quarterback in decision making and staying within himself, knowing what he can do, know what he can't do. But Mariota, when he got there with Tennessee, I mean, you know, right from the jump, 15, 252 yards, 350 yards, 300 yards, 357 yards. Those were his first 4 years there with Tennessee, where he was really being given the opportunity to start there. So that's a little bit of the factor there. I think if we took Feed Me of just the average, you know, their running yards wise, they're fairly similar, but I think Hurts has probably got him beat when it comes down to like how many yards per season they're actually running for. If we just took those first 4 years, let's say, and extrapolated, because that was the time when Mariota got his most run. I'm looking right now here. I'll double check this, make sure I'm right. Yeah, so 2020. So there's a 5-year difference between those guys, with one guy coming in, and Hurts has got more rushing yardage than him too. So more career yards is what you're saying. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, career yards makes sense. It's a limited Eagles offense. And Barkley this year averaging 4.1 yards per carry, coming off of last year where he averaged 5.8 yards per carry. Almost 1,000 yards difference right now for Saquon on the ground this year versus last year. So it's definitely just not the same kind of thing, not the kind of same situation. And running back position, man, go up and down. I think as well the offensive line hasn't been as good. Lane Johnson's had an injury in there. Feels like Dickerson's kind of been fighting through injuries this year a little bit. It hasn't been quite as much the strength of their team as it has in the past. It's also been another factor there. Bronze Sausage, thank you for the $2 donation, Bronze. Good to see you in the house, brother. Says the cope is real. Go Hawks. And see, I think if I try to play a clinical psychologist on this and try to really unpack this a little bit from what I think is going on with the Rams, I think that there was a realization from them. And I think that the realization within this was that our greatest hope to get back into the Super Bowl, to get to the Super Bowl this year, would have been to have the home field advantage in the number one bye. And to go out on the road and do that is going to be so very hard to pull off. Can we do it? Sure. But is it going to be damn near Mission Impossible style? Yes, it is. And that us losing that has lost us that track to go get that. And at the same time of losing that track to go get that, we have set up our division rival to be that team to go and then have that benefit in their back pocket and know that they are right there step for step with us. And that being that these two games came down to the wire in both accounts, right? As much as that 4 interception game was what it was with Darnold, came down to the wire, and that both of these two teams have been separated by this much here through the 2 games you played. So when you have 2 teams that are separated by this much, and you know it, we know it, they know it, well, having a home field advantage can be that one last little extra factor to push you up over the top, can it? When it comes down to the end of the race and you're nose to nose, what can be that one little thing to push you past the finish line over that rival? Greatest home field advantage in all of sports. Absolutely, that can do it. So I think that that's where a lot of this cope is coming from, is the realization of that and what this loss meant and what this loss kind of cost them as far as possibility goes. I'm not taking them out of not being a dangerous team, I'm not taking them away from being absolutely as much of a contender as anybody in this playoff, home field advantage or not. But I don't think that there's any way that they couldn't have looked at that situation and not thought a little bit of that, of like, boy, we kind of lost our shot here. We had the opportunity here, and we kind of let it out of our hands here just a bit. Cope is real, Bronze. Cope is real. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. If the Niners lose to Indy, I may literally die laughing. I get it, man. I get it. It is one that would be pretty hilarious because you talk about Cope. You talk about, Jesse coming on there and just trying to figure what's what after that, especially in the lead up then to our game after that point. Oh boy, that would be pretty hilarious, I think. But yeah, I think it's a real possibility. The Indianapolis Colts are a different team when they get to play at home. DeForest Buckner is coming back off that injury on the defensive line, so they have Redding and the Buckner back in there. They've got kind of the full strength of their defense rolling right now, Jordan. For the most part, there's a couple guys that are down. Ahmad Gardner's still out, and they've obviously got Travarius Ward's out. So the cornerback room is one where the Niners can go after him there. But then the Niners have weakness there where they're going to be going out with Juwan Jennings and Kendrick Bourne because there's no Ricky Pearsall. So they also have kind of a little bit of limitations as well to the Niners to the position as it stands. So you do kind of look at that and you go, Now, they're going to be down there 2 tackles too as Indy, but Rivers is going to get the ball out of his hands quick. A lot of what the Niners have done this year is a lot of stacked boxes and heavy amount of blitzing to try to get some pass rush. They're not going to be able to generate the pass rush we could. It's a matchup where, yeah, they definitely have the advantage of the Niners from where they are coming into this and how they played this year, but Colts playing at home, another week with Rivers now having a chance to get acclimated back into what's going on there. I'll tell you what, I give the Colts a chance, man. I give them a chance. 6-1 this year at home, 2-5 on the road, Jordan. I think that there's a way that they come out there in prime time and they're juiced up. And let's not also remember that desperation factor at play. You're 8-6 right now. You're essentially got, so we got three playoff teams, right? 3 wild card teams. So you've got Houston at 10-5. You're trying to chase Houston as Indianapolis. You got Buffalo Bills at 11-4. And you got the Los Angeles Chargers at 11-4. So Colts are chasing literally the Texans right now for that final playoff spot there in the AFC. 1 game back of them right now, I think. Technically speaking, they're 8-6. And yeah, so if they get the 9-6 tonight, they'd be still just 1 game back. And they play the Texans at the end of the year. They got to play the Jaguars and the Texans here at the end of the year to the Colts. But that would give them a chance then, if they could win this game, to set up that stage for that game at the end of the year for the Colts, which probably would How did they go in the first? Let me see what they did in the first game. So they did win the first game to the Texans. I'll have to see how that go with the division. Well, they might lose a tiebreaker there. They need the Colts Texans to lose a couple times. It looks like on that one. It will be hilarious though, Jordan. It'll be very, very funny. I just want him to be tired out. That's all I want, Jordan. I just want this game to go into overtime tonight with the Colts and Niners. I just want them beat. I want them just absolutely exhausted. Not hoping for injury, but just real sore bodies after tonight. They just get a desperate Colts team that's just laying it on the line. The game makes it feel like they played 2 games. I want all of that, Jordan. Oh, goodness. Thank you guys for all of your donos today, though. Appreciate y'all. You're amazing as ever. If you got any questions here for the Hawks Nest or just something you want me to definitely reference, if you can, just put Hawks Nest, Brandon, Bruno, B. Any of that's good. Quinn says, the real problem the Panthers pose is their defensive backs are ball hawks who could abuse our turnover problem. JC Horn's really good. Mike Jackson's got a couple picks this year, and he's got a couple legitimate ones. I don't know if I'd go full on to say he's ball hawk. He's got some picks this year, but I think career-wise, what we've seen from Mike is that he doesn't tend to be a guy that's super, super ball hockey in his approach necessarily. But he's got 3. And JC Horn, you got to be, to your point, JC Horn's definitely a problem. He's good. Mixes that DK smack he gave the fan made me a little happy that JSN's a lot less of a hothead like DK was while he's here. DK's jersey's in my background. People know I love DK, but people also know that I accepted with DK at the end a little bit of the issues that were going on. And one of the little issues going on that was kind of one always festering was DK on the field. DK up to some shenanigans. DK with a stupid flag. DK not able to control his emotions. And as a young player, when you're 22, 23, 24, that's one thing. And you go, the guy will grow with time, give him a chance to grow up. It is an emotional sport. This stuff will happen as it perpetuates for years and years and years. And now you're getting close to 30 and you're throwing smacking punches at a fan. It's DK's worst moment. And it's his worst moment because that Steeler team wants to get in the playoffs and wants to try to do something if they can get in there. They're limping their way into the playoffs. And they're going to have to play for these next 2 wins to get in, to make sure they secure the division. And yet now you might be without DK for a game or 2 because he is going to get suspended because of this. And what was the upshot for DK? I always ask this about with DK and doing this type of stuff. What is the benefit to you there? What did you accomplish by doing that? Do you think you taught that fan a lesson? It just shows that you're out of control. And you've been paid all that money to be a leader in addition to that and to set a standard. What is the standard you're setting for the rest of the young players on that roster and team when they see that? This is part of what went into why DK's not here. I know he asked for the trade, but this is why you didn't give him the money he wanted when he wanted it. Thomas says, I've been saying that since Friday that the Rams lost a 30-14 lead in 8 minutes and almost a 9-point lead in SoFi, but it's a ref problem. This is that part where I say, look at what's going on in your team to cause these things. And if you're starting to look on the outside rather than looking in, maybe you don't end up actually dealing with the problem at hand. Because Thomas, let me add on in addition to that, the Philadelphia Eagle game, right? Philadelphia Eagle game in halftime looked like they had that thing won and they let the Eagles back into it. So you may not like it, Rams fans, but this has been kind of a theme on your team this year. You haven't lost a lot, but in some of your losses, this is what's occurred. And then even in some of your wins, this is what's occurred. So it's again, there's a great point on your part, Thomas. I think that's another spot where I can point to 10 things as to why the Rams lost this game. And none of those things have anything to do with the refs. 0 have to do with the refs. But it's like, you concentrate on the wrong things. You can glom on to anything and just kind of make that the end all be all. But when there's other points that have much more to play, you ran 90 plays offensively, Rams. Almost 90 plays. You had every chance on this one. Jesus, Riley Leonard gives them a better chance to win tonight? No, I think Philip Rivers gives them the best chance. Riley Leonard's not an NFL quarterback, and he's injured on top of it. But even if he wasn't injured, I think Rivers would be the better option. As a rookie with Saleh would have him swimming. Jesus, he'd be running stacked boxes and simulated pressures, and he'd have Riley head just all over the place. So Ace, again, like the whistle's irrelevant because all plays are reviewed on 2-point attempts. The whistle blows on a regular play. There's no automatic review. You're right, the whistle blows. But this is why the explanation of the rules is important, and this is why the understanding of these rules is important. Not just what you think the rule is, but what the exact rule is. So it's, again, there's no backing to this. You're just kind of pulling this kind of thing out on your own without anything to back it. Like, well, whistle blow, and that means that that's it. Not on those kind of plays, not necessarily. Not if it's going to be reviewed. No, the play doesn't officially end. If there's a clear recovery after the whistle and the refs determine the play actually wasn't over, then it can be overturned. Amen. Nijitsu says, Rams have gotten away with so many calls and made up flags throughout the year. It's insane that they cry now. I agree. It's very funny that this is... I have found it very hilarious listening to them bitch and moan here for a team that's gotten the benefit of so many calls. Question, does when ref blow the whistle doesn't mean that the play is dead begin? Then how the 2-point against the Rams count because it's fixed by the Vegas? So it's not. So you're jumping to conclusions on it, Ace. And I'm sure you're a Rams fan. There's a lot of people that you're a lot of in your fan base jumping to conclusions on this one. I've explained it very clearly. It's an automatic review on 2-point conversions. Fail, not fail, automatic 2-point conversions are going to be reviewed. And if there's clear delineation that shows a guy picked it up on that play, that's going to supersede the whistle at that point if there's going to be a review. The reason why whistles don't get reviewed in other circumstances on that is because when it's a regular play, but this again, understanding the rules. Your lack of understanding the rules doesn't mean then you got to kind of creatively come up with something that feels like it should be true. Feels like it should be true. And it's fixed by Vegas. Why? Because Vegas wants the Seahawks, the Seattle team, to win over the Los Angeles team. The NFL wants none of it just makes any sense or adds up. But again, I understand it. I've seen enough Ram fans over the last couple of days that don't want to seem to try to understand the rule. They just keep grabbing on to whistle. It's like, all right. Thomas says, I even commented on Jake's count saying good game, good win. I've been one of the Hawk fans to say Rams are better, but it's automatically refs cost us the Rams game. It's 100% BS. Amen. So, Ann, hey, B, I watched the Rams channel out of curiosity, and they basically complain about the refs like they've been doing this all the time to them, referring to the whistle on the dead ball. Yeah, show me a play where they've reviewed a play like that this year for the Rams if they were going to say that this exact thing's happened to them. It hasn't. It's an outlier player. It's a weird play. It's the part that the Rams fans don't even try to acknowledge within this, frankly, which is where you're seeing a lack of being intellectually honest about the situation. Because I'd love to hear one Ram fan say, shouldn't have counted, but I can also acknowledge that this is a play that never happens in NFL history. But they can't do that because if they have to acknowledge that it's a play that never happens in NFL history, they have to acknowledge that we have to kind of go to the depth of the rule book to understand what is what on the play. So they ignore that part and just get caught up on just whistle, which they're going to hammer 24/7 ways from Sunday. And again, the real failure point of this too, and that really drives me nuts because anybody that knows, been around this channel knows I push down on this with 2 feet. And that if you take a whole NFL game and you're going to cherry pick one particular play from a whole NFL game when there's so much that's happened and occurred, you're not going to take any of the rest of that into account for why the culmination of that game and why this was the result of this game, then you're absolutely just being ridiculous. It's not a game that's set up on one play. It's a game that's been decided by those other collection of those plays. That's what's drove that result, not just one play that you just... I'm going to cherry pick this one play in this one spot in the fourth quarter, right? Here. That one made everything else happen through everything else and all the rest of this. No. That's why I say, Rams fan, go to the lack of red zone success. How about that? Has that been an issue? Is this why you brought Devontae Adams in this year and you brought him in to correct it and you didn't have Devontae Adams? You weren't as good in the red zone and that was as much what drove this loss? That's actually a multitude of plays, see? That's not just a one play. That's a lot of plays of you in the red zone of not scoring that was a determinant for why you didn't win this game. That's what's going to weigh in heavier. One particular play or those multitude of plays where you had the opportunity and chances to go and get it done. I mean, quite frankly, for Rams fans' perspective, and I am going to eviscerate this point on the roundtable. If this is about the officials, and if McVay, who's bitching and moaning, and Mapuka, who's bitching and moaning out after the game, if this is all about the officials, the Rams were beautiful and wonderful, and everything they did was immaculate in this game, it's just those damn officials rigged it against them, then why did Sean McVay fire his special teams coach at the end of the season after the game? Why did that occur, Rams fans? I'll wait. If it's all this call and nothing else, why'd you fire your special teams coach? Oh, because there's other things that came into this game for why you lost. It ain't just the officials. So then it's all just kind of a moot point, huh? And the refs doing it. I agree with you too, Stoyan. I've been getting this vibe from the Rams fans that this happens to us all the time. Are you guys high? I have been watching since LA went back to LA, since the Rams left St. Louis and went to LA. There's a stark difference the amount of calls that they get. And I could go game by game that the Seahawks have played the Rams that have been the tight games, not where the Rams took us apart at times that McVay had when he first came in there, but some of those tight games that occurred, like the very first game you played against the Rams in that stadium. Ram fans, I'd ask you to maybe go do this if you want equivalency of calls. Just go pick out one call. There's a call in that game where throw it down deep. There's like 13 points scored, so it's 13-9. Very few points in the game scored. Kenny Britt running down on a 9 route, stretches out his hand for obvious offensive pass interference, doesn't get called. Okay, well, let's just call it equivalent. So that means that when we're on our side and our receiver has a 9 route go down the field and his arm gets extended, you're not going to call it, right? No, we're going to call it on him then. I've seen that kind of stuff with the Rams for years since they've gone to LA. And these fans to just kind of act like that doesn't exist and wasn't a part of what's been happening at the same time is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I've watched so many Rams games through the last few years, especially having to for the round table. They're not getting screwed by the officials. They're not getting on the short end of the stick week in and week out, if that's their take on it. It's definitely getting into whiny mode from their standpoint. Addis says, yeah, I remember the DJ Dallas missed PA call with our season online. There it is. That first game I can reference to the Rams. The last year, I want to say it was, when we were in Los Angeles, not last year, but the year before that. So the year before that, we're in Los Angeles, and there's a call at the end of the play where it's like 4th and goal. Puka Nacua goes down to try to get in the end zone. You've got good coverage with Witherspoon. They call a phantom holding call on Witherspoon, who was not holding on the play, gave them a reset of downs, allowed them to punch it in and go get the win. I can go game after game after game where I can bring up these specific moments that occurred here that got the game ripped from our hands. Much more egregious than any other chicken shit 2-point conversion crap that they want to bring up. And I got that. This is right here. Like, you as a Ram fan can't look at this and go, explain this away to me. There's no explaining this away to me. And this ain't a random moment in the third quarter or an early moment in the fourth quarter. This is the final offensive play of the game. I always say, when it comes to, if you're going to bring up the rig stuff, it ain't just about it happening. It's when it occurs. It's the shift that it's occurred as far as a momentous play goes. There's no more bigger momentous shift than that phantom holding call on Devin Witherspoon at the end of the game to give you the refresher downs, to give you the score, to go give you the win. It literally did that. There's no bigger moment momentous-wise in a game than your final offensive play, and you make a throw down from Russell Wilson's perspective, a catchable ball down to DJ Dallas, and he is smacked in literally his arms with the defender not turned back for the football. And it goes uncalled. Do you think these same Ram fans that are bitching and moaning about this call, do you think those same Ram fans in this game took that into account and went, whoa, we got away from one? That was one where we got the benefit of the doubt. I'll shave you some time. No, they didn't. Go look it up on Twitter timelines. You ain't going to find any acknowledgement there that was PI. They're going to be like, this is good. You don't want to call it the game. You just want to let the players play. That's probably what they'd say. I mean, hell, I don't even have to go like far on this one where I have to like look for just evidence to us. I can literally just go to the prior game the week before you played them. I can literally, do I have anything from the prior week that they played him perhaps? Do I have anything on that would show me that maybe there's another place where they're getting calls? Oh, that right there. Ram fans just, huh? What touchdown to Colby Parkins? What do you mean? What? Huh? That didn't, stuff happens. As it brings me another one. The Gillia Witherspoon pick against the Cars last year. Ball hits the floor. Literally has the ball pinned down like this to the ground. Not under here like this. Hands pinned down. The ball, holding the ball here to make the catch. But because it doesn't do this or this, they go, well, the ball didn't move, so the ground didn't help him make the catch. Are you kidding me? Like, it's literally coming down like a bomb landing on the ground. Cost us our season. Cost us the playoffs. Got the Rams in. How many of these calls do I need to bring up that they've gotten the benefit of the doubt on? But they're going to come to me and they're going to say, like, decry like the NFL's doing them dirty at every turn. Thomas says Dan kicked a couple of Rams off because they were making stupid references about refs screwing them when truth is they benefit on many calls since McVay's arrived head coach. Yeah, exactly. And on these, it's not even that we're benefiting from the calls. They are the correct calls. The other part about this is so freaking dumb. The NFL says it's right. It's correct. There's no part of this that's like, they're coming back, apologizing to the Rams, going, gosh, we're so sorry we did wrong there. It's like, no, they are saying they got it right. Why are you Ram fans choosing to die on this hill? Strange. Joe says, apparently Seahawks are the first team to win an overtime game with a 2-point conversion. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. And so cool that they did go for it. And it was, I think it's very much an automatic mode that you would go for it there, considering the stakes that were at play in that moment. But so cool that they did nonetheless and didn't just try to play it safe. I love that about this team. They're going to try to go for it. They're going to try to go get the win. That's what I want. That's the spirit you want imbued within the team itself, and they showed it off. B. Bollins, coaches better have learned to get Shaheed more involved in more targets in the playoffs. He can open up the passing windows for Darnold and stretch the D wide and long. Let's see some jet sweeps, screens, and deep. Amen. I think there's a lot of creative ways, to your point, to get him that ball where it doesn't have to be just him running routes, but you just need to have some stuff set up within the game plan to get him factored in. I do love the 31-yard jet sweep that they ran on a little bit of a misdirection play, but I agree with you. I think if we're going to get far in the playoffs and we're going to make headway in the playoffs, it can't be that we're hyper-targeting JSN 15 times in a playoff game. It's got to be that we've got balance to the offense and we're able to go to our different targets and work them throughout the course of the game. And Shaheed's got to be a key point and part of that. It's cool that he can also give you the impact with the kickoffs and the punt returns to where even beyond that, you're going to get him some opportunities with the ball in his hands. But he's a very important player for us down the home stretch, Ballins. 100% agreed. Quinn says, yeah, if you're a what if and with regards to refs, our game versus Rams last year was an official nightmare. Yeah. Man, Kitty, you're driving me absolutely crazy. Okay, go over there. Thank you. Hawks Nest coaches better have learned to get Shaheed more involved in more targets in the playoffs. He can open up the passing. He can. I know this last week there wasn't as much of that factored in this game, B. Ballins, but I would say that a little bit of that had to do with the fact that the Rams controlled the clock so much in this game. You just didn't have as many opportunities to kind of work that in. And if you look at it, the last couple of games prior to this particular game, B. Ballins, you were starting to get him more fully acclimated in. There was more targets coming his way, more use of him into the offense. So they didn't get this week, but I think it will come with time. I think they're on the right path, and that it's one that you'd love to have happen fast, B. Ballins. You know, you'd love to go make a trade for a guy like this and have him instantaneously the next week with 5 to 6 targets in the offense, and let's get going. But I think it does get hard when you're bringing on a guy halfway into the year and you got a quarterback that, you're trying to preserve his arm a little bit so he can't stay after practice and throw 50 more balls to Shaheed on routes to get that precise timing down. You have to just kind of get him acclimated in the flow as the year goes through. And that means that though you'd like it to happen really, really fast, I tend to think it is one more that just takes a little bit of time to get him fully back up to speed as much as you hope you can doing it halfway into the year. But your point does stand in that, like I said, we're not going to get to as far as we possibly could in the playoffs or make as much noise in the playoffs if we're going to forget about Shaheed or get just too hyper fixated on JSN. That's not going to get the job done there. Bear with me one sec, folks. First team to get three two-point conversions, and all in the fourth and overtime. Pretty cool, Joe. Osvaldo Torres, Wild Table is going to be cinema on Tuesday. I'm already wrapping my fingers in tape, man. I'm getting ready. Eye black's just about on. Quinn says sometimes incredible luck turns a game. Sometimes a punt goes straight to the 1 yard line at the perfect time. Other times a backwards pass bounces forward. It is what it is. That's right. Quinn, of course, referencing maybe one of the greatest punts of all time we'd ever seen with that punt with it on the game, and you're trying to go up the field and put you at the 1 to start out that drive with so very little time on the clock. And we still got up within a 60-yard field goal attempt, right, Quinn? To your point. Like if that was a punt that was 10 yards up further, you're probably 10 yards further ahead offensively. Hell, you might even be even more further because a lot of it was just getting out of your own end zone, trying to just kind of short pass your way out of that thing just to try to give yourself some breathing space. So great point on your part, man. That would have made a bit of the difference on that. Sometimes the ball just bounces not in your favor at times. And the key as a team is you don't let it come down to that. You take care of business by, for instance, on that day, rather than getting caught up on this amazing punt, you get caught up on, my quarterback didn't throw 4 interceptions. And a lot of those picks being controllable, it doesn't have to get to that point. It doesn't have to get reliant on the officials. That's the part that fans don't seem to be wanting to talk about as well, is if we did more, we don't have to lean and hope the officials don't have a call that may or may not go in our favor. But they're not owning any of that, are they? One thing the Rams fans learned Thursday is that Lumen Field is the Hawks' house. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Daniel Bailey says, I get the Rams' frustration on the play because it was fluky. They're blaming the wrong things. They should be blaming Perno's curse wheel, not the refs. Laugh my ass off. Amen. And I do get the frustration. I would be frustrated too. Once I got the rules and I kind of saw what the rules said and how it broke down, I'd go like, okay, well, that makes sense to me. 3 hours there. Is that the technical name for what happened on that play? I don't know if we got a name for what happened on that play. Ron says they lost to Sam Darnold. That's embarrassing according to their standards. That's probably a little bit at the heart there. Probably a little bit. 3 hour, I've just been calling it a fumble when arguing with Rams fans. I also don't think most of them understand the advancing the ball part. Yeah, they get very caught up on just the whistle itself, and then they'll go to the advancing the ball. You can't advance the ball. It's like, well, he didn't advance the ball. Helmet advanced the ball. My ball is let's talk Nest. Let's talk playoffs and adjustments. We need to get Shaheed sweep screens and deep targets on deep. Yes, sir. I agree. 100%. Jalen Hurts is having a great year. Having a good year. It's not as much, I guess, statistically that's bad in that sense. It's just the way that their offense runs as much they're be balling. Like I said, he's a quarterback I'm probably kicking out from under as far as his knees go and taking away a little bit of what the good he's done, but he's done what he's done for a reason. But he does make watching the quarterback position hard to watch. And a lot of it is just sort of throwing it deep, which, throwing it deep and then quick, easy passes out in space a little bit is kind of the combination burger. It's not a lot of intermediate game. It's not a lot of pure execution of the offense. It's kind of sometimes a little bit of the backyard ball, but he makes it work. Like we had Russell once make it work back here 10 years ago. Says they think the ball can't be picked up by an offense if it's a fumble, muff, whatever forward. It's kind of useless arguing with them at the moment. It'll never get through their head. And I agree. And again, it's not if a Seahawks player, if it had bounced off Charbonnet's hands and went forward on a backwards pass, that maybe, but off the helmet makes a bit of a difference. Who's better, Hurts or Bryce Young? Hurts is better. Wouldn't it still be a touchdown, or you mean 2-point conversion if it hit off Josh Jones instead of the same backwards pass? I think if it was off of a Hawk player, it would make a difference on this. If it's off a Rams player is when I believe that's where it can go if it's off them causing it. And that there would be a difference on that as I understand it. Greg says, B, well, what do you think about Mills and the small sample snaps he's played? I think that he had a rough week last week in the first bit of action, which is maybe not to be too surprised by because of the, as being his first action, right? That he hadn't been out there. And so you get that. There is this play here that really stood out from the game for me with Riley. You're going to see him here. And I think what stands out notable first is he's got a lot, look at all the offensive line. And it's kind of what I want to show on this stream a little bit to you guys too, is take note of a little bit of what the difference is on what Seahawks have to do in stopping the run versus what the Rams have to do in stopping the run against us. They'll come out here at times the 13 personnel is just 12 personnel right here. They'll come out 13 personnel and you're going to stay in that 4-man front. And can you see on this a little bit of how much width you have between your defensive tackles and your edge? Look at how far out DeMarcus Lawrence is. Look at how far out the other edge is outside of Byron Murphy's right shoulder. You can't even see him on the screen. You've got 2 linebackers plus Eamon Wari, but you can still see that your numbers don't align here, right? You got 4, 5, 6, 7 guys up on the front there to block, being the Rams, and you only have, from a Seahawks standpoint, basically the pure 7. They've got a hat for a hat here and how they can run this. But Riley Mills aligned up here in a 3-tech position, kind of a almost, basically 3-tech. And look at his rep here. Not able to make the tackle, but good job of getting off the block and getting back there and being able to make a play. So I want you guys, if you can, I'm going to both note your question here and kind of address a little bit with Mills on this, Greg. He had a couple moments he popped in this game. He had a couple moments where he showed you a little bit of something. And you can feel from him, he's got some big, good size to him. He's got kind of a bullyish build to him, right? So again, take note. Look at that front from the Seahawks. And notice, if you will, on this, the difference on this one to what it looks like when the Seahawks try to run the ball. You see a difference? And I know I'm grabbing two plays, but this is what you would see by and large in run-based plays against the Rams last week. You're going to get a 3-4 look from the Rams. And in this case, by the way, the Seahawks have technically a 12 personnel look here, technically 21 personnel because it's two running backs with Utz in there, but Utz is kind of, de facto tight end, fullback, kind of, whatever. So you got that same 12 personnel I showed you the other side just a second ago with that light box of Seattle, those guys stretched out around that line. Here you have 3-4. You got press coverage with the condensed split of Cooper Kupp to the top side of the screen. You got the two linebackers you're going to get in a 3-4 look, but then you've also got the safety Cam Curl down there in addition to it. So they're bringing that extra guys down in alignment down there and how they run this. And you were able to still go and get a good gain. It does speak to Seattle finding some effectiveness despite this with this heavier defensive line that the Rams want to run, that you were able to, still find success. And it's also kind of cool that the Seattle Seahawks, look, Kyron wasn't stopped, but just the fact that you're able to basically kind of clog them up and hold them down for the most part and stop the run throughout the course of the game, despite the fact that you're living with those light boxes, is tremendous. Tremendous. But when it comes to Riley Mills, I think that he had an improved day from what he was the last week, and that adds up to where guys hasn't played a lot of football in a year, that there's going to be some rust you're knocking off. I think that we're starting to get some of the snap counts really adding up on the back of Leonard Williams and on Byron Murphy. And Jaron Reed's going to supply some help in offloading some of that, but getting another guy that can provide you quality snaps to offload those reps in addition to that, where you don't have to drop off a shelf if he comes out there, it would be really nice to see. Still don't have an opinion if he's really ready to be able to do that fully, Greg, and be much more than a guy that's going to get 6-7 snaps in a game for you. Keeping in mind, even this game, that's what he's got in the last 2 games, is about 7 snaps a game. So the coaching staff's being very protective of him. They're just kind of putting him out there on the early rundowns to play that role and how he's doing it. And we'll see if he can kind of grow with it. Be great to get into a place where you could trust him for 15, 20 snaps a game, especially in these next 2 games with Carolina and San Francisco, to set those guys up to be fresh in the playoffs. Thomas says, yeah, but I get it. If Seattle was not the one benefiting from the play, we would be complaining, but I don't think we would throw that big of a fit like the Rams have. Yeah, the Rams are treating it like this is the whole reason they lost the game. And I think it's completely fair to say you guys would have been frustrated. Yeah, I would have been frustrated. But, if there's a key explanation to the rules that makes sense, and this comes down to like, there's bad calls that go against you for pretty rudimentary plays that are pretty standardized across the sport that happen every single week, and they get call A wrong. This happens all the time. How do they get this call wrong? It's an automatic call. It's an easy call to know that that's not the right call in that moment to do that, right? I can point to a, quarterback breaks the pocket and the tackle that's on that outside that he's breaking the pocket to gets up there and bear hugs the defensive end. And you go, look, anytime that happens and a quarterback breaks the pocket so they can go scramble and get yards, and the tackle's holding on to him because he doesn't want to let the defensive end get to the quarterback to make the tackle, make the sack. That's easy definable hold. Hold all day long, easy. But if you get a play where this doesn't ever occur in like ever in NFL history kind of situation, you got to kind of stand back and take a breath of that and go, oh, okay, that is a part that played into this a bit. It isn't just that we got screwed by the refs, but that we had one of these plays that just never happens in football occur. It's a wild ass play. It's completely just strange as you'll find. But that's, when you really get back to that play, that's really at the heart of that, is that you have one of the true outlier of outlier kind of moments. So you're right. We would have been, I think, a little bit perturbed in the moment. That's fair, but we would have, I think, looked at the explanation and we would have said, okay, well, the explanation makes sense and it adds up and it's a weird play and it sucks that we're on the other end of it. It sucks the Rams to be on the benefit of it, but that makes sense. And again, I am a guy that's very consistent in this in addition to it. And you know this about me, Thomas, and I'll reference how I am. A lot of Hawk fans, a lot of national fans love to go to the second Super Bowl we played in 10 years ago and get all caught up all hyper fixated on that one last final play. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. In fact, there's a lot of Ram fans that I've had to hear that from. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. But I don't buy into it. I go, no, all of the other plays in the game led up to that moment needing to be that. Take care of business in those other plays of the game, collectively speaking, and you can go get that win. Stop Tom Brady from coming back down by 10 in the fourth quarter, and you can go win that game. Right? It always, to me, just befuddles me a little bit that even Hawk fans will get so caught up in that run it, should have run it. It's like, yeah, we can get up on that play call. We can unpack it. We can talk about how they should have run the ball, but that ain't why you lost the game. You lost the game because you gave up 10 points in the fourth quarter. That's why you lost the game. You lost the game because of a collection of plays, because of a segment of moments, not because of one individual play in a game where there was 130 plays, 140 plays. That's so silly. Think about that. It's less than 1% of the plays, less than 1%, and we're going to make that thing be the carrier of everything and all? No way. That's kind of silly, right? Abdi, Dolphins are tanking for draft picks, so the Buccaneers should have an easy win. Therefore, I believe Panthers should punt week 17 if the Bucs have significant lead over the Dolphins. That makes sense. You want to tactically kind of do it, especially if you don't have the home field advantage bye thing in play. Joe says, Rams need to learn what we in the Pacific Northwest have understood for decades. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Nobody's going to give you anything. Either you get the job done or you don't. That's all people see. Amen. And nobody outside of the Los Angeles area nationally coming out of this game said, oh, how screwed the Rams got by the officials. It's only a Los Angeles fan thing being spoken about. It's kind of only them. And again, that probably should be a bit of an indicator to Rams fans. Like, oh, we're the only one really squawking about this loudly. Maybe we don't have a leg to stand on. Maybe we should kind of pipe down on it and just take the L. Yeah, Plama. Rams need their punter to punt the 1 yard line or lose. Like that randomly happened to hit us. Hey, you're on the other end of it. Sometimes you're not on the right side of it. Gwen says, Rams also ignoring that virtually all the offensive difference between them and us was our special teams dominating them and giving us like 15 to 20 less yards per drive to go. Yeah, exactly. Great point there. It's how your special teams is better than the Rams significantly, and that factors in. And fans tend to get caught up in offense, defense, and they don't like to think as deeply into the special teams factor. But the Rashid Shaheed effect caused the Rams in this game to decide that they're just going to kick this back into the end zone every time. They just decided throughout this whole game they're giving you the ball at the 35-yard line. The Seattle Seahawks special teams trusts their unit better. So they kicked it down to the 2 or 3 yard line, and they were getting stops at the 20, at the 23, at the 24. They were putting Ram fans on longer fields. We were getting to have shorter fields. And this is in addition to getting the punt return touchdown. It's where your special teams and being significantly better is the big factor in this game. And it weights heavily in a game like this that's very close. It becomes a mitigating factor. Gwen says, Stat Patford was going 80 yards in a return, 3 points in some cases. It feels dominant, but it doesn't exactly win you the game. Yeah, agreed. Pretty, Emmy. Rams criticizing the 2-point conversion, complaining our win, and using their stats as an excuse because they only had 2 players playing. Our Seahawks played smarter as a team, and that teamwork is what won them a game. Amen. Amen, Pretty. I can't add any more than that. Stats don't tell the story. It's who was the better team. And games not won by offense and defense. Games won by offense, defense, and special teams. Special teams. Team. You know, that's the driver here. And that's to me why you win this game. You had the better team on that particular Thursday. Flamus says Rams want to play in warm, cozy Los Angeles, not freezing Chicago, Philly, and Green Bay. I agree with you there. That's a team that wants its dome. Dome stadiums don't like to tend to go out on the road in the playoffs. Dome stadiums don't tend to do particularly good going on the road in the playoffs in winter, especially in environments like that. So Indy almost beat us. I'm kind of expecting Indy to win. I think the Indies, I was trying to tell Jesse this on the roundtable last week that I think Indy is going to give them a lot bigger battle than what he and the Niner fan base is thinking. I know they're laughing at us struggling to hang in there with the Colts team that last week, but Rivers is going to go back there and stay within himself. And there's a lot of stuff that he can do that is hard to kind of stop from the general standpoint of just getting the ball out of his hands so fast. He doesn't necessarily give you easy wins. And if you try to blitz him, he's going to see it from a mile away. Brian said, oh, wait till Jesse goes off on Purdy if they lose 44-year-old grandpa. He will lose his stuff if that happens. You're right about that, Brian. Colts damn near beat us. Yes, they did. At home in Seattle, by the way. And they're playing that game in Indianapolis. A lot of people feeling Colts are going to win. Abdi the same way. Okay. Addison says, the way that Jesse acknowledges Purdy's mediocrity, but then still picks him over Sam Darnold infuriates me. Yeah, he's dug his heels in on that one. And he does not want to have to accept the fact that he might have been wrong on the Darnold thing. But I'm learning to kind of bear with it, Addison. I just kind of shrug at this point because it's like, I get that there's no amount of data past Darnold winning multiple times in the playoffs and then raising a Super Bowl trophy that you're going to move that needle there with him. Thomas says, Rams don't want to play 3 games away. It's easier to make a Super Bowl if they win 2 games compared to 3. Plus, it's somewhat an older team with a 37-year-old quarterback. Amen. You got a 37-year-old quarterback that's always just one hit away with that back on something going sideways. Getting one less game for him to have to play. Getting him a 1 week of rest after a long NFL season, Thomas. Tell me that doesn't sway hugely for that team potentially. Joe says, Colts remaining schedule, Niners tonight, Jags, Texans. They're not out of it yet. Not yet, man. Not yet. Jags kind of came out of nowhere. They did, man. Kind of interesting, too, especially because they lost Hunter, their first-round pick. But yet able still to go. They've had Brian Thomas have a disappointing at times year. But they've kind of made it happen. And Trevor Lawrence finally making me look good for my Trevor Lawrence outlook. For years, I got beaten up on that one for saying, yeah, I think this guy can... I think he can play a little bit. I don't know if he's number 1 overall pick. I don't know if he's that, it's always the expectation when you're the number 1 overall pick. But I think in a lot of ways, he has done a lot of similar stuff to what we had with Baker Mayfield with some of the early narrative on Baker versus where they're driving to as they've gotten some time in this sport to get better and improve. Do you miss Limpy Pete? No, we're pretty happy with who we got right now. We appreciate what Pete did. Thomas, I would like Seattle holding up a Lombardi trophy on San Francisco's logo. That would be so awesome, especially if it pisses off Jake and Jesse. It would be great. It'd be so good. So good. Gwen says DK was just engaging in particularly aggressive sign language. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It's an awful look for DK, and I'm a DK apologist. I have been a guy to have his back. I still have his back. I still think he's going to finish off his career strongly out there, even though it hasn't been smooth in Pittsburgh this year. But my gosh, man, you got to that stuff eliminates moving forward right now. This has got to stop. And boy, what a moment to choose to have that go out of line like that. Steven says, I'm guessing he's bipolar, probably taking medication. I mean, maybe. You just wonder in some of these moments like that, what are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking? Wasn't he suspended for the remainder of the year? I didn't see an update, but I didn't check for an update. He's likely to face suspension, but no, nothing's been announced yet, Addison. Is your head DK? Millions of dollars can have been real. I even think beyond the millions of dollars, which should, to your point, Joe, be enough. Your team is fighting for its playoff life. You got a guy in Aaron Rodgers who's on the edge of retirement if this doesn't go through this season. If he can't get through, this is his last swing. And your team's fighting like hell, doing all they can on the road in Detroit. And not only is it what happens here in that moment, but then they lose you now the next couple of games after this point. Already down TJ Watt. What do you, I keep going. What are you thinking, you know? As is not an excuse for physical assault, but DK alleged that the fan was yelling out racial slurs towards him. Still an unhinged, uncontrolled response from DK. Yeah. I mean, and look, DK's been in this league long enough to people are screaming and yelling stuff out at the crowd all the time. You don't react to it. Let them say what they're going to say. Fans want to get a reaction. Don't give them what they want, you know? One Mad Smoker Gaming, we should have kept Mike Jack instead of Kobe. Joe, you mean? Possibly. He's having a good year for Panthers, man. He's really done well. Dimitri says Rams special teams have been the Rams' Achilles heel. That's it. It's like it failed on you this last Thursday. It's been a problem throughout this year. And this is what happens when you don't mitigate that, you know, when you haven't strongly addressed it. And the thing about this is that we're better not just by happenstance. We're not just better because the Rams suck on special teams. We're better because we got the best special teams in all of football, because we have put as much investment in the special teams as anybody in football. We're spending as much money at the kicker position. We're spending as much money at the punter position. We made a trade deadline deal in part to get one of the most dynamic punt kick returners in the game added to the mix. And we've got a collection of guys on this roster that are as much on this roster for what they provide as special teamers. That's what we've done as far as purposeful approach to try to make this what it is. Now, Rams on the other side have maybe not taken or addressed it to that level of degree that we have. And so one team builds an advantage, another team allows a weakness to thrive. That ends up bearing its ugly, rear, dirty head then at the wrong times for you on the team that hasn't addressed the thing you should have been trying to address. Don Mata, thank you for the $10 donation, Don. He says, beating the Lambs was awesome. Now go take care of the whiners. They're insufferable. Their Seahawks disrespect. We're the most intelligent and humble fan base, and we have the number one team. Let's go. I love it, Don. Let's go, man. Appreciate all of your support of the channel, as well as being a member of the channel. So thank you for that. And it was awesome beating the Rams, man. It was such a good feeling. I was riding high, still riding high 3 days afterwards. Man, it feels good. And you're right about that. Rams fans will whine about calls. 49er fans are just going to be just disrespectful outright. That's just the mode that they operate within 24/7 towards us as Seattle teams. So, getting after them in a couple weeks on top of this, boy, would be so sweet to finish out the year with number one bye, take down the big bullies on the block, set the stage for the playoffs, make them eat some humble pie, Don. In addition to that, we're moving in the right place, man. We've done so much great work here. Got to complete it. Got to finish the process. But boy, am I so proud of this team for the resiliency that they've shown, the sense of sticking together, fighting through it, finding ways on days where they aren't playing their best, dominating teams on days where they are playing their best, not letting teams have a chance when they are clearly the better team. And I love it, man. I think we do have the most intelligent fan base. I will say that. My community and our discussions that we get to have in this chat alone are, I think, a pretty obvious representation of that. But let's go, man. Let's go, Don. 2 more games left, bro. 2 more games left to make this happen. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate your donation. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. If Clint Kubiak moves on and Ravens do a shakeup, thoughts on Todd Monken? I'm not a big Todd Monken guy. I think a lot of what that offense does is kind of catered and built around Lamar Jackson. And that it's kind of been sort of stylized in that way. They took the Mark Roman offense initially when Lamar came there, and he's running a lot of the old Kaepernick stuff Kaepernick was running with the Niners. And then you've modified it with some of the more passing concepts, but it still just feels like a wholly built offense that's designed towards Lamar and utilizing him. There's too much of a heavy preference on shotgun, in my opinion. And it's too much of a deviation for me, Jay Gundy, from the West Coast offense. I want more of a pure kind of Shanahan-like acolyte, or just a pure West Coast kind of acolyte. If we're going to bring back somebody in here, I want somebody that operates from under center. I want play action built in heavily within that, conceptually speaking. So Todd would not be one of my more attractive targets to go after if there's a shakeup there. And if they're letting him go too, I mean, that's also a kind of an indicator in itself, right? You're letting him go from Ravens standpoint and indicating that this guy's a part of the problem at that point, not part of the solution. So is one team's problem our solution? I don't know that that's the case. So I would probably go a different, I would take a different step with it. I think there's a couple other guys out there. And I think I would take a run at a guy like Mike LaFleur. The Rams offensive coordinator doesn't get a call, actually play calls necessarily. Maybe a guy that you can bring him in here and say, here's your opportunity to be an OC and you can call the plays. Obviously one of these head coaches gets like a McDaniels type. I would be making a run at him, but I would really like to stay with this offense and continue the progress within this offense, as well as it's the perfect kind of offense for Darnold. And I don't think that he is quite as good if you're going to have him running out of shotgun a lot. I think he's got to be an under center guy to really take advantage of some of his footwork and drop back stuff that he can do and play his ability out of play action. Just not as much there. Monken does some under center. It's not all shotgun, but just too much of that heavy stuff that's derived out of taking advantage of the mobile quarterback that can be a problem in itself with his legs. If we had a Lamar-like quarterback, I might be open to a Jay Gundy, but we don't have that, so I can't sign up on that one. Cool Breeze in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation, Cool Breeze. Rams are an NFL subsidized team, nothing else. This is the part that I think most annoys me with this whole referee discussion thing with the Rams, because as I've brought up with about 4 or 5 different points in other games the Hawks have played since the Rams have come to LA, this has been stridently in a different direction of things. And I don't think it's always felt like it's stridently in a different direction of things by luck or by the bounce of a ball in a particular game. It has felt like the NFL is very well aware of the fact that the 2 prior LA teams that they had in LA, Raiders and this Rams team, did not have enough of a fan base in tow to be able to allow those teams to thrive there, and those teams had to move on because of that. So when they brought Los Angeles back in there, they said, we're going to make this work by hell or high water. We want the second biggest market in this nation tapped into an NFL team. We want that, and we need to find a way to get these people that have so many things they can do in LA, so many different options every day they can go to. How do we get them and connected back to this LA team? It's just a part of this that has definitely stood out to me. Cool, and looking at this Rams team and thinking about this, and that they want this LA team to take over that LA market as much as possible. They don't want to leave that money on the table, as they had for years when there wasn't even a market in LA. And so I do think this is a bit of a true part of it. Doesn't mean that every game the LA Rams play that they're somehow fixed in their favor. I'm not saying that. But there has been a little bit of a wonder on my part, especially you see that moment like that Saints game in the playoffs where the guy completely decleats a guy before the ball comes in play. There is literally not a more obvious pass interference penalty you will ever get than that play. If you think about that in that moment going, something looks a little rotten in Denmark on that one. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. Feed me. Very kind of you. Mike McDonald teaches always pick up the ball in any situation. Sounds like Sean McVay coaching issue to me. Sharbs is doing what he taught. You guys are always, like I said, smart fans, smart people, always on it. Once again, and as I just read these donos alone, completely stuff I've even brought up that's completely great points to bring up as well. Charbonnet talked about this, and this was also the thing. Why was Charbonnet over there picking it up? Why did he walk over there and grab it? Because Mike McDonald teaches these guys, if there's a ball on the ground, go pick it up. Don't decide whistle's blown. Don't decide to take off. Grab the ball. So this is also us having a coach that's outcoached your point to make this a teaching point. Maybe if McVay had made that more of a teaching point of just grab that ball and give it back to the officials when it's on the ground. Let's make sure of it in those situations. If there's any uncertainty whatsoever, if you're like, well, wait, I'm not, just go get the ball. And that's a great point on your part. Thank you for the donation. We got literally Charbonnet saying, Mike teaches this to do this. Mike says, hey, if there's a ball on the ground, pick it up. I don't care. Just pick it up. Smart coaching. This is where we come again, back into the factors on. You get caught up on all in the officials. You don't get the least bit caught up in that moment if your coach didn't have the same teaching principles as our coach that allowed the guy to go grab it. You let your coach off the hook from that. There's no, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to, that's, McVay's got offensive things to be worried about. He can't be thinking about those minutia points of football. That's probably what they would say to me on that, feed me. But great point on your part. Just another little puzzle piece of that play that isn't just as clear as officials rigging us against the game, right? There's a lot that goes into a little bit of that play there. Let's unpack all of it. Let's go through each and every bit of it. And one of the reasons I'm going to be looking for, and you better believe I'm going to be bringing up that point on Tuesday's roundtable to Jake, saying there's this other part of this process you're not talking about, Jake, which is a part of this play. Pick up the ball. Our coach teaches it. Your coach doesn't. Your coach erred in not making that a point of emphasis at some point or another. Our coach has succeeded at making it a point of emphasis to the point that he has it hardwired into the brain of these players to go get that ball. Great point, Femi. Great point. Who's better, Rivers or Jones? Daniel Jones is definitely better. Also, they had their quarterback and wide receiver ball out and still had a loss. If there was no turnover, would the Rams actually win? Probably not. Paul says it's all about the Seahawks. Run them out and win. That's right, man. Thomas says why Rams are mad is because they lost to Sam who sees Ghost Darnold. Exactly. They had all their ghost talk chambered up for the end of that game. I think it says he has lost his money line on Thursday night. John San Diego, Rams fans think not having Adams lost when we didn't have Cross playing and held Devontae to one catch for 1 yard, albeit a touchdown prior. Yeah, this is where we're at in the season, right, John? Like this is the way that this stuff goes for all teams, in that everybody's going to have injuries and everybody's going to have stuff that's hurt and you're going to be down a guy here or there. You might have guys playing, but you're injured. So you're right. I think that the equivalency of Cross for Adams is a pretty fair switch to say one is equivalent to lose to the other as far as impact goes. And, just beyond that as well, you lost Kobe Bryant in this game at one point. You lost Tariq Woolen in this game at one point. I think both of these teams are in pretty good shape when it's all said and done. This is as great a shape as you could ask either team to be in at this point in time in the year walking into this game. Down one key player. Every team in the NFL is going to be down one key player at this point of the year. Another part of that too, John, comes into with Devontae Adams. Is as great as his impact is, as awesome as he's been as a red zone threat, one of the risks you take in signing an older wide receiver that's played a lot of football in this sport is that injury thing becomes more of a reality as a possibility. You're rolling the dice on it going, yeah, but if he's on the field, he can still be Devontae. He can still be Devontae. Yeah, but he's got that older NFL body, which can have a guy just running up the field and the hamstring goes out. That's what happens to old bodies on the field. So this is a part of also something that's not just random, but also part of strategically how you set this up from a Rams perspective. And not getting guys that are quantifiably somebody you can go to count on when you don't have a Puka Nacua, when you don't have a Devontae Adams is also the factor here. You don't have that third receiver that you feel strongly with, be it Atwell or Mumfield or Xavier Smith. Just can't count on them in the same way or anywhere close to the same way. So you haven't also addressed your receiving core strong enough to have that depth there. So it's kind of like all that. Joe says, I'll say it again. All the Rams had to do was pick up the ball. That's it. Pee Wee football stuff. You always pick up the ball in defense. Always. It's on the Rams. As Phoebe was putting in the donation above on this, Joe, this is it. And it was a teaching point for our coaching staff, and it wasn't for their coaching staff. Not that the Rams are not that I expect the Rams fans to have that resonate with them, but this is the reality there. Yeah, it says he lost his job, bet on a big game, saw his team choked and lost on a big payday. That's why he's huffing and puffing. And Grenade says, Rams have no business complaining about the ref ball. You get BS calls every single year. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. I know, this is one team that should not be piping up on this front. Quinn says, the ball practically fell into the safety's hands too. Just catch it if you want it. Amen. Madison says, yep, defenders are always taught to pick up the ball no matter what, how obvious it may be. That's right. Just grab it and pick it up. Don't be lazy. Visor of Kicks, Hawks Nest, funnest season I can recount, and even more exciting for next offseason too. Any predictions or wishes for next offseason? Oh, well, thank you, man. I agree. Number one, this has been one of the funnest seasons for me to watch in Seahawks history. It's been just such a pleasure and to have that game last week after what's been such a great year already of so many cool games, and seeing a young team to come together. There's nothing more exciting in football as you're on that rise as a team is coming together and you're feeling them realize how close they are to greatness, and then the hunger that they then have as they're that close for greatness to take themselves across the finish line. It's a feeling you've gotten from this team this year. And it has just made the season that much funner to watch. Predictions for off season, a dynamic pass rusher off the edge. I look at Boye Mafe and Derek Hall's development, and I think Derek Hall has come a bit forward in his ability in what he's done, especially as a run defender. But as a pass rusher, I don't think he's come forward. And Boye has regressed. And Uchenna Nwosu, after getting some sacks early on this year and looking like maybe he was going to be able to come back to kind of prime Uchenna, has not been able to do that. And DeMarcus Lawrence has been your most impactful edge, but you need more for a guy that's 34 years old next year. You're going to need more. So going out there and getting a truly impactful guy, not just getting a try hard, not just getting a high floor 8 sack a year guy, but getting a guy that's truly a threat to get into double digits, be a guy that can truly draw double teams to his direction of things. That would be the biggest thing that I would like to see this team go after. And that's the thing I'm expecting them to go out there and try to grab. So that would be the thing that I'm prediction-wise I'll give you, Pfizer, as far as wishes go, that you address center and right guard somehow or another, and you address them both. That you turn those two positions into stopping being a weak link and try to find a way to move them into a place of being a strength. And so those would be my 1-2 points as far as my priority points, really, but also the wishes too. Get this offensive line to the point where it's just not got the failure rate within it as much inherently. And you can do so by not just having the one weak link, but removing the 2 weak links off the line. I think will get you there. But I'm open to it if they don't on that front, because maybe there is development there with Sundell, and Bradford is, I don't know with Bradford. He's up and down. Brian says, Hawks Nest, hard to take them seriously when we pitched a 38 burger against them, and now they want to focus on 2 of those 38 points. Yeah. It's like, what about the other 36? No, we don't want to talk about those. Like, you give more points than you have throughout the whole rest of the year. Yeah, but these other 2 points, you can't get hyperfixated. It's a thing that's a football fan thing. And we're all potentially not guilty of it, but we're all like potentially pulled to having this happen, because football is a sport of emotion, and it's a sport where the emotions can be highest over and over again in these big moments. And then those high moments of emotion in those big moments can have you become hyper-focused on those big moments. And this was what that Super Bowl should have run the ball thing did for me, because of hearing the discussion and seeing the discussion that came out of this and seeing how fans kind of thought of this stuff and how they looked at the sport. So as I said, you got 130 plays in a game, and you're going to pick out one play from the game and go like, no, this determined everything. This was everything. This was all of it right there. It's like, give me a break. But it happened there, and it started to make me realize that it is the way that this sport is so emotional and is so intense, and can have fans kind of have that happen where a snapshot happens and it sticks in their mind in that way. But then you got to fight against that urge as a fan. You got to be, am I getting hyper-fixated on one given play, or am I getting fixated on a trend that occurred throughout the course of the game that actually determined who won and lost the game? Am I getting hyper-fixated on this one play at the cost of tracking the trends that really were the drivers for why we lost or why we won? And that's where I think that is what is happening, I think, with the Rams here. They're losing sight, and they're getting lost in the forest despite the trees. They're not really getting caught up to why they lost this game. They're just getting sort of fixated on that snapshot. Besides, I'm going to rip on Jake tomorrow night. The mods on his channel are all cowards. Ram fans were at the nest all through the game talking crap, but then the game was over. It went to Jake's, the mods. We're tougher over here, Herbicide. It's the part I've had in discussions with Megan at times where it's like, we're going to be respectful over here. We're going to demand respect, and we'll give people warning. We'll time people out here and there if it gets too out of control. But we're going to take a lot here too, as far as on my channel goes, because my people are tough. And my people will break it down. And my people can get into debates. And it ain't going to get into mudslinging. And we're going to break it down for you in the chat. And you're going to get one user after another bringing intelligent points at you, hammering you with intelligent points, one after another, after another. And that's how we will counter you with that. We ain't going to do it with the timeout button. But I'll tell you that, Herbicide, that's the way it does work in other channels, where other people come in from other fan channel. It's an automatic ban, or it's an automatic kickoff that they're not saying anything but pro Ram stuff. Or it's like, I think that's silly. You want an echo chamber? You want to say that there's not room for people? People come and squawk. People come out and say the Rams are bad. You can come in my chat and do that, but then face the fire when you lose. Stand up like a man, do it, or a woman like that when you do lose, and go, okay, take your medicine. And right now, the Rams aren't taking their medicine. They're the kid with the closed mouth as the spoon's coming in. They're going, That's what they're doing. Take your medicine. Thomas says, explains a lot that the Rams fire their special teams ref, but not because of the refs. That's going to be my joke tomorrow night when I lead with the Rams. Like, yeah, the reffing was so bad that the Rams had to fire their special teams coach. Again, you think the Rams fans would think about this a little bit like, we're bitching and moaning about our refs, but they just fired our special teams coach. It's almost as if he had just done something that was kind of egregious that cost us the game. As is the Rams' analysis of the situation also fails to recognize how differently Seattle would have played at the end of the game. We would not have been punting on those fourth downs if we're losing by 2. That's right. Doesn't guarantee you go get the win either, to your point on that Addison, that just if the 2-point conversion doesn't get called that way, right? Abdi says the Packers' last games are winnable, therefore Bears can't afford to lose and give away the division. No, they can't. And we got the Niners playing them on one of these games, so kind of interesting to see how that will go. And then they, yeah. Going to be interesting to see how that goes. Thomas said, I honestly didn't want to go to Jake's because I knew it would be all complaints when the truth is they have benefited on stupid calls since McVay took the job in 2017. Amen. Steven says, next time the Rams visit the Puget Sound Wrecking Yard, all fans bring a whistle. Danny Bailey, Brando, I want to make sure you are prepared for Jake. You can't only say that they automatically review 2-point conversions. It only satisfies part of their complaint. You need to also mention a clear recovery of a live ball. Even after a whistle, the recovery applies when the call overturns. I will have it all in full order of it. I'm sending screenshots as well to Zbot. Make sure he's got those prepared and ready for when I'm talking on the live broadcast. But I'm going hard this Tuesday. I'm not letting him off the hook. I'll tell you that. Chili says, how didn't DK get ejected from the game? He literally punches a fan in the bleachers and assaulted. He gets away with it. The officials are the ones that are going to eject players from the game. The officials are looking at what's going on the field. They're not looking at what's going on off the field. I don't think I can ever remember a moment of a player having a fan interaction experience on the sideline and like New York calls and they say, hey, that player just did something, get him off the field. I don't think that there's a mechanism in play that allows for New York to just wantonly call in and say, this guy can't play anymore because of something that happened on the sideline. So the suspension will come down, but it's something that just very rarely occurs. It's certainly in game. If you're going to see a player go at a fan, sometimes it's going to be after the game, as they're walking to the locker room. But yeah, not a good look by DK, man. Besides, says we could talk about Kobe just the week before getting 7, but was at least 2 feet from being in the end zone. Oh, you mean this play, Herbicide? I mean, you're kind of giving the Rams the benefit of the doubt with even 2 feet. A yard is 3 feet, and he's behind the 1 yard line marker where his knee's at. I might say that's a good 4 feet from being in the end zone. And that's the previous week from you playing them, by the way. Now, I didn't have to go to week 4 to grab this. I didn't have to go to last year in the playoffs to grab this. This is just the prior week. And I didn't get a chance to see it, but there's supposedly a call at the end of that game too, in addition to this, that win against them that could have been a call on Jamison Williams in that game as well. Max says the 40 whiners aren't even this whiny. I'll definitely bring it up there, Daniel, on the clear recovery, man. Chili's of the Eagles Commanders game last year. Javon Kinlaw and Commander safety Quan Martin. Tyler Steen got ejected from the game throwing punches, but nothing happens to DK assaulting an innocent fan. Yeah, and again, it's on the field versus not on the field situation there, Chili. The officials aren't looking off the field. They don't have the purview to be looking out beyond just what's going on in the action. Warhammer guy, Sean McVay and the Rams have just not been able to accept the L they've got on Thursday. I've never seen more sore losers from a team we've played, and that's saying something. Even Jake is coping. I know, man. It's been constant from him, that's for sure. Why you mad, bro? Lamb fan don't got bright IQ brain. Nia, it says, even Weiner fans have more dignity, are far more respectful than Lamb fans. Sucker fan base in LA or lack thereof. So what Ram fans, this is what you're going to make people say when you're going to take this kind of attitude with it. I'm just going to say, this is what you open the door to when you keep making this many excuses. Yeah, so I remember a clear OPI in Adams not called, and then they called a much weaker OPI that same game in favor of the Rams. I think it was against the Colts, a pivotal game. I think I remember that as well. Jones, I'm absolutely loving the Rams scope, though. I haven't gotten around to finding it annoying yet. I will eventually. For now, with that big W, I'm just reveling in it. Yeah, I kind of enjoy it too. So you could kind of twist the knife a little bit. Thomas says, shoot that overtime. Jones had that interception before Puka had the touchdown that was complete. Come freaking on. Yeah, and another game too, like that game I mentioned last year where they got the benefit. It's like they get to the benefit of the doubt of the call. And again, Ram fans aren't paying attention to this in the least. Like, oh, last year you got that catch on the interception on Witherspoon for an interception that got you in the playoffs and was not overturned yet. That you show me those two plays, Thomas. Like I challenge anybody to go look at the interception Witherspoon made at the end of the year last year off of the helmet of Trey McBride, and then go watch the interception of Ernest Jones in this last game, and you tell me that one is a catch and that one isn't. I mean, I would love to see somebody try to make that argument to me. But are the Rams talking about that Jones overturn interception there? Are they even no, that's obviously was needing to be overturned. No, I mean that definitely was. I mean, the officials definitely got that right. It's like, well, if the fix was also in for you, wouldn't that have been in a good moment there for them to just keep the interception in our favor? If everyone was trying to do you guys dirty. So Derek Hall didn't mean to injure Kevin Dotson. It's a violent sport like that. Players say every game is like getting a car crash. I agree. I don't think he was trying to do it. The Warhammer guy, the ref explained the rules on that 2-point play is getting attacked by Ram fans on X. Shameful. They don't like the rules, I guess. Pretty Emmy, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Pretty Emmy, welcome out there from Mercer. Go Hawks. Thank you for jumping aboard the Hawks nest. Folks, do please hit that like button if you get a chance today, and maybe sub on up. We did just cross, by the way, 21,000 subscribers. So we're now 1/10 of the way to our 30,000 goal, which was cool to see. Why you mad, bro? JS got us some awesome trades at the deadline. Leo, Ernest Jones, and Shaheed. Amen, man. He does work at the deadline. He does some work. Brian says, I like the decision to go 4-2, but if we had not been successful, I'd like to think we'd have focused on what went wrong with the play rather than blame Rams fans for not converting. Agreed. I agreed. I can get the frustration initially in the call. Once the explanation comes down, you kind of flush it and move on to the next, I think. I don't think you get hyper concentrating on that. And I agree with you, is if it didn't go wrong, I could definitely look back at this game from a Hawk perspective, and I wouldn't be saying, oh, the 2-point conversion where they got the call wrong. I'd be saying, hey, maybe we don't let Puka Nacua go for 225 yards. Hey, maybe we don't let Stafford throw 400 and have basically 500 yards. Stafford could have easily had over 500 yards if even the Rams didn't get the dick fingeritis causing the dropsies issues that occurred. He should have been over 500 yards. That would have been why we lost. Wouldn't have been the officials' fault there that call had gone against us. Good point, Brian. Chili says the only reason why Matt Stafford has an MVP-like season because the refs let the Rams get away with holding. Definitely going to be another point that Jake's going to bring up on Tuesday. I'm guessing this is going to be talking about how the Rams defensive line got held right and left. And that's where I'm going to counter him to say that that's exactly what your line was doing to the other side of it. The refs were letting these players play. I don't have any problem with it if you let them play on both sides. If you're going to call it tight to one side and loose to the other side, that's when I'm going to get my, boxers in a bunch. But if it's about you're letting them both play, you're letting them both play in the spirit of we want these two great teams to determine who wins and loses this game on the field, not by the officials' calls. I can get that. Melanie's loan, how much do you think it would take to extend him? I think you're meaning Shaheed, something like a 3-year, $39 million deal. I think, Melanie, if it's somebody else you're meaning, please put that in the chat. I didn't have who you're referencing on that one. But if you're meaning Shaheed, it'd be about like a 3-year, $39 million deal, I would think, somewhere in that neighborhood. Aman, what range would be a good deal for re-signing Shaheed? Could it be similar to what Jacoby Myers got paid not long ago? Kind of feels like Myers got a little bit more than he's going to get. Myers got 3 years at $60 million. So he's up at $20 million. I think that you're looking at with Shaheed more of a $14 million a year guy in that stage of things. With Jacoby Myers, you have a guy that's got a 1,000-yard season on the books. There's a chance it could get up around that high, I guess. I've got to acknowledge that. That feels a little bit too much to me, though. Like $20 million a year feels like a little much for Shaheed. But again, he gives you the punt and the kick return, so maybe that's the factor that pushes you over, whereas Jacoby Myers, I don't think, gives you as much in the punt kick return side of it. So I've been thinking 3 years, $39 million. I might be lowballing that a little bit. It might be more like 3 years, $47 or something, to where you got to get it more into $15 million range. But I can't think that it's going to go up to 20, and I can't think it's going to have a 4th year on the deal. So a 3-year contract feels about right. Thomas says, shoot, anyone see Puka complaining after the game Thursday night? Total class act. Yeah, were they in their feelings. I mean, it got so bad that, like I was showing this a second ago, I mean, it got to the point that you have Stafford's wife complaining on Twitter about how the officials registering a catch. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Really? How they register a catch? You're complaining about that? Okay. I'm not a big fan of the Oregon Duck uniforms either. I'm a UW guy too, Thomas. That was a tough one to watch. Mills had a couple plays. He was pretty decent on. Jesus says, Niners losing to Grandpa Rivers, is that embarrassing? I don't think it is. It's a tough look, definitely, but he showed you he can still come out there and throw the routes that he can throw. I think if you had a guy like Brett Favre getting off of his couch 5 years removed, and going to a team that he had no familiarity with the playbook, that would be one thing. But because Favre is not a guy that was a guy executing all the time on script through the portion of the play, Rivers is a guy that's always a guy to just get the ball out of my hands and throw it out into the flat. Use the running back on a choice route. Feature my tight ends a lot. That's always been Rivers' game. So him coming off the bench from 5 years removed and be able to come out and just have to not make passes where he's got to push the ball down the field 30 yards and show you the limitations that he might have exposed as an older guy, he can make that work. He's got as well, not coming to a playbook that he's not unfamiliar with. He's got this great A connection with Shane Steichen that goes all the way back to the San Diego Charger days. So it's just not exactly what it looks like on the surface of a situation, and thus a little bit harder of one to get around as far as the team playing him, on top of which the real true extra factor here being, Jesus, that you're playing this Indianapolis, where that Colts team, which is a good Colts team, another factor into this, that's a good Colts team, plays its best at home, prime time. Tough environment for San Francisco to go out into and into winning. So I think that this doesn't make it embarrassing if they lose. It's a tough Colts team. And Rivers can still do just enough at the position. Jai, bruh, I still don't get why we were so adamant in blitzing Stafford so much in that first half. I'm not sure as well. I don't know if some of that was maybe run blitzes that you were hoping turns into pass rushes, and you're anticipating maybe that it was a way to kind of stop the run. You can sometimes do it that way, Jabra, but it wasn't effective. And then once they went away from it and just started trusting more of the front four to create the pressure, they had more success at that point. Trevor says, I don't know if it was because we won, but the uniform kind of grew on me. That's fair. Kind of did to me as well. I was hating that in the start, but by the end I was like, I don't know, maybe we could do these again. That's right. Rivers still has a football mind, hand grenade. Daniel says, Brando, it does make a difference who last touched it. It's not a fumble by rule. Rule 8 specifically differentiates between a fumble and backwards pass. They are both live balls, but not the same. Great note, man. Great note. Schneider should get Executive of the Year, Thomas. I agree. I think he's going to win it legit this year, too. Joe says, Ram fans pitch intense at Camp Cope a lot. All sites booked through 2026. And backwards pass that hits the ground can be recovered and advanced by anyone. That's an important distinction to make for the roundtable. I will indeed, man. I will indeed. So can we get Sharpsdale Coobs to the play calls? The guy's genius. Jordan says, do you think the Colts can beat the Niners and Falcons beat the Rams next week? Because technically we could clinch the division next week. Got to get the Bears to lose once as well. Let's forget that. But hey, maybe the Niners come back and beat Niners lose this week and then they beat the Bears next week. That'd be cool. Yes, anything's possible here, Jordan. The Atlanta Falcons have now won 2 in a row. So do they start to feel a little bit of mojo and they're trying to maybe build a little bit of their case for why they need to keep the team intact, why they need to keep their coach? There's a little bit of maybe a hungrier Falcon team because there's a little bit more at stake than would be so for a team that's out of the playoff hunt at this point. Still, I think that the Rams are able to take them down when it's all said and done. They're too good for where they're at right now. Chili says it's funny how the Rams act like the refs don't help them the most in LA. Most missed pass interference calls in the end zone on a 4th down play in week 11. Happens with them a lot. And it's kind of weird to me that there's some of their fans seem to be up in arms like, this is always occurring to us. Like, really? When? I don't think so. Sloppy One says, if we don't get that 2-point conversion, I bet we win in regulation. It's very possible. Very possible. Chili DK should get suspended for a whole year and get a pay cut. They didn't accept Derek Hall appeal. They did him dirty. Yeah, boy, they did. Derek Hall, I feel bad for him, man. So I really don't think he tried to step on that guy's thing. I think he had his foot underneath the guy and he's trying to pull that foot up while he's trying to step at the same time. It's like if you ever walked in a dark room and you suddenly see like a toy under your foot or something and you try to step this way and then it's awkward step to this foot. I don't think he was trying to step on him per se. Pretty Emmy Rams are just spoiled brats. Rams fans also don't mention the fact the Rams went 3 and out 6 times in the 4th. Again, what's the contributing factor on this game? One play or a collection of plays? And is there a collection of plays where there was a pattern that then led, to your point, Vader, towards that loss? Great point on your part, man. Just one more thing. I mean, there's such a stack of this stuff. Maybe I'll write it out tonight for the roundtable, just go through the stack of items so that maybe it can be just undeniable at that point. I mean, they still will, but for those that are not Ram fans, it'll be undeniable. Because there is so much on that you can build up the case for why you lost that game. 6 times in the fourth, 3 and out, the punt return touchdown, the lack of ability to punch it in the red zone, and red zone issues being horrible in this game. There's quite a bit there. Jake ain't got a ginger leg to stand on. No, he ain't running me down tomorrow. I'm not letting him off the hook. We're going to battle it. We got to battle on this one. Thomas says, I can see the Seattle wins the Super Bowl and the Ram fans will be saying we got cheated. Oh, I hope they do. I hope they do. Jay says the punt after Shaheed return was shanked short and wobbly out of bounds. They were scared. It's going to be the fun part with Shaheed. You're seeing already the impact of him. The kick return touchdown, and the Rams just in this game from the jump to saying, we're not going to mess with Shaheed on the kickoffs. Just put it in the back of the end zone and give him the ball at the 35-yard line. And you're right. After that punt return touchdown, you got the effect of it on that wobbly punt out of bounds. And this is what happens when you start to have a dangerous returner back there like that, and the reputation's out there, and teams start to now bend themselves in knots to try to avoid dealing with them, and they can end up causing themselves more pain in the process of trying to do that. Agreed, Chili. I don't think Derek Hall was trying to do anything cray-cray. Joshua says Jake got upset about EJ. Then he was completely forgetting about the 3 and outs RD pulled off. How much time has he spent talking about that? How much time has he spent talking about the officials? Which one was the bigger factor, really? And it's all said and done. MX says the Colts got this game against the Niners. Let's go, MX. Come on. Come on, Colts. Says, good point, Flabba. They know that Chicago in January will be harsh conditions, the Rams affecting their offense. Indeed. And that's an awful matchup for the Rams, too. They know that part, too, right? Susceptibility to running, susceptibility to teams running on you, trying to get home with your front four. You get a guy like Jared Verse going out of control. Caleb Williams is able to break the pocket, right? Like, it's not a good matchup for them, necessarily. When will Cross be coming back? Playoffs. Playoffs at this point, Chili. Trevor says it's funny how Niner fans think they've locked in the number 1 seed. I know. They think that they'll win against, they think they're just going to, it's no doubt they're going to beat us in this last game of the year because they somehow like own us. All right. All right. And he says, that's why you're the best. B, you admit when you're wrong. I don't, it's always about getting it right. And I know a lot of what I do here is prognostication and predictions and trying to accurately assess stuff that's going on or what's going to happen in the future. But it's also coming back to this being, like I always talk about too, is that this is a think tank, our community here. And what a think tank is the purpose of a think tank isn't to have one guy just like, here's all the ideas, here's all the things. It's that we collectively kind of bring this all together and distill it down and hopefully get to a better bottom line or a more accurate bottom line to the situation by the collective brain power we're all able to apply to the situation. And if you're wrong, it's you don't want to dig your heels in to stay wrong. You want to get it right. And sometimes we're wrong initially, but you get it right by taking in new data and new information. When we look to the Rams team right now, why are they getting this wrong? Because they decided walking out of that game that the officials were against them, and then no amount of data that can be told to them can dissuade them of that. They start out with a conclusion that this is absolutely where it is. Whether I really want to turn through all of this information or not, I just want to start right from this spot. Start from a conclusion. It's no surprise that you arrive there. And you didn't arrive there by logic or reason or deduction. You arrived there because you emotionally felt a way. And football is a sport that can emotionally make you feel a way at times. And sometimes you got to fight against that because it can, like emotions, drive you in the wrong direction of what's really accurate. It may be, Chili. We want the Bears to maybe lose the Niners. So we want the Niners to win tonight. We want the Bears to lose tomorrow. And we want the Rams to lose one more game so that we can get that final game of the season not even mattering. Vader says, true, the defense literally forced 6 3-and-outs in the fourth. I mean, Vader is like, got enough said at that point, right? Beyond any other factors, I tell that to you as a team. I say, hey, your team in this game had 6 3-and-outs in the fourth quarter. Team probably goes, yeah, we probably lost that game. You got to finish strong. You finish weak like that, you're probably going to lose that game. And Bomber Derek Hall's suspension not being overturned is absurd. I've watched the play over and over again, and it's not Ndamukong Suh where he's walking free and he like goes out of his way to step on a guy's leg or whatever. He's got his foot pinned underneath. I mean, if you've ever had your foot pinned and you try to walk and you're kind of off balance, and then that second foot you're just trying to bring down wherever you can kind of bring it down, there's a guy laying in front of you. It's kind of natural. Yeah, McGags, Trevor Lawrence looks like Prince Charming and Dude in Shrek. He does. I've also heard him called Sunshine from the Remember the Titans. I think that's kind of a little bit of why there's always been a little bit of anti-Trevor sentiment out there at times from folks who just, I think the way he looks kind of drives it a bit. Phoebe Hawks Nest, apparently there's a lot of heat Grant Udisky is getting head coaching interviews, most likely not getting it, but that's crazy status for 29-year-old. He's on the fast track. He was on even when Mike McDonald was being talked about. I think that they were looking at him as maybe even an offensive coordinator under Mike at that time. I don't think we were looking at him as a head coach, but he has been the fast track guy where it's been that sort of reputation of it's only a matter of time thing applied to him. So I know it's very young, but he's a guy with a very great reputation throughout the sport. King Bomber sucks. We're going to lose some depth for this matchup. Hopefully he can escape with no injuries. Amen. And yeah, I'm with you. You would like to have your fourth edge here and be able to roll those rotations, especially coming off this game where you had to play 90 defensive snaps, to have the opportunity to be able to go back to these guys and use them a little bit more. Say nothing of the fact that Boye Mafe is not giving us anything. He's your lowest rated edge in this game was Boye Mafe. And you've already started to cut down his snaps to give him the opportunity to be able to go like a bat out of hell when he is out there. So hopefully Boyo takes advantage of the opportunity in this game. He's getting a lot more snaps than he's gotten recently and does something with them, King. Thomas says, Jones said Rams were laughing, so the defense stepped it up. Completely stupid on the Rams. Don't wake up the beast, man. Don't wake up the beast. Leave him sleeping. I hate the Hall suspension, Jordan. I do. If you're going to suspend a guy for a game, you better know it's egregious, and you better know for sure what his intention was. And I don't know that you know either of those two things. I hate it. Three guns deep. Whatever that guy said to DK made that lady sitting next to him move away and look at him sideways before DK even swung. Look at it again. No, I mean, I'm sure that the guy said something out of pocket, three guns deep. It's not to say that the guy didn't say something. And fans that are saying stuff in the crowd that's potentially, as DK has intimated, is racist. There's no place for that. And there's supposed to be ushers out there listening and hearing for that. And if that occurs, the usher should be able to get them out of the stadium in short order. And that's the way that should be dealt with. If the usher doesn't hear him and he says it, then the answer there is not for the player to take a swing at the fan in the stands. That's not the answer there either. Three guns deep, players are sitting and hearing fans talk stuff for decades and decades and decades. 100,000 players from basketball to football to basketball and everything in between has been able to hear those taunts and hear those things and not go into the stands and start swinging. It doesn't mean that it lets them off the hook for saying it. Just means that this is the nature of the beast. You're going to be on the stadium. People are going to be liquored up. People are going to be saying stuff that's out of pocket. Again, if there's something racist, get the usher over there and get the guy out of the stadium. Ban him for life. I don't think there's any place for that. But if nobody's hearing it necessarily, and Usher's got a lot of work to do in those stadiums, and they aren't necessarily right there at the moment to hear that spot, then the answer is not you swing. You don't walk over there, three guns deep. That's the other part of this, You stay on the bench. The other part I've heard about this three guns deep, I don't know if this is the case, but I've heard that there's also potentially something maybe mentally not all there with the fan. I heard somebody reference the fact they've sat next to that fan and that there's maybe some mental limitations there a little bit that are you can kind of see. What if we come to find that? What if you find he's mentally handicapped? Right? It's easy enough to avoid. There's plenty of players that are able to do it. There's no excuse for going into the stadium, into the fans. Again, too, where it's like, whatever the guy said, 3 guns deep, what did that do? You didn't even swing at the guy. You didn't hurt him. He feels like he got a win because he got a reaction and a rise out of you. You're going to get suspended for a couple of games by the NFL, and maybe you lose those games from a Pittsburgh Steelers standpoint, and maybe you lose the opportunity for that division win at that point. Like, that price to be paid for that just ain't worthwhile. And why are all these other players able to deal with that in such a fashion, but you have to go off key? And the other part about this 3 guns deep, and I love DK. His jersey's right behind me. But DK had a problem with controlling his emotions in Seattle. Got countless, innumerable, silly-ass penalties because he couldn't control himself. That's more of what we saw this past Sunday. And for a guy that's heading into his early 30s here pretty soon, it gets kind of hard to explain away as something of like, he's got a valid right to act that way. You don't. You're not bigger than the team. And right there in the moment, DK made himself bigger than the team. Nacho, Rams fans so quick to cry about refs when it's to their convenience. Ha ha ha. The loss brought out the real identity of their fan base. Amen, man. Front runners. Jason James says, Pelissaro said the guy has been following him around to different stadiums and harassing him. Well, it's again, just if it's this big of an issue on a guy specific, go back to the league then, deal with it in other methods than just the swinging method. Why are you mad, bro? I hate when people say we didn't play anybody, but we have. We beat the Steelers, Texans, Jaguars, and Rams. Jaguars and Rams have 11 wins. Texans have 10, and the Steelers have 9. Yeah, you've gone through enough of this schedule at this point that you've got legitimate wins. So, the easy scheduler being where it is. Also, let's add on to that point too, you mad, bro. You've got 3 losses on this year, right? So we got 3 losses on this year in 15 games. And those 3 losses have been by a collective 9 points. So we got the quality wins on our side. We got the 3 losses by a collective 9 points. And then the 3 losses that we have occurred being to the Niners, Buccaneers, and to the Rams. Buccaneers look like they might not make the playoffs. The other 2 teams are going to make the playoffs. So even the 2 losses you have, 2 of the 3 are 2 playoff teams, and the other team is the second place team in another division. So it's like, there's quality there on the schedule. There's plenty there, to your point. Chili, I'm from the California. I've never seen a Rams from back in the early 2000s, only the Oakland Raiders and Charger fans, but mainly Niner fans. I've never seen a Rams fan in California when they were in Missouri. I didn't either. I've been through California quite a bit through that time and did not see it either there, to your point. So, they want to make it a thing there. There's a lot of foreign people that are trying to claim like they were claiming and rocking the Rams and repping the Rams the first time they came through there. I don't know about that. And we'll see if they can make it work there long-term with the Rams fan base and they stay connected. Maybe. I don't think that the Chargers are going to work there long-term. And the Chargers end up back in San Diego when it's all said and done. But agreed. When I go to LA, you'll mainly see Raiders stuff out there than anything else. Thomas says DK has to realize he will have people who are idiots. He is a 25-year-old man. He's almost 30 now. He's got to grow up. He said, by the way, there's video proof that DK is full of S. He was not called slurs. I haven't seen the video with it, but that's interesting. The fan said that he was just saying DK's full name. Fan could be BSing as well, but fan was interviewed and he said, I was just saying Decarius, blah, 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 just saying his full name. Which I don't know why that would set DK off the reservation. It's another must-win game. Got to take out the Carolina. Got to take him out, man. Joe says, Jake's just mad Hawks took the jelly out of his donut. Amen. King says, Rams fans still complaining almost 4 days later about the refs. It's hilarious. They are. While not noting at the same point, nobody nationally has that applied to this game. Nobody out there in New York is saying the Rams were done dirty. Nobody down in Texas is saying the Rams were done dirty. Nobody to the north is saying the Rams were done dirty. It's only the people in LA that are saying that. Ryan says, somebody may have said this, but DK had zero business even going over there asking for trouble. Yeah, don't go over there. There's no point there's no win for you there. There's no point. MK, Max, man, hopefully somebody at some point jacks Jack Doherty the hell up. He might be one of the biggest people in the world that deserves getting punched in the face. Just a douchey looking face, too. Your guns deep. They need to start making the Rams pay for putting them on the 35-yard line every kickoff. Amen, man. That's Rams opening up that door, is giving us opportunity, you know, and another part of the story of this game. Just another part of the story of this game. DK just got suspended for 2 games. That's what I was expecting they were going to do to him. Kubiak's not moving on. I've been here for at least one more year. I hope you're right, man. I'd love to see that. I don't want to go get another coordinator for the 3rd straight year. Or I guess that would be for the 4th straight year, right? Kind of technically. Fourth different offensive coordinator in 4 seasons. I'd rather McDaniel of Miami if he gets fired. I would too. Does seem like Miami's kind of circling around keeping him at this point and laying the blame game on the general manager. That appears to be what they're trying to lean into. Hard to say on Kubiak, Herbicide. I think it's kind of open-ended right now. It's kind of like it could flop onto either side of the fence with that getting the job or staying here. I think he's definitely going to get interviewed. Brian, did anyone see the hit in the back Trevor Lawrence took? Wow. Yeah, the greatest caption was somebody posted out there. Who would have ever have guessed this was the same team that's coached by the same man who had Bountygate? Because the whistle's blown and they basically took the free shot to take a free hit at him. And Sean Payton, old habits die hard. That's all I'm going to say on that, Brian. You know what I mean? I bet he may not be fully Bountygating it anymore, but I would bet that there's a lot of instructing of playing with a certain kind of violence. Let's call it that. I'm with you, Thomas. I want to keep the San Francisco Rams wide zone scheme, man. Stay with like versus like. I do hope you're right, Gunzeep. He's going to get interviewed. So I've checked with a couple of sub-sources I have in the league, and he's going to get interviewed. I don't have a lot of sources on certain things, but that's going to happen. So we'll see if he wins him over or not. I think he's likely to probably stay another year, but some of this 3 guns deep comes from, are there a lot of hot coaching candidates out there really right now? Who are those hot coaching candidates? You know, we're speaking about this Udinsky kid. I don't even know if he's been an offensive coordinator yet or been like one for 1 year. Who's the other, candidates out there that are really shining like, Mike McCarthy. And then the other part of this 3 guns deep is how many jobs are going to be available. I mean, there's Black Monday could come and we could see another 4 or 5 coaches axed on top of what's already happened with Tennessee and with the New York Giants. So if there's 7 jobs available, are there 7 better candidates than Kubiak? Maybe. But I think he would be at least in play and just win one team over with a great interview and you got the job. Mara like Todd Monken? I don't dislike Todd Monken at all. It's more of just that stay to the like-for-like offense and not reinvent the wheel, because the Waldron offense to the Grubb offense to the Kubiak offense to the Todd Monken offense, not only are you now changing up 4 separate offenses in 4 years, but you're moving through 4 different stylistic offenses that are very different from each other. Rashad, I heard Kubiak to the Raiders. Poor P. Oh, God. 3 guns deep, the defensive coordinator for Houston Texans. You got the defensive coordinator for the Rams. That's a good point. I think as well, I put Saleh as on there. I don't know if the Houston Texans coordinator will get it, because I think a lot of the head coach with the Houston Texans will get a lot of the credit there. But Shula for the Rams is likely to get a job. Saleh is definitely likely to get a job. But outside of those 2 guys, a hotter coordinating coaching candidate out there in the sport, maybe Brady with the Bills, maybe on that. Okay, so I don't think Modkins is a great fit with Darnold, but I think he could excel with the right quarterback. Agreed. I think he's totally agree with you there, man. He's a quality coordinator, just not quite the right fit with him, not the right fit with where we're at offensively and how we're running. Thomas, I'd love to see McDaniel here for Kubiak. That'd be my number one. Oh, freaking pause there for a second. What just happened there? All right. McDaniel would be the next guy that I'd want to go to from Kubiak, if that's the option that's available. And I wish Dinsky was still available, especially with his personal experience with Darnold, but I don't think we can have him, even though he doesn't call plays. Yeah, I don't think he's more on the trajectory for the head coaching thing, even as young as he is. They were looking at him like that 2 years ago. Yeah, McDaniel would be great for K9 Sharps. I agree. Jay Gundy's more likely to get a coordinator spot somewhere? No, I don't think so, man. He'll stay here as a special teams coordinator. Special teams coordinators, 3 guns deep, don't tend to go to become offensive coordinators or defensive coordinators. I don't think anybody's getting him a head coaching job. McCoy said, we're lucky and didn't trust Darnold, and the Rams will blow us out if we rematch in the playoffs. Okay. That's an interesting take, considering we played him tight both 2 times we played him this year. 2-game suspension for DK Metcalf. Thank you, Trav Vexo, for the update. Gosh, DK, come on, man. Three guns deep on the roughness penalty on Okada. The guy took 3 steps and lowered his head. I hadn't taken note of that. You might be right. Let's take a look at it. All right, there's the catch. The third step's coming down just as he's about to be hit. So 1, 2, and then the third. So we got right foot. Right foot goes down. Left foot goes down. So that's 1, 2. So the left foot goes down and contact's coming down as the right foot's coming down. Just not quite the third step coming into play, just the 1, 2. And he's still on that second step with the foot up by the time the collision happens. It's very close. It's very, very close. But just enough to the 2 steps that probably about the right call. It's close though, 3 gun. The thing with the 2 3 guns is you've got to take from a Okada standpoint, it's hard to do, and he's lowering down a little bit there. I get that, but you got to find a way to lower your head out of the hit. Because he's not it's not like Davis Allen's got his head lowered here. He's standing straight up as he's caught this ball. He's definitely turning his shoulder to contact, but Okada's, if he just gets a little lower and turns his head and gets into the shoulder, this is a clean hit and he can get away with it. And he almost does. Just barely that glancing off the helmet's enough for the call to be driven at that point. Thomas, this whole team will be freaking special. I see this as 2012 Seahawks, which is scary. I do too, man, because we're better than that team in 2012, but it does feel like that 2012 season where you're kind of a year early on it. And anything's possible in that. And the team can get hot at the end like that team. I maintain with that team, then part that really, to reference the scary portion of that Seahawks team had to travel on the road, but it was running so hot at the end of the season. It was playing such great football. The 2 50-point burgers that they put up that season, they were rolling. And if they had been able to play at home, rolling that hot, as good as we were playing at home, as badass as the home field advantage was at that time, probably go to the Super Bowl. Might win that Super Bowl. I'll probably win that Super Bowl, frankly, against that Baltimore team. But had to go on the road, and maybe this team this year won't have to do that same thing, and maybe that can be the difference for a team a year early having the chance to go and get to the show. 3 guns deep. How many times has a quarterback thrown the ball while getting his hand tipped, whistle blows, somebody picks up the ball, and then they review it, and it's a fumble? Same thing. Similar, yeah. I mean, this is a true outlier situation with it being a backwards pass that goes forward. That's the part off the ricochet of the helmet that made it truly unique. But similar kind of stuff that can go down, yeah. That play is exactly like a toss sweep. And if a toss sweep, everyone would be trying to get the ball. A little bit, yeah. Very, very similar. A couple donations in here. I'm a little behind. Sorry about that, folks. Sonny from the North. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sonny, keep Kubiak. Continuity in the offense will do us better than trying to learn a third offense in 3 years, even if the new coordinator offense is better. 100% agreed here, Sonny. So maybe I was seeming like I'm trying to get that across a little bit here. I'm not looking to move on from Kubiak in any way, shape, or form, and would not advocate for that at all. I think he's been a grade A offensive coordinator for you, and there's a reason that he's getting some heat as far as a head coaching candidate. This is as much of in anticipation that if he does get the head coaching call and that there's a team that does get signed up for him and loves what he's going to do. And I think really where it comes down to Kubiak, for those of you who think it's a year early, it is a year early. Probably isn't quite ready. But as we've seen in the past, this isn't always the driver of situations for teams hiring head coaches. And when you do look at him, I mean, look at Liam Cohen, for instance, with Tampa Bay, takes over for Canales, quickly goes and gets a job right after that, right? Look at that as a kind of a example in recent years that's occurred. Same kind of situation a little bit to what's going on here. So if there's only a couple head coaching jobs out there that are available, Kubiak's not likely to get it, Sonny. But if we're talking about there being 6 or 7, right? 6 or 7 jobs, I'd almost offer I don't know how he kind of doesn't get it. So right now we know we have the New York Giants and the Tennessee Titans. These are 2 teams that are going to fire their head coach. Do the New York Jets fire their coach? They don't seem completely sold on him. I'll keep him off the list, but we don't know. Do the Miami Dolphins fire Mike McDaniel at this point? I think there's a good chance of it because you're going to bring on a new general manager, and you don't want to bring on a new general manager forcing him to inherit a coach. You want to give a new general manager an opportunity to hire on their next head coach. So there's 3. Do the Cincinnati Bengals head coach, does Zach out there keep his job? There's a possible 4. Does the Cleveland Browns with Stefanski keep his job? There's 5. Do the Raiders stay with Coach Carroll? That looks increasingly less and less likely. There is 6. Aside from that, only the Arizona Cardinals would seem to be probably the only other team as a possibility to let go of their coach, and that's looking like more and more of a possibility as well. 7 teams. 7 teams. And if it's 2 to 3, Kubiak ain't going. If it's 6 to 7, I think there's a good chance that he's one of the top 7 guys that ends up moving on at that point. But Sonny, thank you for the donation. I completely do want to keep Kubiak. I think you're absolutely right that the ideal here is not to move on to a new offense or to a new offensive coordinator, even if it's a like offense. You want to just keep the connection between him and Darnold, let them continue to grow. The second year of an offensive coordinator tends to be better than the first year. And considering the returns this year and the first year, one can only imagine what year 2 might look like. So keep him here. But boy, that numbers game might draw you in a place where it just can't happen. Because those other factors kind of at play a little bit, being there would just be too many teams and not enough good candidates out there for the amount of teams that are trying to go find a new coach. Thank you though, Sonny. Tezakaku, thank you for the $14 donation. Very kind of you, Tezakaku. Not going to say the NFL is rigged, but we did re-sign Eric before the Rams game, and then without any targets throughout the game, he wins us the game of the year. So I kind of get where you're coming from, I guess, to Zakaku on this, and I thank you for the donation. With Saubert, of course, it wasn't as really that we re-signed Saubert, but that he's been dealing with an injury for these past many weeks, and that's why he wasn't playing. In addition to the fact that, when he was healthy before, he was sort of the third tight end because you had Arroyo out there. And then when he came back, Arroyo was gone. So he got to slide into the number 2 tight end role at that point, which is a big difference because of how much a 12 personnel you run versus how much 13 personnel you run. So I know he's been a guy that's been a bit of a forgotten man on this team, but there are kind of reasons why you were in that position at the end for him to play more than there being kind of a rigging reason. And I think if you go to rigging there, my only issue with that to Zakaku just comes down to, if you're going to kind of intimate a little bit that there was some sort of rig to the last of that last game, which this game just doesn't make any sense to me on the rig thing. It's cope from Rams fans to me that are trying to lean into that. And I know that's not what you're doing, but it also sort of, when you do that, it sort of throws out the door and out the window Sam's brilliant read on the play, Sam's decision-making on the play, Sam going through his reads on the play. So if it's all rigged, right, and it's all set up for it to just go to Saubert, why doesn't just Sam look to Saubert then? Why is he going through all of the other reads with his head? Why is his footwork taking him through the sprint read option out to Cooper Kupp, then back to JSN, then back to Barner, and then until he gets to the fourth guy being Saubert to the other side? So if it's rigged, it's kind of like there's a lot of window dressing on that play for it being rigged. I think that was more of Sam being, I would say, brilliant in that moment of being able to really quickly get through his reads, throw out those that were not going to be in play or open, and then get himself back to Saubert off the back of those reads, and those reads happening really fast. It's also the tremendous footwork he uses going through those reads one by one. It's part of also why you can see it. And drop the donut. Let me just play for you again the final play on this to kind of show you again what I'm meaning on this. But Tezakaka we have right here. Watch Darnold's head on this play. He's going to the sprint option look first to Cooper Kupp. Then he comes back to Barner. So head's now back on Barner and then comes back to Saubert. So, he's going through reads, he's basically going out there and making it happen on that play as much as anything else. So it's also, I think, a little bit of an adjustment on top of this. This is why I'd say this less than regular. There's a lot of more that went into this. I think that you can understand why that play played out, especially because the last 4 weeks, what we've seen from Sam Darnold and the Seahawks offense is more of an onus upon trying to work a little bit more of the security outlet option. The big issue in the Rams game is he kept trying to push the ball down the field at times, or you didn't give him security outlet options because you had those guys chipping and holding in place, not getting out into the flats or getting the flats really late. And so Sam wouldn't have any outlet options. And from that game, Kubiak's done a very good job of giving him outlet options, and Sam's done a very good job of working those outlet options since that Rams game with the 4 interceptions. So I can understand a little bit because it seems so unlikely of a play to a guy that's been, that forgotten man there a little bit to the offense. But I think as well, there was a lot that went into driving you to targeting Saubert there and why it made sense why Sam kind of went to him. But he definitely went through his reads. He was definitely not the first option on that play. And if you're going to rig it, you're probably going to rig it towards the first option on the play, right? But thank you, Tezakaku. Appreciate the $14 donation. And you are absolutely right. Positively true about this. Biggest game of the year. Biggest game of the year in the NFL. Biggest game maybe in this division. And maybe we come to find out that it's the most impactful game in the NFL overall. If it ends up being the driving force to getting you the first round bye, that ends up being the driving force to getting you to the Super Bowl. Wouldn't that be cool? Thank you, Tezakaku. Kind as always on that front of things. I appreciate you for that. Nas, thank you for the $5 donation. Nas. On Roundtable, please also bring up the face mask against Darnold's Rams versus the Vikes last year. Most blatant missed call ever. What a great pull. I got one more, man. I got one more that I get to yank up. I'm gonna have the receipts. I promise you, Nas. My plan is this evening to get all of the screenshots that I want to get sent out to Z-Bot so that he's got it as the host and ready when I'm talking to bring up. We're going to have them on table, and all those Rams fans can sit there and bitch and moan. But the one thing they're not going to be able to do is deny the photographic evidence and deny the evidence I can bring up in addition to this, that they've got no leg to stand on this sort of, oh, the officials are just against us narrative that they're trying to shift, where it's not only now did the game get robbed from you by the Seahawks, this was taken from us by the NFL here, but they're always doing this to us. They're always doing us so dirty. Give me a break. And you bring up a great point there back to that game last year where Darnold's got the ball at the end of the game in that first Rams game. He's in the shadow of his end zone, drops back. The Byron Young comes through, rips his helmet back to where it goes almost backwards behind his head. The helmet's ripped backwards so hard on the play. No call, game over. Vikings lose. So yeah, I will be great pull on your part. Thank you for reminding me of that one, Nas. That gives me one more little extra one in to bring up and be like, here's all these plays. You're going to talk to me about this, really? You're going to talk to me about this, really? Like this, you want to die on this hill, do you, Jake? You guys want to die on this hill? You guys really sure about this one? Or does it just kind of emotionally feel like that to you? Thank you, though, man. Thanks. Appreciate you, Nas. I will absolutely make sure to bring that one up, and I'll try to see if I can get the screenshot on that one, too. Be like, well, here's this screenshot. Here's that screenshot. Here's last week before you played us where your tight end is obviously 1.5 yards short of the touchdown, and they give him a touchdown. Here's this play from a couple of years ago that finished the game for us where DJ Dallas was there to make the catch, catchable ball, turning back, ready to go make the catch. Ram player not turning back for the ball, slamming into DJ before he can make the catch. Doesn't get overturned. Doesn't get called the penalty. Game over. Seahawks lose. Like that Darnold play with the Rams Vikings last year you talked about here, Nas. Wow, it's almost like there's a lot of evidence towards the Rams getting a lot of the benefit of the doubt when it comes to these plays. Isn't that weird? They're bitching them on like the refs are getting them. I got all this evidence beyond just Seattle. All this other evidence that points to them having all of these benefits of the doubt in all of these games. Weird. Taker 610. Thank you for the $5 donation. Taker, good to see you in the house, brother. The Chiefs are hopping state lines into Kansas, apparently. Looks like that 70% subsidy offer on a new building was music to the Hunt's ears. Yeah, they'll still be called Kansas City, but they're not going to technically be playing in Kansas, Taker. It's kind of like the New York teams playing in Jersey, I guess, technically speaking, or something like that. Yeah, kind of strange. When it comes to these stadiums, though, these owners are really strange, and they will twist themselves up into knots to find a way to get the cities to pay for them, come hell or high water, whether the money's there or not, whether it's good economic times or bad economic times. Owners always want the taxpayers to foot the bill in full, and they're going to find a way to do it, even if they got to, as you say, jump state lines to make it happen. That sucks if it is going to be outside Kansas City. Well, it's technically still in county. It's in Wyandotte County, Kansas. Oh, that's it. Yeah, Kansas. I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm an idiot. Okay, so Kansas, yeah, you're Kansas City, but you're going into Kansas, even though Kansas City's in Missouri. That's kind of weird. But like I say, they'll do anything to make this stuff happen now. They got to go dome there, right? It's got to go dome in Kansas City, or at least be a partial dome. Who knows, though? Maybe they're like, well, the weather works in our favor so well. I know they were talking about it. I didn't know they were fully on board doing that there, Taker. But we saw it with Clay Bennett here, right? You don't give those guys what they want, they're going to play hardball. They'll play hardball really quick, and they don't care. They got no sentimentality towards the situation at all. Even the Hunt family there that's been in Kansas City for so many years. They go, that's what we got to do. Pretty Pretty Emmy, thank you for the $50 donation. Pretty Emmy, you are very, very kind for that. You guys are amazing as ever here on this channel with all the support you throw my way, and Emmy dropping a big old $50 drop. I really thank you for that. Very kind of you. Really appreciate you. It says, Merry Christmas, Brandon, and your family. May your home be blessed with warmth and your heart with gratitude. Keep going. You're doing an amazing job. Your articulate commentaries is greatly appreciated. Thank you for all you do, and go Hawks. Well, fist bump to you as well. Go Hawks. And thank you as well for the kind words. Really appreciate it, on top of the big monster donation. That's very, very kind of you. $50 donations. Thank you just never is enough for when you guys throw me this kind of support. And Emmy, appreciate you as well for being a member of the channel, jumping up aboard on that as well. And I love what I got to do, and gratitude is absolutely right. There is not a day in doing this that I don't remind myself purposefully, but also just will strike me as I'm just kind of going through the normal course of the day, where it's, I get to get up every day and think about Seahawks football and think about the NFL and think about whatever I want to do towards, maybe it's to, yesterday evening, last night, Emmy, I was out there looking at 5th and 6th round draft prospects in this next draft. I can get into any different direction I want to go in this channel, and it's all fun for me. I'm a pig in mud when I get to do it, no matter what I get to do. But I'm blessed to be able to do it, because I could want to do this stuff and there wasn't the support, there wasn't the interest, there weren't those folks watching. It wouldn't matter very much how much I love doing it, because there wouldn't be enough people to watch, enough people to support to be able to do it and how I do it. But the gratitude is right, because I get to do this every day, not because it's just something I'm doing, but because of the support coming down. And if that support wasn't there from folks like yourself, I wouldn't be able to do this in the way I do. And so it's there every day for me. And I'm really blessed to do what I get to do. Blessed is the right way to put it as well. Gratitude and blessed. It is really what I feel in doing it. And it's why I try to thank you guys every kind I can, because just being able to do this has been just my favorite thing. I love it. And it's my passion, and you guys are such a great community. And it's always such an awesome time being able to hang with you guys and talk about this sport, talk about this team, go every different direction that we tend to go, and all the way around. But thank you, Emmy. I very, very much appreciate it. You were very kind for that. And I love what I get to do. I'm having more fun now than ever before in doing this. I feel like we've really found our sweet spot here with the channel, our mode, and our kind of our rhythm, if you were. And the future's looking very, very bright for us. So thank you for that. Thank you for all you do. Go Hawks. Have a Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. Got a great Christmas day set up with the mom and brother and niece and nephew, and we're all going to hang out, and we're going to have a great Christmas this year, and really enjoy it. So thank you for that, Pretty Emmy. I really appreciate you for that. That's very kind of you. That big old $50 donation drop. Very, very kind of you. Go Hawks. That's for sure. Go Hawks. Brent, thank you for the $5 donation. Emailed you my Rams game experience. Too long for YouTube. I think you'll enjoy it. Dreamlike first game to attend. Got voice back fully yesterday. Props to you, Brent. Props to every fan that was in that stadium. I've sometimes been hard on this fan base in some of these games and feeling like the 12s weren't doing everything they could to help out the team, weren't always as connected to the in-game experience and what was happening on the field. A little bit more caught up with the sights and sounds of the stadium, a little more caught up with the food in the stadium, a little bit caught up with, I just want to sit in my seat and treat this game like I'm watching it at home on a couch. But in that stadium, Mike McDonald referenced this, many of the players referenced this, the environment was back to a special place. The environment had an electricity to it. The environment had a little bit of, this is why this is the toughest stadium to play at in all of football when it is revving hot. There is no tougher spot to go to. The environment just sometimes can feel almost impossible. And when things start to swing, and that the fans are really affecting with the energy and the emotion onto the stadium, you can really feel it. And it's almost like that 2005 Giants game where the 12th man won the game with the false starts, but also with the energy in that stadium at the end of that game, where you forced that Giant kicker to miss a couple kicks because of how just loud it was, just how it was just so much. And what I really love about this game above all else, and congrats to you, that's a hell of a first game to get to go check out. What I really loved about this game from the fans' perspective and what this could do as well is we've been waiting for this lightning rod event. We've been waiting for this thing to where the stadium's energy and the feeling in the stadium and that old kind of magic that used to exist in the feeling has kind of had pivoted away through at the end of the 2010s and kind of into the early 2020s. And it had been partially lost a little bit, where we'd really lowered down as far as a home field advantage. And that's why prior to this year, the last couple of years, you had seen us lose at home so many different times, is that we just didn't have that same effect. And that the fans have been kind of telling me, well, I need to have a reason to believe, and I need them to give me a right to root for them. And when they played at home, they haven't played particularly well. And now the team has given you all three of those things that had been maybe missing in prior recent years as to why the stadium energy wasn't in the same place that it was this past Thursday night. But now, can this make this back to being must-see TV for people in the Seattle area, must-in-action see for Seattle in the area? And what I mean by that is that I don't want to be missing an environment like that again. I don't want to be missing that special state of what those people in that stadium got to experience on that night. I got to get in there and see that game. That there's going to be more of a drive from those folks locally to get back in that stadium, to be part of that special environment and what you bring to bear onto the football field every given Sunday when you have everybody fully throated at their most raucous. And you guys were at your most raucous that last Thursday. And it was great to see that everybody got the memo. Everybody tapped in. The old spirit was back and alive. And if you can bring that back, old spirit alive in that same fashion, if we can get the playoffs to this first round bye, that is what gets you the greased wheels to getting to the Super Bowl. That is me going back into my memory reservoir and saying those last three times that you got that first round bye, the impact of that crowd in the playoffs, that crowd that was turned up, hungry, just frothing at the mouth, drooling for a Super Bowl that they knew was this close. They gave you that little bit of extra from the stadium. They gave you that little bit more noise, that little bit more of intensity. And that can be just enough to push you over the top in a particular football game, to give you that little bit extra juice to get you past the finish line, Brett. Fantastic job on your point on that. I will check out that your email and take a look at some of what you got to do. I'll look forward to doing that, man. But a great job on your part, and to all of the fans in that stadium for stepping up and knowing what time it is, knowing what was at stake in that game. Because if we went lightly in that game, if it was a soft environment, if it was a fans just filled up with a bunch of Rams fans, maybe that's not enough to get you that extra juice to get you past, right? Certainly is possible. Certainly is possible. Bear with me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Sorry, I got a call there. Job bro. I think Colts can pull it off. 2017 to their defense shows out again like they did against us. I think they can do it, man. They got the means. Coop 53, 53rd. Coop, not a lot of faith in the Rams beating the Falcons. The only thing that gives me a little bit of faith or a little bit of hope is the fact that the Falcons are playing better the last couple of weeks, and Kirk Cousins is looking back to being at least a little bit functional. Kyle Pitts has come forward. They got Drake London back in the mode, so it does make them dangerous. But the Rams are going to be so hungry for that game. I just don't think they're going to leave anything open there for that as a possibility. Three Guns Deep says the Rams only have 60 penalties all season in the league. The Rams have only had 60 penalties all season, lowest in the league. How can they complain? I don't know. Great. Another great point on your part. You guys always bring up the good stuff here. Lowest penalized team in the league, but the way that they talk, you'd expect that they get flayed by the officials every single week. Thomas says, I had the same question I had for Stafford. His back is legit. Shoot, look at his face when he got hit. I'm 45. A paper cut hurts. Laughing out loud. A back injury isn't good, especially in the NFL. Stafford's as tough as they come, man. You got to give him credit for that. He's a guy that's been battered around his career a lot in Detroit, less or so in Rams, but he takes the big hits and stands back up and doesn't seem to be fazed by it, which is pretty cool. Brian says, Sauber's play, pure coaching, 100%. I agree. As a cock of Sauber's the hero we needed. Amen. I sneeze, I hurt my back. I sleep, I hurt my back. That's the wild part to me, man. Thomas says, I honestly believe Seattle will go after Linderbaum or try to trade for Crosby, Garrett, or even sign Hendrickson. If you did a 1-2 punch of getting Linderbaum and you got Myles Garrett, you imagine what that would do for the Hawk fandom as far as confidence level goes. And I would agree. I think both of those two players are going to be guys that they try to make a run at. I don't know as much about Hendrickson with his age and where he's at. You already got a couple of elder guys, especially you're keeping Uchenna on the roster. And I don't know if he does as well with the stand-up stuff first Thomas putting his hand in the dirt. But maybe. 3 guns deep. There were 6 minutes, 23 seconds left in the game after the 2-point play. Rams had the ball 3 more times and missed a field goal. Blame something else. Amen, man. Amen. Jeans is DK out here punching fans. Yeah, Pumpkin wants some attention. She's definitely he's a little needy right now. Thomas says, shoot. Last week, Detroit scored 34 points, but it's not what's wrong with the defense. It's the 2-point conversion is wrong. I know. They're blaming that in lieu of all of this other stuff. And that's going to be part of the bullet points I bring up on the round table is here's why you lost. Here's why you lost. Here's why you lost. Here, and here. And oh yeah, this too. You want to go to the 2-point conversion? These are all bigger factors than that 2-point conversion. Chili, who's going to be wearing the Seahawks beanie? Jake. King Bomber, banning people because you lost is the softest thing ever. Yeah, I think banning is kind of soft in general. If there's somebody coming in that they're trolling hard and they're going in a certain way and they're being disrespectful, then sure. If they're coming in and they're talking a little bit of trash as a fan and they're just kind of feeling themselves out for like, okay, that's going to happen. You know, I won't let anything get toxic. I certainly ain't going to let them, go after the people in my chat. But you're just coming in there to be like, hey, I think we won this game. And they're like, ban him. I don't think the officials played a part. Ban him. Like, come on. Right? It is a little bit soft on that point. But they were sensitive after the loss, I suppose. I was thinking the Patriots. That's who I won the Super Bowl. Revenge game. No more. Why didn't you hand the ball off? There we go. Unfinished business, like Marshawn once said, Herbicide. Nitro, weird question, but do you think it's a bigger impact to have the bye week or to play every playoff game at home with the 1 seed? I think the bigger impact is the 1 seed at home, because when I look across the sport as to where you could be having to go play otherwise, Philadelphia, Green Bay, Chicago, these are not great places to be playing in the middle of winter. And in the case of Lambeau, we've lost in Lambeau in the playoffs. In the case of Chicago, I think that we've lost a couple of times in the playoffs in Chicago in the last 25 years. You got a couple L's out there. So I would be worried probably a little bit about how home field advantage is probably the most important part of it, but that bye week for this team at the end of the year and to rest up in that way, have a guy like Charles Cross back fully healthy, have basically everybody back into the toe that you could need at that point. Maybe even Torrey Horton. That also would be big, but I'll give it the home field advantage to the playoffs to be a little bit bigger. Not Bexo. I hope the Seahawks can land Linderbaum if the Ravens let him walk. He'd be my number one priority, to your point, not Bexo. Of any position, of any place, and Crosby's not a free agent. You have to trade for him, but my number one priority free agent would be running after Linderbaum and giving him all the money at that point. I was a shoot on X. Jake was complaining about that stupid call when it was still a game for 6+ minutes. Three Guns says last time the Rams were saying the Seahawks would blame it on the officiating when they lost. Yeah, I remember mentioning it, but I think to give my fan base credit, I don't remember anybody after the 4 interception game by Darnold that's sitting there that the reason the Rams won that game was because of the officiating. And there were some bad calls in that game. But, that's going to happen. Certainly is going to happen playing the Rams. And it's just, there's a couple plays you can grab out. Well, that's not the whole game. And we didn't glom onto them. We didn't glom onto it then. They shouldn't glom onto it now. Chili Brandon, we lost the Rams. You would be giving props to the Rams. The Jake guy was being cocky and immature, saying the Rams are the better team and will win the Super Bowl. He gave no credit to Seattle. I agree. And I would. And I did. Go back and watch the round table when we got beat. I took it on the nose. We lost the game. Rams took it. Rams the better team. Still can't concert them. I didn't go to the officiating. I didn't say like officiating was the reason that we lost this game. Not at all. So I'll walk it like I talk it on this. As do you guys. Jake also wanted him to play the full 10 minutes, but he doesn't understand. Seattle won the toss. They wouldn't have kicked the ball off if that was the case. Play the full 10 minutes. You have to, what do you mean by wanting to play the full 10 minutes? Like they should have just played out the full overtime because we scored? Man, if he's at that point, the cope has gone way too deep. It was already over the sides, but now it's gone wild. PMs, did you guys think the Rams, Philadelphia can eliminate the Rams in the playoffs? Yeah. They've beaten them twice. Well, they beat them what? I think they beat them 3 times over the last 2 years, PM. And one of those wins happened in the Rams. The Rams would have to go on the road. 2 of those losses happened on the road. It's not a good team for them. No, it's not a great matchup. They got the cover corners on the outside that can eliminate a Puka. Nakua Cooper DeJean can be lined up on Puka, and you can put Quinyon Mitchell out there on Devontae Adams, and then they've got the game they can run on you, and that's where Rams can be susceptible at that point with Saquon Barkley. I think A.J. Brown can get after it on the edge against either Witherspoon or Forbes. No, he's not going to learn the rules, Brian. He's going to still be bitching and moaning about the rules. So hence he hadn't taken the time to learn them, I'm guessing. Yeah, says, fun fact, Nick Sirianni is 7-1 against Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur, and 4-0 against McVay. Eagles still should have a chance against the Lambs. Amen, man. Meanwhile, on top of it, can I add one more on there? Wait, no, I guess that's technically Carroll was in there. Mike hasn't played the Eagles yet. Pulse is up next. We play the Magic Panthers, playing like they know all their careers depend on. They will be ready. Go Hawks. Big game. Big game. Go Hawks, man. Besides, says you're right, 4 feet away. See what I mean? Pretty far. Pretty far. The bomber in the hole, he didn't have possession argument is hilarious because the ball moves when he hits the ground. Yeah. Well, that's where they love to play that ball moving thing when it works in their convenience, much like the phantom interceptions. Get those receipts. That's right. I'm going to have them in full. We're going to itemize this stuff down by the line. And then he can sit there and cling to his little vestiges of what he wants to cling to, but it doesn't, it's going to make him look silly. King says, so using the same logic with Ernest Jones' interception being incomplete, that pass should be incomplete. Yeah. And that's part of what I brought this up. If you go back to the roundtable last year when the interception happened on the Witherspoon play for the Rams off the McBride helmet, they got pinned down. I brought it up at the thing. I'm like, we had a play happen similarly with Jackson Smith and the Cowboys previously that year a year prior that Jackson made the catch and they determined that wasn't. It's like, it's all on this sort of like, well, does the ball move? Is the ball moved by the ground? There's a very arbitrary nature to the officiating and to the review that is not as black and white on it, which is my main issue with it, is it just gives too much shades of gray so that depending on the different officiating, you might have different calls made on how they see that kind of play. And the Jones interception, back to the Witherspoon interception, back to the Jackson Smith and Jigba touchdown reception, the Cowboys a couple of years ago, kind of all is a representative of this, is that, did the ground really help or not? And I can show one thing where the ground doesn't seem to be helping either of these two catches. And I can show one where this ground seems to obviously be helping this guy make this catch. Yet these two plays are incomplete and that play is a completion. All because the ball doesn't move? Well, what's more important, the ball not moving or that the ground aided in the completion? And if I can pin the ball to the ground, I'm not making the reception, the ground's making the reception, but because I didn't have it move, technically it didn't move, then it's a catch? Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I still stand here not really sure of what is determined to be a catch and what isn't, quite honestly. Almost says, didn't benefit from that stupid call last year in Arizona with that stupid interception that wasn't interception. But Ernest Jones does it, not interception. Total hypocrisy. And I'll bring it up on this show, right, Thomas? I'll bring it up the show and they'll be like, they're totally two different plays. I mean, it's totally just 100% two different situations entirely. That's what they're going to say. But you're right, it is hypocrisy. And it's the thing I point to often on this channel of, you can have a take on something, but then be principled on that take. Don't have a take on something, be principled on it, but then when it doesn't work in your favor a week from now, suddenly slide the other direction because it's not convenient to work in your favor. Be principled, as I am on this, where I'll just say, I still don't know what a catch is and isn't when it comes to the ground being a part of the process. And I think that that's more than it being an against Seattle thing. I think it's more of just an NFL problematic thing within their rule book on how they delineate what is and what isn't a catch. And they've had a problem with this for years, of course. Trade George Pickens to get an older George Pickens. That's the irony of this one, right? Part of what you bring in DK and is because you couldn't handle some of the mentality involved there with Pickens. And now you end up getting cost by the guy you got in to get his replacement. Three Guns, the Rams left guard was grabbing Byron Murphy as he was running past them on half the pass plays by the back of his jersey and holding on for dear life. I also saw Riley Mills have it happen to him once in this game too, 3 guns deep. I saw it in a lot of the L22. It's going to be something Jake's going to bring up tomorrow, is that our offensive line was somehow holding egregiously all of their defensive linemen, and he's going to completely ignore that it was being called equivalently onto the other side. But this is, again, if Jake was just not thinking about how everything's being done dirty to the Rams here and trying to think of things just what really was playing out, is it more likely, Jake, that they were against you and they wanted the Rams not to win, or is it more likely that the NFL wanted this game to play out by the players, and so they're going to let them play a little bit more loose and free, like they would in a playoff game? But I don't know if that's even going to be in consideration for him because he is so deep in the excuse game right now. Like 100% said, the Rams O-line was holding all day. It's all over the L22. All over it. Also, the rules should be changed to the whistle blows, play over, go Hawks. Potentially show. I'm okay with they want to change the rules, but as it is in the rule book right now, that's not the case with it, but I'm completely be okay if they want to change it, Paul. As 3 Guns says on this King Bummer, it happened a variety of times in the holds. Variety of times. But I wasn't bitching him out in the postgame, was I? Because I understood why the officials did it. Context matters. Why are the officials doing it? They've had a tough year as far as NFL circles go and NFL fans watching the officials. They're getting pissy about it. They're wondering about gambling affecting it. So you have the biggest game of the year coming up on Thursday Night Football when all eyes of the nation are upon you. Do we think that there probably was a call placed by New York down to the officiating crew to say, let these boys play tonight? If it's on the line, let it go. If it's close to the line, let it go. We cannot have the narrative coming out of this game that the officials over-officiated or they decided the game. And despite the Rams trying to bring up that the officials decided the game, that's only a narrative that's coming out of Los Angeles. That is not coming out of zero, zip of the national perspective on this game. National perspective on this game is wowed by how entertaining a game it was, wowed by the comeback of Seattle, and that's kind of it. They'll talk about the 2-point conversion, but it's not of like this cost the Rams the whole game thing like they're trying to sell it. Because Dave Murphy was abusing their left guard. Yeah, he had a good game. Daniel Barry, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. They said Dodson's wearing a cast. That's not good. He's been very good for them. Jails as DK is who we thought he was, and they let him off the hook. He just should have been suspended for a year. Tough look there by DK. Hard to explain that. Seahawks, Shoy. I love how Rams fans are melting down over objectively correct calls, and we got hosed on a few, like the Okada hit. Also, that Ernest Jones almost interception is 100,000% if he has LA on his chest. Yeah, I agree. If that's a Ram fan making that catch, there's no way that thing's overturned. Especially if the call on the field is interception, by the way. Because that's also matters. Clear corroborating evidence that can overturn it, right? Not just like, well, it maybe could kind of go that way, but you got certain evidence you see clearly that shows did make the catch. Thomas says, shoot, Jake called Hall a dirty player. I don't know how many times the Rams players were just as dirty, maybe heck a lot more. There's a sensitivity at play on this that it just all starts to play together. You know, Hall's dirty and the officials screwed us and everything's awful in the world and I hate everything. You know, it's like you start getting that momentum going that direction. And that's why it's like, got to halt the brakes on that, especially if you're an analysis and your job is to do analysis and not to just be an emotional fan, but actually have raw analysis. That means sometimes you got to own up to the hard facts and lessons in life that you're dealing with. Certainly we've done a lot of that on this channel. All of us have collectively. I don't see Jake doing a lot of this coming off this loss. And quite frankly, I do hope the Rams keep that same energy Jake is here. I hope the Rams whole team is sitting there just turning this over as the refs did them dirty this whole week. That they're ignoring the lack of red zone success. They're ignoring the 3 and outs in the fourth quarter that happened over and over again. They're ignoring the punt return touchdown. That they're ignoring all of that stuff. They're letting that all go by the wayside in light of, in light of this one little part. I hope they do that because they aren't going to fix then what's broken or what was attacked in this game, let's say. Aeroids Darnold has gotten Russ and Gino hurt, and they're whining about dirty players. I know. Chili says, even though Elijah Arroyo is not doing nothing right now, I'd rather have him than DK Metcalf. He costs us a lot of games and penalties. He can't control his emotions sometimes. Agreed. It was a big issue with DK, and it was never really going away, and it was always popping up at the worst of times. And Arroyo, we'll see long-term if he can develop, you know. It was always going to be a little bit of a development game with him coming in here and kind of finding his footing that way. Quinn says, the difference is Jacoby's basically their wide receiver one now. That's kind of the truth with Jacksonville. A little bit of a different situation, and they're a little bit more, I think, in a desperate spot than we might be with the Shaheed stuff. Somewhere between 13 and 15 a year is where I think it'll be. I'm going to try it. Well, about Booker being dirty, I agree with that part. Seahawks game, it'll be annoying if Stafford wins MVP and like they give Offensive Player of the Year to Drake May or something instead of JSN. That's true. Hopefully JSN can kind of finish up strong here this year and solidify himself for that award if he can. For Guns Deep, Shaheed will not make that much money. He doesn't make enough offensive snaps. We'll see. We'll see on that. Kind of hard to say. The team is interested in signing him back here, but when I'm saying $13 million a year to 3 Guns Deep, obviously I'm not going to top end. You know, a top end receiver is going to make $42-43 million a year. So does she deserve to be 1/3 of that? Especially understanding he brings in the kick and the punt return, he will. He's going to get $13 million per 3 Guns Deep. That's the floor. Trust me on this. I study these contracts. That's the bare minimum floor that he's going to pull back in return. He might not get to 15, might not get to 20, definitely ain't getting no 25, but this is kind of the way that the cost just always keeps going up, right? It's always got that little extra every year on top of the fact this is kind of the cost that it is. So he will definitely make that. I think Tom says Shaheed will be the guy they keep. And it may be that they flip out Cooper Kupp's deal to keep Shaheed in. A couple different ways they could go with this. DK got the 2-week suspension, Ninjutsu. It's crazy. Crazy. It's all good to get 3 Guns Deep. We can get through the spell stuff. Everything's got to be spelled perfectly here. I can usually decipher. Seahawks gaming can't wait till we get in the playoffs. And then you hear Titans interview Kubiak or Jay Harbaugh in the middle of the playoffs. It's very possible. Seahawks game and DK won't be able to hit his 7th consecutive season with 900 yards. Tough year there for him with Pittsburgh, man. Just does not fit quite right, has it? Seahawks Shoy, Rams love to talk when Rams love to talk when they were up, how quickly they switched up softest fan base plus most hateable market and a few disgusting people playing for them. They definitely switched up pretty quickly on that. You're right about that. Guys, gaming Colts need to use Taylor till the wheels fall off. They will, man. They did against us. He got 25 carries, and it wasn't that he was running the ball great. Just he's running fine, but they were working that to the nth degree. Trex says, I wonder how sore Rivers is. That could be a factor too. Could be. He's had that one extra day, which might help him, but could come into play on this one. You're right about that. Soreness is a real thing in your mid-30s, mid-40s. 73, I agree. Everything was pretty much against Darnold. Kubiak suspect game calling in the first half, O-line issues, defense playing bad, scheme as well. No to 5 to 7 yards, first play, run play. Yeah, tough day at the office there with Sam with what he had working with him. Pass pro was okay for the most part throughout the day, but the run game, two big runs in this game. Really outside of that, not a lot you were able to do in running the ball. Outside of run here, run there. Had to get it done, man. It's not always been set up perfectly for, thing that Darnold's had in his pocket this year is he's had some better things working for him this year than we've had in years past. You got the defense on lock. You actually have the top end offensive coordinator, the line getting a little bit better than where it's been. These have been improvements, especially in the pass pro side of things, to help him in the quarterback position for the Seattle Seahawks play as good as it's played here in many years. It's all a contributing factor to getting your guy to play his best. And Sam's been able to overcome sometimes, not everything working to your point on that well in his favor. Jay's going to be like, I'm not one to complain about the refs, then make up S and yap for 30 minutes. It's going to be insufferable. Oh, he's going to complain about the refs. You better believe that. He's got that thing chambered. Dobby says it took less than 5 minutes to overcome a 16-point lead, but the Rams fans aren't talking about that. No, they're not. Trek says, you may not like the uni color scheme, but I thought it looked pretty sharp. Those helmets are fire, though. Helmets are cool. I'm okay with keeping it long. I joke as much as anything else with the duck thing, but it's fine. The NFL is considering changing that 2-point backwards pass rule because it's the Rams. How many teams would get that? We certainly wouldn't get a rule change because of us. I'll tell you that, to your point. Mick says, hey, Brandon, have they said anything about any of our secondary players yet? No real strong updates. Kobe's going to take a little bit of time to come back. Woolen seems like he's okay. He's going to be more day-to-day, but Kobe's probably not getting him back until maybe the playoffs at this point. And maybe the second week of the playoffs. Grandizer Brando, what a win with the Rams. That could be one of the turning moments in a season, especially if the Seahawks win the Super Bowl this year. Happy holidays to your wonderful self and family and viewers. Well, thank you for that, Grandizer. Appreciate you for that, man. Happy holidays to you and your family as well. And you're right. I'm wondering if this can be a galvanizing force for the Seattle Seahawks here moving through the rest of the year. Galvanizing to invigor the home crowd there in that stadium, give this team a kick in the pants, let them know they can overtake the big bad bullies on the block. They're ready to stand toe-to-toe with them. Maybe you can give them that, Say it. Yeah. Go Hawks, man. Seashoy is when it comes down to fair reffing, the Rams and Chiefs are in their league of their own. Agreed. I think those two teams have gotten more benefits of the doubts of calls over the last about 5 years than any team in the sport. I think you're right about it. It's probably not close for team number 3 and team number 4 on that list. Thomas, Rams are at a low. I can see very well losing Atlanta. They keep making excuses. They're going to set the stage for something like that. I'll tell you that. Gwen, at least the 49er fans are going to be hungry to laugh at the Rams there too. You ain't going to be alone there. That's true. Brian says he bought in for a long night reffing that round table tomorrow. Oh, it's going to get lively. Track says, how long have we been looking for a quality returner? Seems like forever. That had to play into the pickup of Rashid more than his wide receiver skills. I think it's both that, you're getting the full meal package with him, Trex. And you're right. It's been a long time since we've been looking for one that's steady, we can rely upon, that we're not just bouncing year to year on. And he is top notch. Top notch. Says Mullen, great athlete, drives me crazy. Resigned him. Hell yeah. What's up, Kogan? What'd I miss? He says, happy holidays, go Hawks. Oh, we're just talking about Ram fans complaining. We're living in the afterglow of one of the greater wins in Seahawks history. You know, just that. Mick says, then are you worried about McMillan against our secondary players? I know how much you liked him coming out of the draft. I love McMillan coming out of the draft, and I think he's made me look pretty good overall in what he's done. So he's, what's he at right now? He's missed a couple games, but still rocking 65 catches for 924 yards, 7 touchdowns, 14.2 average. Good connection there with Bryce. Yeah, I think it's an issue. It's where you'd love to have a guy like Woolen, for instance, that's going to have maybe some of the length that he can counter on McMillan on those contested catches to get up in there and be a problem for him. Because McMillan's just, those ball skills are legit. And I think, again, he's proven to be what I said he was going to be coming into this league, which is that this is the next iteration of Mike Evans. Essentially going to be Mike Evans 2.0. And Mike Evans, what did he have in his first year here? So you're going to get over 1,000 yards, just over 1,000 yards with Tedero and McMillan this year. And in the very first season of Mike Evans, similar thing. I mean, they're almost going to have exactly the same season, quite frankly, down to their targets. I mean, they almost have the same targets to catch rate situation. Evans had 68 receptions, 1,051 yards, 12 touchdowns in his first year. So it's kind of fitting true. And yeah, he's going to be a problem. The good news is, Mick, is that he's really the only guy in that receiving room that I worry about. You can take everything else away from him. He's kind of it. Xavier Legette's not come forward for them, the kid that they took in, I think, the second round. See choices. I can't believe the refs would score 37 points for Seahawks against a good defense. I can't believe the refs made the MVP miss multiple open throws by a mile. See what you did there. Thomas says, shoot, the national media still think the Rams are the best team. And I said it. Why are they giving up big leads against good to great teams? It's become a trend now, Thomas. DK had reported him last year. He 100% had no business going over there, period. No, sir. Paul says, Brandon, what is our cap space? Well, it's more for next year. You're sitting on $70 million of cap space. You have the top 7 amount, most of cap space moving into next year as it stands right now. The second part of it is that you only have $400,000 of dead money currently on the books for next year. This is a very important part because what's limited our salary cap for the last 3 seasons has us ending up having to eat a ton of dead money into the offseason. Or being sitting on a ton of dead money we can't do nothing about. So not only are we going to have the cap space, but we're also going to have the cap flexibility to work off of if we have to create even more cap space. We're in as good a cap situation, Paul, as we've probably been in about 10 years, quite frankly. On top of having a team that might also have the number 1 seed this year. Good position to be in. Yeah, Thomas, you just got to know better from DK's standpoint. Cameras are on you. I get the people who are talking out of pocket, but just got to be careful. Drex says, no matter how you cut it, there's overwhelming evidence that DK is thin-skinned and everyone, including teams and fans, take advantage of it. Amen. Got to come to a point where you adjust eventually. This is controllable. You have the uncontrollable and you have the controllable. And you got to stay to the controllable. Grandizer says, rumor has it, the fan told DK Metcalf you should have stayed with the Seahawks, followed up by a Go Hawks. DK Metcalf was not having any of that. Your thoughts? Say it. Go Hawks. You know it's true, man. You know it's true. Z says, some podcasts saying Puka has some issues too with the Rams and McVay's tiring of him. We'll see. You may be getting tired, but when the guy's producing like this, it's like, what are you going to do? You know, and you got Devontae Adams at the end of the road as well. Like, you ain't moving him. You ain't moving him. It's going to be interesting to see how the contract extension goes this offseason, though, Z, because he is up to be paid. Do they have some hesitancy? We'll see. Says, can't believe the Niners are acting like they're a lock from the number 1 seed. They're not even going to beat the Bears. They might lose to both the Colts and the Bears. I wouldn't shock me. Brian Meyer says, we need Saleh to go to Las Vegas and Shula to get a job in Miami. I'm guessing, Brian, that the Vegas Raiders are going to go offense with Brady's influence there, especially coming off of a defensive-minded head coach in Carroll, defensive-minded head coach in the prior guy that they had there taking over. I think that they go offense. It'd be good if it went that way. I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong there. You know, get those guys out of the division, you know, weaken your division foe a little bit, but I think the Vegas goes with the offensive guy. Hard to say though. You never know. You never know. I think you're right though. I think Mike chooses a similar OC to what we have now. I don't think he reinvents the wheel. Excuse me. Sean Waldron and his tight end screens. Yes. Oh, Waldron. Thomas, it sounds like Pete's gone from Vegas. I had a feeling he would be gone, but I thought it'd be year 2, not 1. Yeah, it just has gone as bad as it could possibly go there. From him, you know, putting his flag behind Geno and making that trade happen. And it's all the way around, I think, as far as there's just not a lot of good to build on. If you're thinking about this thing, you started, you made progress. Did you make progress this year if you're the Raiders? Doesn't look like it. And if that's the case, that's kind of a hard look no matter how bad that organization's been for Pete. Trex, if McDaniel comes, maybe he brings a chain with him. Maybe that's why we had rumors of the trade deadline about him. Maybe on that. A chain would be an interesting guy to take a look at if they're willing to move him, being the Dolphins. And no Kafka, McFrewer. I am out on the Kafka experience. I am out on that experience completely. Maybe it's reported that Mike McDaniels is most likely to stay, and they're planning on just trying to get rid of Tua which is odd because that's a terrible contract. This could make sense. McDaniels inherited Tua there, and they've already fired the general manager who gave Tua that new contract. So they are kind of already showing you a little bit of the hand of we're blaming the GM here first and foremost, which I get that. For as long as that GM has been there, and with Mike McDaniels, you know, you inherit a guy like Tua who's limited. It's not exactly fair for an offensive-minded coach who's got to do so much to work around those limitations. Tom J. Thompson says, when do you think Dirty gets a play calling job? I don't know if Mike's going to relinquish that anytime soon, Jay. I think that's something that he really takes pride in and feels like he can do better than anybody else. I think that he's trying to bring Dirty along to be able to eventually take over, and maybe eventually that'll happen. But I think it's going to be a bit of a long process, quite honestly. It's part of just what Mike does so well. But I think he's also very much inherently a part of that process, Jay, where it's not just Mike like, I like this call, I like that call. I think there's very much a really good inner working relationship between those two where they come to a commonality more than they come to a dictatorship. Wilbert, salute to you, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, the play with the Cod is not intentional sparing. I don't think he's trying to do anything dirty. He almost gets his head out of the way, just doesn't quite. We need an elite cornerback to stop Puka and the Adams likes. Definitely corner was going to be one of those places you target this offseason, outside corner. I don't know if Job or Woolen will be here next year, so. Yeah, he was trying to lead with his shoulder there. It's just that there was the helmet-to-helmet contact, and it's kind of like the quarterback hitting of the face. If a guy's catching, if he's considered defenseless, and there's any head to the neck or the head region, it's an auto call at that point. Yeah, Wilbert, I think getting another cornerback out there, tough as nails, I think it'd make a lot of sense. Can we trust Sammy D after this Rams game? I think we could trust Sam D prior to this Rams game, but I understand for some fans he needed this game to bring them fully into tow. But absolutely at this point, not just off of what he's done in this game, but the culmination of getting to this game, to getting to 13 wins with 2 games left. or getting you to 12 wins with 2 games left. Mr. Dog, bro, what the fuck? How is Hall still out for the Carolina game? Mr. Dog, there was a play in this game where an offensive lineman gets pushed in front of him, falls down in front of him. He's engaged with the other guy. The lineman lands on one of his feet. He's trying to push up his foot and step down. It's an awkward balance thing. He comes down on the leg of Dotson, who's already down the ground. NFL's determining that he purposely stepped on the guy. I don't think he did. I think it's kind of a leap of logic by the NFL, but he appealed the ruling, denied, going to be suspended this upcoming game. I'm going for Clinton Hood with the 32nd pick. Interesting player. Interesting player. Rugged outside cornerback. He's just what you're talking about there, Wilbert. And an interesting guy in this draft because didn't play this whole year. As I understand it, no, I'm thinking of McCoy. No, he did play this year. Colton played this year. Low catch rate, though. Ball skills are solid, really competitive at the catch point. I like it, man. Colton Hood's a fun player. Yeah, Mr. Dog, when I've watched the replay 30 times, I don't see intent from Hall. I don't see clear intent if you're going to drive to getting a suspension. The guy's laying in front of him. His foot's stuck under the body. The guy landed on top of one of his feet. So he's having to use this one other foot where he pivots and steps to. And it just looks awkward. You know? I've been drafting defensive tackle or the Iowa tackle that can play right guard. Let's go, man. Jennings Dunker. You'll be happy, Wilbert. There's a lot of great corners in this draft. A lot of good high floor guys. Oh, this is good to hear. So Rams House 102. NFL's not rigged. Weird officiating at times, but not rigged. You are the first Ram fan that's come to my chat that said that since Thursday, Rams fan house. Like to a man, every other Rams fan that came in here was kind of saying that that's where their stance was on this. And I'm glad to hear we've got a Ram fan that's come in that's kind of owned up on it. You know, weird officiating, sure. But I don't think that it was rigged or against you guys in your favor, and appreciate you taking that track of it. Because again, it's been kind of frustrating seeing how many of your fans are just so overarchingly hardlining on this note. Tezgak, I was joking, by the way. I just thought it was funny we gave him a 1-year contract extension, then he wins us the game. I know, what timing, huh? Talk about rewarding a player twice over. I get you. Jack of no trades, it only is rigged when the Chiefs benefit from plays in the playoffs. That's right. Well, I mean, like that game last year against the Buffalo Bills. On the heels of the Houston Texans playoff game with a couple of those phantom calls. You know. Where the defense needs some beef and we can feast a little more. Amen, man. Top off the tank. Thomas, okay, my battery's dying. I will see you tomorrow when I see the same old remark that we will hear tomorrow night about the Rams getting cheated. Go Hawks. Sounds good, brother. Mr. Dog, Hawks Nest, do you think any team would offer Kubiak a head coaching job as of right now? Yes. My key to this is all down really on one spot. And that is that, Mr. Dog, if there's 3-4 teams that are looking for a head coaching job, Kubiak is not getting a job. If there's 6 or 7 teams that are looking for a head coaching job, Kubiak probably gets a job. So it all is really just on how many true opportunities there are out there. Right now, we know for sure that there's 2 with the Tennessee Titans and the New York Giants. I think it's pretty fair to say that the Raiders and the Cardinals will join there. So bam, we're already up to 4. There's other places where there's some questions with certain head coaches in certain spots. Like you'd get like even a place that you wouldn't think at first at it on the surface of it, like a team like the Ravens, for instance. Yeah, he's done good enough work to get job opportunities. He's going to, I think, likely get interviewed. A guy gets interviewed, there's a very good chance he gets a job if he gets a good interview. So I think he's done enough work. I wouldn't hire him. I'm not saying that he'd be a guy that I'd bring on to be a head coach, but it's more about Mr. Dog looking at the lay of the land and historically NFL terms recently, who gets jobs and who doesn't. Offensive-minded head coaches get jobs over defensive-minded head coaches. So for all the talk about Shula and Saleh, no doubt being the guys that are the better candidates, OCs tend to have the sort of the cheated path to getting there ahead of those type of guys at times. So by NFL history, yeah, if there's 6, 7 teams out there, they're going to look for jobs. And in the NFL, there tends to be 6 teams, something in there that's going to look for jobs. Then you're going to probably see him at the very least get an interview. And once he gets an interview, anything can happen at that point. David says, let's be real. Rams should never have been in that Super Bowl given the most insane no-call PI versus New Orleans. Agreed. I think that's one of the most egregious no PIs, probably the most egregious no-call PI I've ever seen. And the fact that it happens in a moment like that to rob a team of the Saints of getting to the Super Bowl. And what did that do to that Saints team? That closed out the last of their window. That shut down the last of any opportunities they had with Drew Brees and Peyton there to try to go to get one more Super Bowl, right? So how about the impact of that on the Saints teams, Ram fans? Yeah, you gotta kind of read the room, Ram fans, on this one a little bit. You don't have to like the fact that the going consensus out there nationally is going to be a bit like, hey, you guys get a lot more of the benefit of the doubt than you do get on the negative part of the doubt. Not saying it's just egregiously shifted in your favor and that every game is given you guys and just handed you, not at all. But I've got a collection of games I can bring up on our recent games of playing you guys since you went to LA. I've seen games outside of that. I can point to stuff like this thing last week with the freaking tight end down at the 1.5 yard line with his knee down and he's touched by a Lions player. Did you guys get a touchdown for? I mean, there's a lot of this stuff on your guys' books. It's not that you haven't earned your Super Bowl and that I'm putting an asterisk on anything. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not overstating my case with it, but just that you got to kind of be the one fan base on this one that maybe just sort of just takes the L in these moments. You don't have to, but you should. Thomas, it should also be pointed out that we should talk about the greatest game of the season, not, well, Rams got cheated. Yeah, I agree. That's part of why I think we have a little bit of an issue of it. We just played in the game of the year. And the Ram fans shouldn't be feeling the least bit really, honestly, at the end of the day, bad about their team and that they went out there, they stood toe-to-toe with us. They had this game in hand, a lot of this game. They beat us the first time. They got every bit of chance to get in the playoffs and still go make all the noise in the world. I think it's a game you come out of and you go, man, we battled it out. It came down the line. You guys went out there and you had to beat us on a final drive and a 2-point conversion. And you did so coming on the heels of that crazy game. And wow, what a wild game. Kind of makes me wonder a little bit. Can I say this to you guys? It kind of makes me wonder a little bit as well on this one when they had the opportunity to be a part of this game that's going to be the best game of the season in the NFL. It makes me wonder when I think back to another all-time classic game between the Rams and the Chiefs in which the Rams won 54-51. And it kind of makes me wonder if there had been if they'd lost that game, would we have heard a lot from these very same Ram fans talking about how it was the officials that had done them in dirty and that they look back so fondly at that primetime Chiefs-Rams game that had all those points as an all-time game. They look back so fondly in part because you came out with the win. And then you would look at it completely differently if you had been on the other end of that scale. I mean, this kind of does make me wonder that a little bit on some of this discourse from this game, from that. But you're absolutely right. It's part of like, you hyper-concentrate on these officials and you take away from the great game that was just played, the back and forth, the twists and turns, and that the Seahawks took it at the end. I mean, kind of all of it. And it's including in getting the Rams props for how well they played, how well their offense executed, for the game plan that they brought in play, sticking with the run as they did. It's not that the Rams just have to sort of walk out of this with their tail tucked between their legs like, man, we should be embarrassed by ourselves. Quite the opposite. You should walk out of this game if you're a Rams fan and you're a Rams player with your head held high. You went on the road and you had us on the brink. It took us a miracle to get back against you. That's something you feel good about. But instead, it just becomes hyper fixation on just the referees on this. And I think that's why you might hear some of us Hawk fans kind of shaking our head at you. If you're a Rams fan listening to this, not quite, understanding why. Brian's out on Garrett Hedrickson or Crosby. I get it. Hand Grenade B, a Christmas Eve stream. Maybe we'll figure something out. we do a live play-by-play of the Niner game? I gotta get some food today. Feed me. Maybe we'll come back. I'll see if I can come back if I get some food. Maybe we'll go live and check out the game. See if I can figure something out. Phoenix says, we need to start a dynasty. I have a burning feeling. Let's go. I could take a dynasty. I could absolutely take a dynasty right now. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, appreciate you, brother. What exactly did the NFL see to uphold the suspension? Every video I've seen at worst is an accident, and he didn't even stomp. No, I see it the same way. The angles are grainy that we're looking at. The key to me is it's the right foot. So offensive lineman falls down on top of Derek Hall's right foot. Hall's only got his one leg now to try to, as he's moving, he's not in a stop position. He's in the middle of the movement of the play. So it comes down onto his right foot. He's got to pull his left foot out and then find a plant spot for his left foot. And as he's coming down, you have this guy's leg right in front of you, and it's not slow motion. It's happening like bang, bang, right? So it's all happening in the blink of a moment. He doesn't have time to sit there and boom, boom, boom. Let me think about stepping on this guy's leg and stomping the crap out of it. He doesn't have that time to do that. It's all bump, bump, bump. And again, the pinned foot is the part to pay attention to on that replay with Derek Hall. The right foot's pinned. You got no control. You're in an athletic movement. You got to put the foot down somewhere. And if there's a 330-pound man that's laying right there, 6'4", there's not a lot of necessarily green grass to put my foot down. And that's the way it looked like to me too, Brent, or Jordan. And kind of, it's surprised they came so fast with that suspension and so quick. It just kind of seemed to me the NFL got a little bit ahead of this one, but the NFL is kind of weird with this stuff sometimes on the penalty front of that. They don't always make a lot of sense at all times when it comes to this kind of silly stuff like that. I didn't see it either though. I didn't see the stomp, and I don't get it. Keldad, thank you for the $20 donation, Keldad. Very kind of you. Very kind of you, Keldad. Says, hey, B, great win, and thanks as always for your coverage. What a game. What a year. Go Hawks. Well, Keldad, I know you're one of my OGs, originals to this channel. You've been in lockstep with us throughout these many years. And we've gone through these years, and part of why you guys hear me honestly trying to always tell you guys to enjoy this and savor this and really revel in this, because we've had to fight through so many hard years. And not hard years in that we're just purely bad. Hard years in that there's a lot of difficult discussions to turn over. Is Russell Wilson at the end of the road? Is Pete Carroll at the end of the road? Is Geno Smith the right quarterback? Is this offense working right? Is this defense broken? And bump at a bump. And even though the team was winning games, there was just so many difficult points that we had to try to turn over and understand better. And likewise, the front office and the ownership was doing the same thing and moving on from these things and realizing that they weren't the right answer there. So that when you do get to it now and you have a team on its early rise, a young roster coming together, young players realizing that greatness is attainable and they're very close to it, and that they collectively, if they can lockstep together like a brotherhood, they can get to that spot of things. You get that realization as well. How many times have we've had recent years in teams here in Seattle where it felt more kind of cliquey, where you had a disparate parts of this team and there are different segments and sections, not all together, not all as one, 12 as one, but there's this group over here and there's this group over here. We heard a lot about at the end of the, Legion of Boom era and the divergence that appeared in that locker room between the Russell Wilson camps and the Sherman camps, right? There was those different cliques in the locker room. And if you're going to get to a championship, you need everybody on the same page. You need everybody together as one. And that this is why they're getting to this spot as well. So it's the early part of this rise. It's the watching this development of this talent. It's stacking up the wins. It's the getting the blowout wins. It's the coming from behinds at times too. It's Sam Darnold solidifying himself. It's all of these just great, magnificent storylines for the Seattle Seahawks and their not only now, but future. And that it's a rarity to be able to experience all of this at once. You might get parts of it, but to get it all coming together once in that way makes it just all the more worth celebration. Keldad, I know you're appreciating it. I know you're loving it. And thank you for the kind words. Thank you for watching through all these years. Thank you for all of your support through all of these years. And you better believe Go Hawks, man, as we're just going to enjoy this one out through the rest of this year, watching it play out as it goes. And I've just been a kid in the candy store with a big old smile on my face here this season, because it's just so many things that we wondered about, that we were proven right about, so many things that we thought that this team was starting to do that was so very smartly applied, and it's paying off. And that's been the very, very final cool part of it, is just that you really did think that these things were going to work right, that you could see you could see the smart intelligence in it. You got out of Russell's situation early. You got away from the Carroll situation, got to the right coach. You built up the young talent right. You started to address the offensive line when you ignored that for so many years. You hit on some picks and found some difference makers here. It's like it's all just kind of clicking through at once. And man, that's hard to do in this NFL. So tough to do. This is why winners are hard to build. They're not, you sometimes think that winners are built on the back of simply just go draft the magical quarterback and you'll build a winner. Winners are built on individual small decisions, and the culmination and the collective of all those small decisions you've made, being intelligent, being smart, being rightfully applied over and over again. And now you get to the end result that's a winner, that's a contender, that's elite. But thank you, Keldat. I very much appreciate your $20 donation. Very kind of you putting that down, man. As again, just many times over, you've donated like that before. I really appreciate you for it. Go Hawks. What a year. And man, what a game it was this last week. I flashed this stat, but just it's worth flashing one more time about the improbable nature of this win, about the impossible nature of this win, of the just shouldn't even have had a chance to be in it. 0 and 172 in games where you were trailing by 15 points or more in the fourth quarter in your entire history. Late 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, 2000 teens, and half of the 2020s. 0 and 172. And now you are 1 and 172 when trailing by 15 points or more in the fourth quarter. What a game, Keldad. What a game is absolutely right. Give me 1 second, folks. Be right back. I'll say yeah, 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 yeah. You make me feel like a pony. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, John. Jesse cheering on Sam Darnold warms our hawk heart. He doesn't know what he's opened. He's opened the gates to hell. He's let loose the Kraken. He thought he was just rooting on for him for a given week, but he's put an energy behind him. He started a ball rolling that he can't stop. And we'll see how he feels about that rolling ball when it's knocking over the pins of his San Francisco 49ers in the final week of the season to take the number 1 bye, to get the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Are you picking up what I'm putting down, John? But yeah, it's interesting to see Jesse willing to root on Sam in the hopes, as those Niners do have that far-flung hope that somehow they can find a way to get this number 1 bye this year in a season where they shouldn't even be in this position. But great coaching job, a team with a ton of heart. Using the word heart there for that team, Niners definitely have a lot of that. But very cool to see, John. Yeah, I was surprised to hear him as well be willing to root for Sam, and maybe it aided us on. Maybe it helped us a little bit this last week. We got a little bit of the Niner feeling of love there to get that through. Oh, Megan in the house, my lady from down under, dropping a $200 donation. That Megan. Appreciate you for that. So very, 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 very kind of you to do so, Megan. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that big old fat donation onto the channel. You're super kind as always on the channel. Really appreciate you. She says, Merry Christmas to you and yours from me and mine, B. Here is the promised match of Sanchez's bet on the round table. May not make it tomorrow, so here we are. By the way, Simon is still waiting for his credit, laughing out loud. Well, let me, Megan, for a $2 donation, let me just get it out of the way here because I did space out getting that done for you. Or for Simon, excuse me. I can easily enough. I can do that for show. We'll put Brother Simon in there, Megan. We'll get Brother Simon in there. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Thank you for the promised match on Sanchez's bet on the round table, Megan. Sorry you weren't going to be able to make it there tomorrow, as I know you'd be over there reveling and enjoying yourself for what we're going to, and watching me be able to kind of rip into Jake on this one, because I'm going to be having that man dancing tomorrow. I'm going to have him dancing. And I sometimes let those guys off the hook. I'll let them sometimes speak out of pocket. This week is not going to be one of those weeks. Not going to be one of those weeks, but a Merry Christmas to you and yours. I hope you're doing great down there and everything's all good down in Aussie land. Appreciate all of you doing for this channel. I got something I'll be sending you actually in the mail here soon. And Megan's up on fantasy right now. She took me down last week. She's setting up here for this week. I didn't see how it went, Megan. Let me actually take a look. Where you at? How'd it go this week? I got kicked out, of course. I lost last week. Megan took me down on one of the all-time great type games. So oh, I'm fighting for 5th place right now. And then Megan's going up against Dances with Ruse. So good luck this week, Megan. Go make it happen out there. Ruse put up a pretty good. Oh, Ruse got you. Oh, goodness. Yikes. They put up a 138 on you, huh? You got like I got last week. Coming in with a big game at the end of the year like that. Like, oh, man. Our league's competitive. We got some big dogs out there that they know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, they come out there swinging. Not even like you had a bad week either there. Crazy. Appreciate you though, Megan. Thank you for the big, tremendous dono here on this side of it, as well as thank you for all of you've been doing as far as mod goes. I know Thursday was a challenge with all the Rams fans popping in and out, but appreciate your patience with them. And yeah, we get the rep here of being not like, we were talking earlier in this chat, Megan, about folks going to Jake's Ram stream and how touchy the mods would be over there and how quick they were with the band hammer over there. Just makes me very prideful at the fact that we're able to, we can handle a little bit more over here. You know what I mean? Like we don't mind tough talk over here. We don't mind navigating through difficult discussions. We don't mind when it's sometimes going to get a little intense. We don't mind other fans coming into our chat. We ask for some respect. You can talk your noise, you can talk your ass, but like you're going to be respectful to people in here. That's non-negotiable. But I love that we have that here, that we have that open discussion. I think that's part of the draw, Megan, and what brings outside fans to our channel. And that it's not just that look for the echo chamber. It's not that look to see how we can ban people out who might not have the same opinion as us. And appreciate you for all you do as being a mod on that, because that's not always easy waters to negotiate or navigate when you got folks who will come in like that, But you are awesome. I got Simon's note in the description section of the video, giving him a shout out there. So tell your brother thank you for that. As you can see on a lot of the comments in the video, a lot of people like the title name on the wrap up video. That was a big winner. So thank you for that, Megan. I appreciate all of your support. You are awesome. Janeth, thank you for the $10 donation, Janeth. The best thing was that the Niners were forced to root for us. And we fully earn the respect this program deserves amongst those that know. Great way of putting that. Those that know. You can keep your surfacey fans and all that, but those that know what they're looking for in football know that this team's legit and got some respect coming off that game. NFC West isn't a two-horse race any longer. No. You got to beat through the back end of Carroll at the end there with that defense and take advantage of it, both from McVay and Shanahan's standpoint, and they understood how to attack and go after that. The game has changed. And you riding high in the hog on the dregs of the Cardinals and to a lesser degree us and how we played, those days are over with. And now we're going to be able to stand with you all. And now you're going to have to get through it. And look, it's not fun for any of us. We got the best division in football, and it's going away nowhere anytime soon. So not a two-horse race any longer. You're right about that, Janeth. Best division in football. And we have risen up to earn the right to be here at this point of the year. You can go into week 6 and 7 and be like, well, they're playing in over their head. They'll eventually come back down to earth. You get that with a player. Oh, they had this easy schedule through the first 7 games, and it'll all settle out eventually on this. Totally fair points, but when you get this deep into the season, 12-3, your record is what it is. You played enough valid opponents at that point that you ain't lucking your way to that. This team has taken this record. They've taken this division so far this year. They've set themselves in the position that they placed in here. No bad losses on the schedule where it's like, how the possibly could you lose to that team there? I mean, Tampa Bay's maybe as close as you can come on that side of it. So very cool as well that we had Niner fans rooting for us. And again, I think that they may have started they started an energy and a force there that they were not aware of. They were playing with dark forces that they didn't understand. And now they have unleashed the Seahawks chaos brand upon them. And you can't close that door up now. It's too open. It's too wide open. You can try to close the door, but it'd be like trying to close a door with 150 mile an hour winds pushing from the outside in. I can't get it closed. So I hope you're ready for that, Niner fans. I hope it was worth it rooting for us because now you brought the dark energy on your back and it might just show up tonight against the Indianapolis Colts and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. Thank you though, Janet. I appreciate all of your support too as well. Another person donated many times over this channel. You guys, if you've donated once, like Megan, like Janet, like John Naylor, like Keldad, like Jordan, you guys just have so much support and love you show to this channel. And you guys can be anywhere watching anything. You choose to be here watching and hanging out with me. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for all of the support you guys bring to this channel. And you allow me to do what I get to do, and it is your guys' support that does that. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate you. And Janet, I love to hear that you're in a celebratory mood as we all are in this way. Brett says, imagine we get Crosby, but then we snag Garrett. Would be insane. Rams would need to find savvy new defensive coordinator since I think theirs will be getting snagged soon. It's going to be hard for them. They have done a good job, giving the Rams a lot of credit here, though. Going from, the Wade Phillipses on down, they've Raheem Morris in there, and they've been able to kind of just bring guys through. McVay's a great, great hirer of defensive coordinators. And so I think he'd probably find a smart one there if that was the case and Shula does move on. But sometimes it's not as easy to replace those guys too. Brent says, I'm getting nachos for tonight's game. Now that we beat the Colts, I'm ready to see Fairy Tale Rivers game come to fruition. Let's go. Come on, Fairy Tale Rivers. Come on, NFL. Give them a story this week. Give them a story. Bubba mentions another one. I got to remember this one too, Bubba, for tomorrow. Remember, they gave the Rams a new set of downs at the end of the Bengals game, Rams-Bengals Super Bowl, for a holding call on Logan Wilson. And the interesting point about that I also remember about that call is there had not been a defensive holding call in the entire secondary on either team throughout the whole course of that game. That was the first time that was called. Much like it happened the prior year, right, Bubba, when you had the Eagles and the Chiefs playing, and the Eagles seemed to have gotten a stop, hadn't called the holding call in the defense and secondary throughout that whole game, and then you called the first one of that game on that final drive as well. Kind of interesting there, huh? Yeah, great one. I'm going to bring that one up as well. They have so many benefits. They've had so many games I could pull that are just so beneficial to them. It's like, Jesus, you guys are going to squawk? You guys are going to bitch and moan about, give me a break. Seth, our offense hasn't been the same since we lost Horton in Washington. He's the hidden X factor to our O. Possibly. I mean, you threw 36 on the on the Falcons. I definitely think the front half of the offense was a little bit better than the back half, but some of this too comes from like games like Minnesota where you get up on teams by so much and you're just kind of hitting cruise control offensively speaking in like the third quarter. But they were more dynamic to your point, a little bit more explosive with Horton there. Dune says, you think Linderbaum would be enticed by joining a winning program and reunite with Mike McDonald? Possibly, Dune. I think money talks, BS walks kind of thing here. Linderbaum's coming up. Who's going to pay him the most? You're going to break the market for him at the center position. You can give him the Creed Humphrey contract. I think that's the team he goes to. Will Linderbaum and McDonald know each other from when McDonald was in Baltimore? Even if McDonald was just DC, is there any relation? Yeah, they would know each other. I don't know how close or tight they would be necessarily. Casey's not moving until 2031. Yeah, it's going to take him a little bit of time. Sounds like they're building a real stadium there. Phoebe says, Jake also said if the Rams grabbed the ball and took it back for a touchdown or 2 points, they would have blown the ball dead. Coping is crazy. Coping is crazy. Yeah, they're doing a lot of the what if scenarios. What if somebody had gone and like racked Charbonnet when he's picking up the ball? That would have been unnecessary roughness. Did it happen? No, but what if? Okay. What if did that happen? No, but what if? What if what? How about we talk about what actually happened, right? Brian, Casey's moving to Kansas. They're going to have a stadium in actually Kansas built in 2031. Doing while Linderbaum was under Mike Manal's defense, I have to think there's some thread of connection. He'd at least join a winning program. Yeah, I think there'd be an attraction there. That's exactly what Jake wants. He thought that the overtime rules were stupid. Yeah, that's silly of Jake. Just, man, Jake's this loss has thrown him into emotional tailspin with some of these takes. That they should let overtime play out all the way. Give me it's so ridiculous. You guys had a chance to drive down. You could have gone for 2-point conversion. You didn't. You could have forced our hand in that way. And if you did, then when we scored the 2-point conversion, you would have gotten another chance of the ball back, wouldn't you? So it's getting back to this what if game. We can play that what if game in a variety of different ways, but it's not the reality. It's not how things really did play out there. But that's wild that he's operating from that standpoint, Butcher's Newark. No, we went for 2. We put our balls on the line on that. We don't get the 2, you just get the win. We sacrificed, we risked a possible bad result, the worst result, to go for the win. I mean, that's something where you laud the team for going for the win more than you knock it because we didn't get our extra chance. I mean, we've had we've had 90 offensive plays in this game, but we really should have 100 to get the win. Okay. That might be, there's been a lot of unreasonable takes from Jake that I've heard about secondhand here in the chat over the last couple of days. That might be the worst one. That's saying something. Rodney says, seems like we stopped blitzing. We were able to hold the Rams to 4 and out. When we were blitzing, we were getting shredded. To your point, there was a stat I posted here earlier today, which is this one right here. First through the third quarter, 26.9% pressure rate, 7 quarterback pressures, and you blitzed at almost a 40% rate. Fourth quarter, you had a 40% pressure rate. So you went up about 20%, if not more so there. In the fourth quarter, and you had 10 quarterback pressures, but your blitz rate was only 16%. So you more than halved the blitz rate in the fourth quarter, yet generated more pressure, to your point. So yes, correct. You have that's accurate outlook of the situation there. As DK's drops and fumbles, DK also goes down much easier than Puka. I only mention that because of the tout DK gets for being built like a unit. True. Puka's definitely more dangerous with the ball in his hand. MW, there's holds on every play, laughing out loud. Every play, the tackles false start just when the officials decide to call it. It's true. There's arbitrary nature on those deals. Tress says Philip Rivers needs to slap a visor on the helmet and he wins. Visors go hard, man. Visors go really hard. Did you see the hit on Pat Bryant? They didn't call a penalty. I did, yeah. That sucked. Hopefully he's able to bounce back. Evan Trout says, grass not always greener on the other side. Is it, DK? Laughing out loud. Careful when you leave, man. Things can turn dark for you really quick and you think you're going to the grass being greener. And that's literally what DK had said about grass being greener. We could re-sign DK once they cut him. I don't think they're cutting him, but I used to be a fan of DK. That's fizzled. I still like DK, but he does make it hard to, he makes it very, very hard to explain this away. And I did a lot of like apologizing for him at the end and some of this stuff, and it got harder and harder and harder to do. Dune, I jumped in late in the chat. Did you guys talk about how Josh Jones played? What's the consensus? Kept seeing the clip of him holding up first on the winning 2-point conversion. If you get a chance, Dune, please do go back to the start of the show, because I did about a good 9-minute dissertation on Josh Jones in the early part of the show, and I ran about 10 different separate cut-ups of him in pass protection specifically. He played great. Third highest graded player by PFF in this game. He was absolutely nails and on it in this one. Great game from him. Chicken McTenders, you going to stay live for tonight? So I've been live for about 5 straight hours, Chicken. I'm really, really hungry at this point, so I'm probably going to go get some food. But maybe we'll go live a little bit, come back, and maybe I'll go live if I can get some. It's the hard part about you guys having me go for 5 hours or 6 hours straight is it kind of blows me out where the voice gets locked out, and it's hard to do. It's hard to go the 9-10 hours, especially the long weekend toe here of needing to do some streaming. But I'll try. Let's see if we can kind of wrap this on up in here if we've got a few people on it. But discussion's just been so cooking today. You guys are rolling, and I get it. But I'll try. I'm getting really hungry though, so probably gonna have to put a cut up on this fairly soon. Randy, I'm definitely concerned about the Panthers game. Jordan says, what irritates me about Rams fans, they talk so loud all year, then the one time they lose, they cry about the refs. Definitely feels like they got a bit of a hair trigger when it comes to that. Gokins has just bought my cat some churro treats in honor of you, Brandon. Let's go. That stuff's like crack to them, I'm telling you. Like crack. We can get it, Randy. We got this, man. We got this. 3 losses by a collective 3 points. We can get it. Certainly a Panthers team that can be a bit up and down what they give you. DK converting to H-back, I could see it. Jordan's all fairness, I believe something else was said other than his government name, but the guy still crossed the line, but I don't believe that all that was said. No, I'm sure the guy said something out of pocket. That's what fans do. I mean, fans literally buy their tickets down close to the players because they know the players can hear them, and then they're going to talk a bunch of SWAT. And look, some people don't have any lives, and their whole life is dedicated to, can I get a reaction out of this guy on the bench? That's going to happen. Don't react to him. Just because that's what the guy wants, don't give him what he wants. You know? Koken, how was Emawari's performance against the Rams? Help out his defensive rookie of the year? I think there's a little bit of some up and down there to a degree there with him. It wasn't a bad day, but there's a little bit of an up and down there. The grade was kind of middle of the road from the game, and that matched up to the tape. He made a couple plays here and there. Where's his apple? Sam Darnold's a dog. Where's my button? Dog. You better believe it. Freebies. Seahawks are going to battle these last 2 games. The Panthers can't afford to lose, and neither can the Niners. I feel like the Hawks have been in multiple games this year that have meant a lot. Amen. These ain't going to be easy, man. We're going to have to earn every step on the road. Panthers and how they play at home. It's going to be tough. Or Apple Hawks Nest, thoughts on DK punching fan, par for the course. Unfortunately with him, the guy has anger issues. Hopefully he gets the help before it gets more in trouble. He's got anger issues, and he's too old at this point. He's not a 20-year-old kid anymore coming in this league. You're getting in to be almost 30. You've done this so many times over. You've had multiple times to learn your lesson with it. And I just don't think he particularly cares. And I think that at that point in time, when you get to that spot of it, you're putting yourself above the team. And in football, where you put yourself above the team pays. And that's unfortunate that DK can't seem to do that particular math here, but it's cost him before. It's cost him maybe the biggest ever now here with the suspension. And hopefully he finally goes and gets some help for this, because it's at that point. I would never be a person to drive in that direction of things, but it has reached that stage. Melanie says, wouldn't mind getting Hood as a Tennessee fan. He's nice. He's nice, Melanie. I wouldn't be against that. If that's potentially the last first round pick there for us, it's the way I could definitely see us going. It's a lot of good high floor guys, cornerback wise. I don't love this draft, but there is a lot of good high floor corners who can make it happen. Trez, I feel like the Indy defense is built to beat the Niners. I agree, especially with DeForest Buckner coming back in tow for this game. Especially. We are Colts fans tonight. So that's right, Febreze. Hawks Nest, who would you want as an offensive coordinator if Kubiak goes? I'd look at LaFleur with the Rams as their offensive coordinator, giving him the chance to truly call the plays. I'd look at Mike McDaniels out there as a guy to bring in if he gets fired out there with the Dolphins. Don't know if that happens. I just mainly want to stay with the West Coast offense, stay with like to like. I don't have a specific coach who has to be in mind. I just don't want to rechange the offense to something wholly new, different for the fourth time in 4 years. I think that's a little bit much. So just keep it going to the same like. I'll try to lock in and see if there's maybe a guy that stands out more to me on this as we go down the line. But in general terms, just stay more West Coast to West Coast. Rome Upsetter says Seahawks not beating the Panthers. He does not have the faith. Okay. I always felt bad for Drew Brees after that no call. I felt like that year was his year and it got robbed from him. I agree. I felt the same way. It's like Ram fans think about that a little bit when you start piping up on some of the moments like this, you know. But I think they've lost a little bit of sense of perspective. Hawks Nest, when it comes from up top with Rams fans, I didn't hear McVay say, okay, you guys, we played a really good team and they simply beat us. Hats off to Seattle. I was just him crying about the refs. Yeah, he's super crying about the refs. I'm starting to feel like that guy McVay's on coke too. I get a lot of cocaine energy off McVay at times, but he was a little unhinged through the whole game and press conference stuff, just a little unhinged. Mr. Dog, I wonder if John will want to trade up more now than ever after getting Neiman Wari. Well, I don't know about first round trade up, Mr. Dog, but John's got a history of trading up in the second round when he wants to target specific players. So Tyler Lockett, Jaron Reed, DK Metcalf, Nick Emanwari. He's got guys that he's moved up in the second round, even though he doesn't do it in the first round, to go and target those guys he really loves in the second. So certainly in the second, more confirmation for why that's been a money spot for him to do it there. But I don't think that he's as interested in doing that in the. I don't think he's as interested in doing. Rum the Upsetter, I appreciate where you're coming from on this. I understand that you probably feel like the mod be sensitive. You walked in obviously wanting to kind of just be, let me be an ass here and let me upend the table here. You know how we do this here, Rome. You've been in here before. We try to have good, hearty discussion. We're not really interested in doing the low IQ, low end talk that some fans want to get into where they're just flinging crap at each other. It doesn't really serve to ultimately bring out much. So have some conversation here, man. Be open to having actually some discussion. You feel your team, you feel what you're doing, great. I love that. And I think that we do a good job here of opening up the doors to Rams and 49er fans and all fans who want to come in here. The one thing we ask is just for a level of respect. And if you have an issue with that, that's kind of on you at that point, because I think that's a bare minimum to request and ask for. You can have your takes. You can disagree heartily. You can go after people in their takes and disassemble it as you see fit. I don't put a slow mode on my chat. I don't slow down the ability for you to be able to articulate and elucidate what you believe and think. But if you just come in just to want to be an a-hole and then people react to you being an a-hole and then you're surprised people are reacting to being an a-hole, then what's the whole point of that? What have you accomplished at the end of the day, right? I suppose you feel like you kind of wound people up, so it makes you feel good about yourself, but you haven't added to the discussion. Seahawks are losing to the Panthers. Wow. What an illuminating thought on your process. Wow, what mind-blowing articulation. I mean, did you have to think for hours on that take? Like, did you have to turn over? Did you turn over the different ways these teams match up and the stylistic ways and who's hotter and Panthers at home? You just, wow. Nacho Jake was on X crying about Ernest correctly calling out the Rams for thinking the game was over, which was correct. But when Puka wants to talk S about Sam on live TV, it's okay. Laughing out loud. He's so one-sided. He's definitely showing the slant here on this one, Nacho. Pretty distinctly. Brent says, I saw a Rams fan saying if what Hall did was an accident, he would have immediately looked sorry. Did we watch the same video? He immediately had a man pushing him. Exactly. Hard to say sorry when somebody's driving right into your chest and now you're trying to keep your feet to the other side. Like, you didn't even have that opportunity. Corey Combs says also Jake was crying about the touchdown that got called back because of the illegal man downfield. He cited the experts saying so, but neglected that the same expert said the 2-point conversion is good. That's our problem here with Jake. Consistency on this. When it works for your team, you'll be dead silent. When it works against your team, suddenly now you're going to pop up and start going off. I listened to what the guy said on the telecast afterwards. I know I go live and do it. Here is the screenshot of the play. The guy in the telecast says that 67 was pushed by Jaron Reed 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. So you have up until the line, you have until the line of scrimmage as a place by which you can go up to as an offensive lineman. You don't get to go a yard past the line of scrimmage. So here you can see 67. Let me take off your comment here so we can see on this, Corey. You can see 67 before Jaron Reed has pushed him any further into the end zone is already a yard past the end zone. He is at a point right here before Jaron hits him with the swim move, hits him with the arm over swim move. Before he's done that, he's a yard into the end zone. Let me give you another, here's another shot of it. This play starts at the 1 yard line. So you have a 1 yard line to the end zone. That's as far as you can work here. I understand that the guy in the telecast says he thought he got pushed through, but when you really watched it, Jaron Reed didn't push him through. That's the part that's in contention there. Did Jaron push him through or not? No, he did not. The guy, what's happened here is that you have a right guard filling in for Dotson. He's super nervous. He's super amped up. The adrenaline's cooking through him and he gets a little bit too excited and down the field a little too far. That's what really happens. But that's the correct call. The ball is in Stafford's hand and he's well past 2 yards down the field. We've had this call, to be consistent on this, by the way, we've had this call called on us twice this year. Anybody in the chat, do you remember me saying that there's no way that call, or do you remember me at the time saying, that's a valid call? You can't get past the line of scrimmage. You just can't do that. Which is what I said. So at least I'm being consistent on this. Maybe Jake ain't, but I'm being consistent on this in my outlook of this particular call. Seattle's got swatted on it by twice this year. Twice. I'm just saying. John says, Brando, I'm picking up what you're laying down. Let's go, John. Joe says, do you think the Rams firing their special teams coach will make their special teams worse for the end of the year and playoffs? It's possible. I don't think it makes it better because you don't have the answer somewhere just able to go grab some guy that is going to be just so much better than what you've had. You're at the end of the year. It's like trying to looking for a quarterback at this time of the year. Good luck. So it just speaks to a little bit of the sort of almost this desperate flavor we've gotten from the Rams and the coaching staff coming on. It's McVay screaming and all pissy about every call. Like, wow, you guys are really up in your emotions off the end of this game. You guys do not feel in control. You do not feel like you're going to be able to just sort of kick this one out and move on to the next. This one seems to have gotten struck in your craw and for silly ass reasons. You know, Dust, Braden says the Rams must have fired their special teams coach because he was in on the conspiracy with the refs against the Rams, right? That's what my joke was earlier. And this is going to be the joke that I'm going to lead with tomorrow. is that the refereeing was so bad in the game that the Rams had to fire their special teams coach. Again, Rams fans just seem to be completely tone deaf to this. If you're so right, why is your team firing a special teams coach? If it has to just all to do with the refs, if all of this is just the refs, if it's all of them the bad guy, you wouldn't be firing the special teams coach. It's an indicator that there were some other things that contributed to this loss than just the referees. But tomorrow night will be one of my lead. I'll be kicking it off with that. 49ers hate watch. Janet says, Rams fans seem to forget the NFL is a league of parity, that any team can beat any other given the right conditions. They think they're watching soccer or something. Seems a little bit like that. They sort of already made their peace that they're just going to win no matter what. Hell, Dad, the NFC West goes through Seattle, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Drunks, I always wanted DK to become a receiver like JSN, but he never really turned out like him. Just didn't quite. Still going to have one hell of a career. Still probably going to put up almost 10,000 yards receiving. Just was never able to quite click in that last little gear to solidify himself in that way that we've seen JSN. What's up, Woodworth? How you doing, Cal? Jan says, I hope the Falcons keep winning. Don't want the Rams to get a top 10 pick. No, sir. Keep on winning, including playing the Rams, Janeth. Including playing the Rams. And yeah, you're right. The Rams left guard was holding second, third quarter. Not the first that's pointed that out. Always ask, watch. Can't wait to watch the NFC Roundtable tomorrow night. It's going to be fun. We're going to get after it. I'll try to see if I can stream the Niners or Colts. I got to order some pizza or something. I'm hungry as hell here. So we'll probably put a wrap up on this one. We'll put a wrap. We got a couple hundred people going over to see the game here, so. Take the Panthers lightly. They're not a stupid team. They'll defeat us. You're right about that. Got to take this game seriously. I think the team will, with it being the last two games of the year and knowing how close they are. Don't think we lose it because we sort of take them light. Strikes says Sean McVay and Mike McDaniels are probably cokeheads. McDaniel strikes me as a guy heavy into the old devil's lettuce. McVay, though, he definitely gives me coke vibes. I've never done cocaine, but cocaine. XY says Jarb had his head screwed on tight when he picked the ball. He did everything so casually, and it meant everything. Yes, sir. Part of why he said he did is that the coaching staff trains and teaches pick up the ball. And that's something that's also another thing that Ram fans seem to be ignoring in this part, is that their coaching staff did not get that key teaching point in the same way. Previously, the game goes 20 miles an hour and people slow down the video and say, look, see, he did it on purpose, even though I couldn't stop when I'm at full speed that quickly. Yeah, they're jumping to the conclusions on that with the Hall thing. And it's like, look, does Hall show a certain air of dirtiness anyway? No, he doesn't. It's not who he is, not how he plays. So why are we jumping to that conclusion from a Ram fan perspective versus giving the benefit of the doubt, like the NFL in this situation a bit? Grandizer Brando, silly question. Your thoughts on the new NFL playoff simulator on the NFL site? How you've toyed around with it? Your thoughts on it? Do you use it? Yeah, I play around with it. I use it as an aid. I love it. Helps do some. You used to have to do kind of some of the math on this one back in the day, but very beneficial. 100%. That's why, Brandon, you are 100% incisive. No, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I mean, I get the suspension, but he's going to get fined without pay. That's where I get upset. I would hate where you're not going to pay for you for something that's not your fault. Agreed. That's why if you pull the suspension card, you've got to be sure if you're an NFL there. I think that they're far from sure. James, I'm glad there's a mini bye between the last game of the Panthers. Otherwise, we might have suffered a big emotional letdown next week. Sadly, this helps the Rams too. Possibly does. And I agree with you, especially an overtime game like that with so many plays, James. I mean, beyond just the letdown, body still being tired. If you just had the regular week at play here, hopefully that does help. Right, it's called sense of entitlement. We're entitled to boat race everybody because we're the Rams. That's exactly it. What's that? Me in the house is I only like the smell of it. Brian, I wonder how many NFL pundits are going to call out the Rams organization for the ridiculous narratives following that game. Well, like I said, it's only the Rams fans that are squawking about this stuff this loudly. If everything was so true about this being the refs had fixed this game out of their favor, and that's really where everything was at, then you'd hear about this, I think, a little bit more nationally, wouldn't you? You'd hear about it from more pundits out that aren't LA Ram fans. But you're not. And there should be an indicator to Ram fans within that, but there isn't. Because it would surprise me. He's always wound up, and it helps him stay awake. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know me. Good to see you in the house, me. Hope you're having a good day. I want to see an 11-man blitz. Anchor Day. I'm confident we're going to beat the Panthers. Let's go. Let's go. We hate watching the Niners game. I am going to be watching this Niners game. We want the Colts to win, though. We want the Colts to win. Come on, Indy. All right. Well, let's put a little bit of a wrap on this button as we got this game coming up. I know you guys are going to be watching it. I'll see if I can try to go. No promises here, but we'll try to see if maybe we can go a little bit live here for you guys as we got the game just about to kick off here in the next 2 minutes. So I'm going to wrap this up on that note. I want to thank you again to the sponsor of the show, which is going to be, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper is the number one app rolling in the game today. And they've been sponsoring our show throughout the course of this year. Use my code NEST, and they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. But wait, there's more. It's a free $20 entry. No deposit needed. Just create a login, and they'll put $20 in your account. Please see terms and conditions. They do apply. These are my picks for tonight. Jonathan Taylor over 79.5 yards, McCaffrey over 1 touchdown, over half touchdown, and then 22.5 receiving yards to Kendrick Bourne. 4.04 return for me if I can hit that one in there. Please do use Sleeper today. Best sports fantasy app in the business. You think you know sports, you think you have knowledge, put that knowledge to the test, go earn yourself some money and support the channel at the very same time. We call that a win-win-win-win. All right. I thank you guys for watching today. Hit that like button if you get a chance for me, as I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you to Janeth Megan with a $200 donation. Get out of here, Megan. So very kind of you for that. Thank you for that big old dono. Keldad with a 20 drop. Jordan, Brent, Pretty Emmy with a $50 drop. Taker 610 with a $5. Nas with a $5. Tezakaku. Sonny, Feed Me. Cool Breeze. Jay Gundy. Don Mata. Jordan. Bronze Sausage. Seth K. Aloha. M. Jordan. Mumbles. You guys are amazing. I really thank you all for all of this support. It's down to this. Indy tonight, can they take down the Niners? But can we just go get these 2 wins? Get these 2 wins, first round bye. All that hard work you put in this season can really pay off then for you to really grease the wheels for another Super Bowl run. Last 3 times you've had the number 1 seed, you've gone to the Super Bowl. Let's go get this thing again. Let's go do this again. Let's go get this W. I thank you guys for watching today. I am riding high. I am loving what I get to do, but I really love having the chance to experience with you guys and with you guys, all the support and love you show to this channel, from the patrons to the members to the donations you throw on in here over and over again, to the great degree you guys do. I hope you guys really know from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for it. This has been one of the great magical run seasons for the Seattle Seahawks, coming off of one of the great magical games in Seattle Seahawks history. Love this team. Enjoy what they're doing. Savor it. And also dream big. They're giving you a lot of reason to believe that this is a team that's coming together, that has the answers, that has the talent, that has the coaching, that has the schematics, that has all of the right elements bubbling and trickling around, and the ingredients in that pot stirring around, and it's all about ready, it feels like, to be served. So lock in, get excited for the rest of this year. We'll be back doing the play-by-play, a couple more shows this week before we get to the Christmas on Thursday. But until then, I shouldn't have to remind you in a season like this where the number 1 buy is right there in your scope. I shouldn't have to remind you after one of the greatest, if not the greatest all-time games in Seattle Seahawks history. I shouldn't have to remind you as you got one of the great head coaches in all of the NFL in your hands right now, and he's just getting warmed up. I shouldn't have to remind you, but I'm going to do so anyway. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.